Hello everyone's today no joke only listening fanfiction audiobook channel for next part like subscribe and share. Chapter 70. Boom. Marco, who fell to the ground, made a huge movement, causing everyone present to involuntarily turn their eyes to his position. However, Marco, who smashed the ground into a deep pit, was surrounded by dust and fog, making it impossible to see what the state of the first team captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is like at this time. Ace on the execution platform, after seeing Marco being punched by the old man Garp, immediately yelled loudly. Marco! Garp's movements were slightly stagnant, and he turned his head to glance at Ace, and he could clearly see the anxious and worried look on Ace's face. Garp didn't continue to look at Ace and Luffy, he was worried that he would really betray Marine because of these two grandchildren. However, he did not take advantage of the victory and continue to attack Marco, but turned his head and focused on Drago, who was fighting fiercely with Kizaru. From the moment he saw that Drago really led the revolutionary army to Marine, Garp's face became extremely gloomy and ugly. The development of the matter really went according to what he had guessed before. On one side is a grandson plus two sons, oh no, after finding out that Sabo is also alive, maybe it should be a grandson. After all, in the eyes of Garp back then, there was actually no difference between these three boys. On the other side, it is Marine and justice that I have fought for decades. No matter what he chooses in the end, Garp believes that he will live in remorse in the future. As a result, before Garp could make a decision, Marco, the Phoenix, offered to come to his door. Of course, Garp would not be polite to Marco. Dang even decided to take this Whitebeard Pirates captain, take a good breath of air. The result was obvious, with one punch, Marco was directly knocked to the ground. Call. Garp let out a long breath, and sat down on the chair where Akainu was originally. If you want to go to the execution platform, you have to step over the old man's corpse. Garp's words echoed in Marineford, and after a brief silence, the sailors suddenly let out a frantic sound. Vice Admiral Garp! Kill the pirates who are invading Marineford! No one will be allowed to go to the execution platform. This chaotic era of great pirates should have ended long ago. Different from the fanaticism and excitement of the sailors, the way Garp knocked Marco down with one punch made the members of the Whitebeard Pirates feel a little timid. Looking at Garp, who was sitting on the chair with a blank face like a sea god, most of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates swallowed unconsciously. Suddenly, the situation changed drastically. The defense line that was about to be breached after the Revolutionary Army joined, but because of Garp's attack, the morale of all the sailors present was greatly boosted. On the other hand, the Whitebeard Pirates felt a sense of powerlessness unconsciously in their hearts. There are really too many top players like Marines. At this moment, Whitebeard waved Kong Yunki to force Akainu back, and then looked at the members of the Whitebeard Pirates ahead and shouted loudly. There's nothing to be afraid of. Garp is just an old veteran. Rush to the execution block and rescue our family, Ace, from the hands of Marine. Whitebeard's words made the members of the Whitebeard pirate group in Marineford look up, and they could clearly see Ace bound by sea stone shackles. If Ace is not rescued, then he will be executed by guys like Marine and die here. In this case, after the members of the Whitebeard pirates exchanged a glance, they raised their weapons again and charged towards the execution platform with howls. Seeing this situation, Akainu sneered at Whitebeard in front of him. Whitebeard, you are so hypocritical. You obviously said that everyone on the Moby DK is your Whitebeard guy, but now you let so many bearded pirates die in a string for a Fire Fist Ace. It seems that in your heart, the status of this Fire Fist Ace is higher than all the others combined. Akainu didn't hide his volume at all, or he said it loudly on purpose in order to affect the morale of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Anyway, this guy Whitebeard knows that there will be countless members of the Whitebeard Pirates dying in Marineford when he goes to war with Marine. But he still had to make this kind of decision in order to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Akainu really doesn't believe it. Every member of the Whitebeard Pirates sincerely wants to participate in this war. And the fact did not exceed Akainu's expectations. After he said these words, the action of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates to rush to the execution platform stalled slightly again. If left unchecked, This suspicion of Whitebeard will gradually grow until there is a total defeat situation. At that time, all their marine needs to do is to follow behind and hunt down these guys. There was a flash of anger in Whitebeard's eyes. Of course he could sense what Akainu was trying to do. However, Akainu, the BD kid, deliberately bewitched Squid first, causing him to almost get hit by the filial son's sword. Do you want to use this method again to provoke the relationship between their father and son? Just when Whitebeard was about to say something, Squid, who had just returned to his pirate ship, drove the machine on the ship to break through the ice ahead. While raising the big knife in his hand, he shouted loudly at the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Hey, hello! Brothers! What are you thinking? In Dad's mind, whether it's us or Ace, they are all his closest family members. Is there really a difference between distance and distance among family members? Everyone, don't forget that when we learned that Ace was about to be publicly executed by bastards like Marine, we took the initiative to participate in this war with Dad. Squid's words echoed in the ears of the members of the Whitebeard pirates, causing these guys to show embarrassment and annoyance on their faces after a short silence. What annoys them is that they were successfully provoked by that BD Akainu just now. How can these sons doubt their most beloved father? Thinking of this, the members of the Whitebeard pirates raised their weapons and sabers one after another, and roared with flushed faces. Squid is right. Dad, he never said that we must participate in this war. The reason we came to naval headquarters was to get Ace out. Any BD who wants to hurt our family, we must not let it go. Don't be influenced by that BD Akainu again, rush to the execution platform in one go, and save Ace from Marine's hands. Ooh. After seeing Squid's behavior, Akainu's face instantly turned livid. This guy didn't do what he expected, relying on his identity to successfully kill Whitebeard. It's fine. Now they are actually stepping on their horses and turning their heads to encourage other members of the Whitebeard pirates to continue charging towards the execution platform? If I knew this kind of thing would happen, I should have killed this guy directly before. Seeing Akainu's instantly ugly face, Whitebeard couldn't help grinning. Goo la 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 la. Akainu. It seems that my sons have let you down. You want to use this method to provoke the relationship between the old man and the sons, you are still too naive. While speaking, Whitebeard continued to slash at Akainu with his knife, while admiring Akainu's increasingly ugly face. At this moment, a voice came, making Whitebeard's complexion even uglier than Akainu's in an instant. Thief, ha 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 ha. Father. You are still as confident as ever. However, looking at the entire Whitebeard pirates, except for you, the strongest man in the world, the strength of the others is too weak. After the words fell, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates in Marineford turned their heads involuntarily and looked over. Even Ace, bound by sea stone shackles on the execution platform, is no exception. Teach. You bloody BD. You guy, you dare to appear in front of us. Teach. After we rescue Ace, we must kill you BD with our own hands. For a moment, abuse filled the entire naval headquarters, causing both the Marine and the Revolutionary Army to stare at it involuntarily. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, couldn't help but stare after repelling Akainu in front of him. Kong Yunki, who was holding the supreme sharp knife in his hand, made a creaking sound, and the blue veins on his forehead showed the kind of anger in Whitebeard's heart. Teach. Did you appear in front of this old man again to give this old man a chance to kill you with my own hands? Whitebeard took a deep breath, glared, and growled at Blackbeard, who was approaching the Marineford port. Whitebeard thinks he has never regretted a few things in his life. But when he promised Teach to join the Whitebeard pirates, he was obviously one of them. This damned BD thought that a damned devil fruit killed his partner Saki, who had been with him for decades. Even after defeating Ace, who was chasing him, the BD Teach revealed Ace's true identity to Marine while handing Ace to Marine. This war was caused by Teach alone. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates who died in Marineford, the source is from the BD Teach. After hearing Whitebeard's roar, Blackbeard not only showed no fear, but even grinned. Thief, ha 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 ha. Father, why are you so angry? Whether it's Sage who died in my hands, or Ace who was handed over to Marine by me, in the final analysis, isn't it because their strength is too weak? Asking for flowers. If they are strong enough, how could something like this happen? Although they have been together day and night for decades, in the eyes of Blackbeard, they have always looked down upon the other members of the Whitebeard pirates. Even Marco, the Phoenix who is the captain of the first team, is nothing but a complete weakling in the eyes of Blackbeard. He doesn't deserve to be number 2 in the Whitebeard pirates. And Blackbeard's attitude completely angered Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't hesitate at all, he squatted with his legs slightly bent, his fists clenched. The blood vessels on the arm burst and bent into a signature movement. In the next second, Whitebeard aimed at the warship where the Blackbeard pirates were, and smashed his fist hard. Crack! There was a sound of glass shattering, and the solid ice along the way burst instantly, and the originally calm sea directly set off turbulent waves. Under the effect of this wave, the warship where the Blackbeard pirates were located directly flipped over and was buckled on the sea. Gilyalu. The members of the Blackbeard pirates swam towards his position at full speed as soon as they saw their captain fall into the sea. After all, as a demon fruit power, falling into the sea is definitely not a good thing for Blackbeard. With the joint efforts of Lafitte, Van Oka, Badgers, and Poison Q, Blackbeard was finally dragged to the solid ice that Aokiji used to freeze with the Ice Age. Blackbeard, who had escaped from the sea, lay on the ice in embarrassment, and began to pant violently. I didn't pay attention to it just now. I originally planned to continue to mock Marco and Ace, but I didn't expect that Whitebeard has become so disrespectful of martial arts. Sneak attack with shock fruit ability, right? After seeing this situation, members of the Whitebeard pirates in Marineford, Marine, and members of the Revolutionary Army all looked at Blackbeard with very strange eyes. They were really unexpected. Just now, Blackbeard, who was clamoring that the Whitebeard pirates were too weak, actually made Whitebeard so embarrassed in just one meeting? Not to mention them, even Whitebeard, who was involved, did not expect such a thing to happen. Whitebeard danced Kong Yunki in his hands, stomped hard on his feet, and with the help of this powerful thrust, flew towards the position where Blackbeard was. Laugh! The sound of the blade tearing through the air caused Blackbeard, who was panting on the solid ice, to change his face instantly. The 4 members of the Blackbeard pirate group around him also raised their sabers or sniper rifles in an attempt to stop Whitebeard's attack. However, the Whitebeard at this time is not the Whitebeard who was stabbed by Skiard in the original plot. This kind of method will have no effect on him, the strongest man in the world. With a wave of Kong Yunki in his hand, he blocked all the attacks of these guys, and then launched an offensive against Blackbeard again regardless. Although I don't know what kind of conspiracy Blackbeard is up to, but Whitebeard really wants to kill this guy directly. Seeing that all his subordinates were cut down by Whitebeard, Blackbeard no longer cared about the side effect of falling into the sea as a demon fruit power. Standing up scramblingly, he ran towards Akainu's position alone. Shouting while running. Akainu! As 7 warlords of the sea, I am here to help you Marines deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Hurry up and help me block this guy Whitebeard first, give me a little time, let me recover. Akainu didn't answer, just looked at Blackbeard who was running towards him, a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. As pirates, there is a difference between superior and inferior. Guys like Blackbeard, no matter how powerful they are, still belong to the bottom one in Akainu's heart. Akainu would certainly like to see Blackbeard dead if he could. However, as Blackbeard said, the purpose of his coming to Marineford this time is to assist Marine. Since this is the case, Akainu certainly cannot just sit back and watch Blackbeard be killed by Whitebeard directly. Akainu shook his head, his lower body suddenly turned into hot magma, which dripped on the ice below with a sizzling sound and thick white smoke. With the strong thrust of elementalization, Akainu directly blocked Whitebeard who rushed towards Blackbeard. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and terrifying fluctuations swept across the entire Marineford. Seeing this situation behind Akainu, Blackbeard finally felt relieved. Blackbeard could feel that everyone present was full of contempt for him, but this was exactly what he wanted. Since he failed to recruit powerful subordinates in Impel down, Blackbeard will of course show weakness in this war before he gets Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. It's better to let everyone think he's just a clown. Thus, Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard, who was blocked by Akainu, lowered his head and grinned sinisterly, and said to himself in his heart, "Thief, ha 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 ha, don't worry, Dad, I'll have a good time with you right away." Chapter 71. Kizaru and Drago, who were fighting fiercely in the sky, also noticed the change caused by the appearance of Blackbeard below. Seeing the obscene smile unconsciously on Kizaru's face, Drago shook his head and said while waving the wind blade to resist Kizaru's attack, "Poor Asalino, do you really think that this Blackbeard Marshal D teaches a clown like he just showed?" Kizaru was taken aback by Drago's words, and after glancing at Blackbeard below, he shook his head and said, "Of course not. If this Blackbeard guy is the Joker, he's been hiding from the Whitebeard pirates for decades. Whitebeard and others who were successfully tricked by Blackbeard, what is it?" In fact, as early as Blackbeard delivered Fire Fist Ace to Marine and revealed his identity as Roger's son, Marine executives had already analyzed Blackbeard's purpose for doing so. But after much deliberation, the Marine executives finally failed to realize the truth of what Blackbeard did. In the eyes of Sengoku, Kizaru, and others, the reason why Blackbeard did this is to completely get rid of the Whitebeard pirates through the hands of Marine. After all, for Whitebeard, who has always regarded the members of the ship as family, a guy like Blackbeard who killed his comrades will never be forgiven. If Blackbeard does not want to be chased and killed by Whitebeard personally in the future, then he can only choose to join forces with Marine to get rid of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. With this in mind, in fact, from the beginning to the end, the Marine executives did not value Blackbeard too much. And Drago can obviously guess what Kizaru and Marshal Sengoku are thinking. Dang even shook his head and said, "Poor Asalino, in fact, the first time I learned about this incident, I already began to speculate on Blackbeard's purpose for doing this. In my opinion, what Blackbeard wants to do is definitely not as simple as 390 just using Marine's hand to get rid of the Whitebeard pirates." Hearing this, Kizaru couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Although Drago is no longer his comrade in arms, Kizaru has to admit that Drago's IQ is not at all like Vice Admiral Garp. Otherwise, Marshal Sengoku would not have wanted to train Drago to be the successor of Marshal Marine. Thinking of this, Kizaru looked at Drago with interest and said, "Then what do you think is the real purpose of Blackbeard?" A look of embarrassment flashed in the depths of Durag's eyes when he heard this, then he shook his head and said helplessly, "I do not know either. But I can guarantee that Blackbeard's plan will be astonishingly large." After a brief moment of astonishment, Kizaru curled his lips and stopped talking nonsense to Durag, but looked at Durag with weird eyes, while slashing at him with the Amakanjayun sword in his hand. Seeing this, Durag couldn't say anything more. After all, Kizaru's meaning is very obvious, so much has been said, it's just your guess, and you don't even know what purpose Blackbeard has. In any case, Blackbeard is now Marine's ostensible ally. Before finding out that Blackbeard wants to deal with Marine, or before the end of this war, Marine will definitely not attack Blackbeard. In Kizaru's eyes, Drago has become a guy trying to sow discord between Marine and 7 warlords of the sea in this way full of loopholes. Blackbeard teach, why does it feel like Moria and K-Lock are a disgrace to 7 warlords of the sea? After seeing Blackbeard's unbearable behavior, Doflamingo directly opened his mouth to mock. As for Moria, who was named by him, she was still happily looking at the body of the demon Oz. As a result, after hearing this, Moria glared at Doflamingo directly, and scolded sharply. "Doflamingo! Do you want to start a war with me? Who is the shame of the 7 warlords of the sea? Tell me if you can." Moria's yelling made Doflamingo's face become a little strange, and he turned to look at Moria. Doflamingo really doesn't understand, where did this guy get the confidence to argue with himself on this matter? After being ridiculed, isn't it good to just lie flat? Why do you have to jump out so eagerly? Doflamingo didn't show any face to Moria, just grinned and mocked. "Moria, did I say something wrong? Being 7 warlords of the sea, only to be defeated by an imp who hasn't been to the New World yet. It's hard for me to accept that I'm as famous as you and Clock Doll. Zhou. You are riding a horse. Slapping people in the face, right? Moria glared at Doflamingo, her eyes filled with flames that wanted to kill the guy herself. Since coming to Marineford, Moria hadn't even set eyes on the execution platform. Just because I don't want to recall the house I received when I met the Straw Hat Pirates. In the end, Doflamingo is a good guy, he just exposed his old background with one sentence. An exasperated Moria howled directly at Doflamingo. Shut up! Doflamingo! I was just being careless. Otherwise, how could a Straw Hat boy be my opponent? Besides, can you guarantee that if you met him, you would be able to defeat that brat? Don't forget, even one of the legendary pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, was defeated by the Straw Hat. Moria is now trying every means to improve Luffy's status, and only by doing so can he save some face from being defeated by the opponent. It was precisely because of this that Moria directly brought out the Golden Lion that had been killed by Ash. As a result, what made Moria even more angry was that after hearing this, Doflamingo not only didn't agree with it at all, but couldn't help but burst out laughing directly. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Moria. UBD, you're just as good for nothing as ever. It's okay to be defeated by a kid from East Blue. Obviously that kid's strength is very weak. In order to save face, you actually pulled down your old face and flattered a kid like this. Moria, after this war is over, I must kill you. So as not to continue to do 7 warlords of the sea with you, one day I will be pulled to the same level by you. It's so vicious. Doflamingo's mouth is so vicious because of riding a horse. Moria was so angry by Doflamingo's words that her body began to tremble uncontrollably. If possible, Moria would even like Whitebeard to appear directly in front of Doflamingo and send a shock directly to his head. Moria clenched her fists and threatened Doflamingo. Wait, Doflamingo! Sooner or later, I will kill you bloody BD with my own hands. Not only did Doflamingo not restrain himself at all, but he continued to taunt with full firepower. Moria, if I remember correctly, you said this to Kaido many years ago, right? The result? Kaido has already become one of the 4 emperors of New World, you Gecko Moria, but you were defeated by a brat instead. Zhou. Do you want to do this if you are riding a horse? Moria felt that she was going crazy, the words of the BD Doflamingo were like knives. Every knife was precisely inserted into his vitals. Moria doesn't even have the confidence to refute now. Seeing the two getting more and more angry, Boa Hancock shook his head and said with disdain. What 2 boring men! Let's go down and play with the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army. After the words fell, Hancock's long legs exerted a little force, and his body swept directly towards the battlefield below. Whether it's members of the Whitebeard pirates, members of the Revolutionary Army, or even Marine, they are all Hancock's targets. Whenever Hancock's long legs kick the target, the place where the opponent is hit will be directly petrified, and the power of her legs will also kick the petrified place to pieces at the same time. Let the other party never have a chance to return to a complete appearance. It has to be said that Hancock has developed the sweet fruit to a very powerful level. Originally, when seeing Hancock join the battlefield, the Marine side was still very happy. After all, with the power possessed by the Pirate Queen, at least it can help them get rid of many members of the Whitebeard pirates and members of the Revolutionary Army. But the result? This crazy woman actually attacked their Marine opponent at the same time? The surrounding Marines glared at Hancock and asked with a snarl. Boa Hancock! What the hell are you trying to do, woman? Why are you attacking our Marine? Did you forget that in this war, you, as the 7 warlords of the sea, are allies with our Marine? Or, are you planning to betray Marine? All the sailors in the surrounding area clenched their sabers and stared intently at Hancock on the opposite side. There was a big disagreement, and she directly attacked the pirate empress. However, what made the Marines even more angry was that, facing their questioning, Hancock, who stood on the snake again, just looked down at them. The eyes are full of arrogance, and there is no mercy at all. Betrayal? My concubine has never belonged to your Marine. In the eyes of my concubine, as long as they are men, they are all the same. It is nothing to make a fuss about if you attack you. As soon as the voice fell, no matter it was Marine, members of the Whitebeard pirates, or members of the Revolutionary Army, they all stared at Hancock defensively. I'm afraid that the pirate Empress will attack them again if she doesn't pay attention. Those guys who were attacked by Hancock before were a lesson from the past. Once they were attacked by Hancock with real ability, then their bodies will be irreparably traumatized. Hancock didn't intend to continue to fight, but frowned slightly, looked in a distant direction, and muttered to himself. That black-winged demon, why hasn't he come to Marineford yet? The reason why I agreed to Marine's summoning order is to protect Nine Snake Island as 7 warlords of the sea. The most important thing is that I want to see with my own eyes, who is this black-winged demon who cut off Marie Joyce and killed countless celestial dragons. For Hancock, she didn't care about the outcome of the war from the beginning to the end. Whether Marine and world government win the final victory, or the Whitebeard pirates. The regiment successfully rescued Fire Fist Ace and the Straw Hat Boy. In Hancock's eyes there is no difference. Only Ash really caught Hancock's attention. After all, things like destroying Marie Joyce and obliterating celestial dragons are things that Hancock has always wanted to do, but he has no chance, and he doesn't have enough strength to do it. While Hancock sighed secretly why Ash hadn't come yet, Sengoku on the execution platform also noticed what the Pirate Queen was doing. Dang even glared at Hancock's position, and said angrily with a sullen face. Boa Hancock is a crazy woman. She is an ally with Marine, but she did such a thing. These 7 warlords of the sea are really becoming more and more unscrupulous. In the eyes of Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, the so-called 7 warlords of the sea should never have existed from the beginning to the end. Those idiots from the world government actually came up with this officially recognized pirate identity. Isn't this horse riding on purpose? Just like that guy from K-Lock, what if the world government gave him the status of 7 warlords of the sea? Didn't he do the same thing in Alabasta? Thinking of this, Sengoku let out a long breath, and made a decision in his heart. If their Marine can finally win this war, they must try every means to abolish this damn 7 warlords of the sea system. There must be no such pirates recognized by the world government to continue to exist. Otherwise, wouldn't the justice they uphold in Marine be a joke? While Sengoku was thinking about future plans, Ace and Luffy were also talking with each other kneeling on the execution platform behind him. Ace, do you think Sabo and the others can rescue us? Ace was stunned when he heard the words, then shook his head and said. I don't know, but rather than saving us, I hope that Sabo will not have any accidents in this war. When Luffy heard this, he nodded vigorously in agreement, but soon remembered his friends. Ace's partners have already come to naval headquarters to participate in this war in order to rescue him, so are Zoro and Sanji already on their way? Also, Nami and Robin, did they finally accept Ash's condition? However, even if they did accept Ash's terms, Luffy would be completely understandable. After all, they also want to keep Zoro, Sanji, and others alive. When this war is over and I am rescued, I must take Zoro and Sanji with me to snatch Nami and Robin back to 2.1 from Ash. A guy like Ash who dares to steal his partner must also be shot flying. While the two of them were talking, Doflamingo and Moria below had stopped arguing. For Doflamingo, even if he wanted to kill Moria, he would have to wait until the end of this war. Otherwise, Marine will absolutely not allow this kind of thing to happen. As for Moria, who wants to regain her place, she wants to get more shadows in this war so that she can use them to enhance her own strength. Doflamingo, the BD who keeps exposing himself, must make him pay for it. With this in mind, Doflamingo and Moria also went straight off the field, and started massacring the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army. With the strength that the two of them have, ordinary guys have no resistance in front of them at all. Seeing this situation, Bartholomew Kuma's eyes under the glasses flashed a trace of unbearable, and then he looked up at the position of Sabo, the chief of the general staff of the Revolutionary Army. Seemingly aware of his gaze, Sabo successfully exchanged a glance with Bartholomew Kuma. Almost at the same time, the two galloped towards each other. While rushing towards Sabo, Bartholomew Kuma took off the glove of his right hand, raised it high, aimed at Sabo's shoulder and patted it down. If you were going to travel, where would you like to go? Hearing the words in his ear, a trace of nostalgia and gratitude flashed in Sabo's eyes. In the next second, Sabo's body disappeared in place. At this moment, on the surface, he is 7 warlords of the sea, and at the same time, he is also a test product of Vegapunk, but the real identity of Bartholomew Kuma is one of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Activate the meatball fruit ability, slap down, and let Sabo appear on the execution platform. Seeing this situation, Sengoku's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were full of shock and anger. Chapter 72. In fact, at the moment he saw Bartholomew Kuma rushing towards Sabo, Sengoku instinctively had an ominous premonition. Although Bartholomew Kuma is a test subject of Vegapunk, he is not completely out of his wits yet. There is a good example of this in the previous Sabayati archipelago. What happened in Sabayati archipelago before? Bartholomew Kuma wanted to use his fruit ability to send Luffy away, but was stopped by Ash. Marine and the world government have always wanted to know why he did such a thing. But no matter what method they used, they couldn't get an answer from Bartholomew Kuma, so they had no choice but to let it go. But now seeing Bartholomew Kuma slap Sabo all over the execution platform, Sengoku is completely enlightened. Bartholomew Kuma, I'm afraid he has always been a member of the Revolutionary Army. The reason why I wanted to send Luffy away at the beginning was only because Luffy was the son of that BD Drago. Bartholomew Kuma. UBD. Sengoku roared, raised his palm directly, aimed at Sabo in front of him, and slapped down wolfishly. For this war, Marine has already suffered huge casualties, and even deliberately started a live broadcast around the world. If Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, rescued the 3 guys Ace, Luffy, and Rayleigh, then their Marine will really become the laughingstock of the whole world. While Sengoku angrily attacked Sabo, Garp, Whitebeard, Drago, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and even Blackbeard and others all involuntarily turned their eyes to the execution platform. They are eager to know whether Sabo and Bartholomew Kuma have a super tacit cooperation this time, whether they can successfully rescue Ace and the others. Garp clenched his fists, not daring to blink, for fear that he might miss a crucial scene. In the next second, Sengoku's huge palm landed hard on Sabo's chest. Boom! A dull sound came, and the huge force made Sabo spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, and his body flew backwards. However, what made Sengoku furious was that when Sabo flew backwards, he was still holding on to the sea stone shackles that bound Ace and Luffy. Sengoku's palm not only failed to stop Sabo's behavior, but 17 also became his help, allowing him to take Ace and Luffy off the execution platform immediately. On the other side, Rayleigh blinked, his eyes full of bewilderment. Sabo was indeed saved, but not completely. He, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, is called Rayleigh of Pluton, so no one cares about him. However, neither Sengoku nor Sabo, who was slapped by Sengoku and flew away, have no time to pay attention to this Pluton. Sabo. How are you? Seeing the blood stained on Sabo's lips, Ace and Luffy's hearts were raised in an instant, fearing that something might happen to Sabo who hadn't seen him for many years. Hearing this, Sabo shook his head, dragged Ace and Luffy who were bound by sea stone shackles, and landed directly on the ground of Marineford. Seeing this situation, the surrounding Marines did not hesitate at all, and surrounded them directly towards where the 3 brothers were. Not daring to waste time, Sabo raised his hands, and armament haki instantly wrapped both of his hands. In the next second, Sabo held the shackles on Ace and Luffy respectively, his eyes froze suddenly, and he squeezed his hands hard. Boom! Accompanied by 2 crisp sounds, the shackles on Ace and Luffy were broken, and they fell to the ground with a clattering sound. And without the shackles of sea stone shackles, Ace and Luffy's original state of pretending to be exhausted instantly recovered. Luffy squeezed his fists hard and grinned. That's great, Sabo. I didn't expect you to be alive. Ace also looked at Sabo beside him with an excited face, and asked with a big smile. Sabo, where have you been all these years? You obviously didn't die back then, so why haven't you found me and Luffy for so many years? Sabo is not as brainless as Ace and Luffy. As the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo certainly knows what the 3 brothers will face next. Dang even shook his head and said, Ace, Luffy, now is not the time to say that. All we need to do now is break out of this marine ford. Hearing this, Ace and Luffy looked around and found that countless marines were rushing towards where their three brothers were. Seeing this situation, Ace and Luffy also gave up their plans to continue asking, and immediately said with a grin, Don't worry, Sabo. This time the three of us join forces, and we will definitely be able to escape from naval headquarters. Sabo, Luffy, let's have a long-lost contest to see who can run out of marine ford first. Ace's words made Sabo and Luffy stunned, and then nodded heavily in agreement. This kind of contest, the three brothers had to come to this contest almost every day when they were very young. But since Sabo died in front of their eyes, Ace and Luffy have never done this again. Unexpectedly, being caught in naval headquarters this time allowed them to see Sabo again, whom they hadn't seen for so many years. Then why hesitate? Just do it. Boom. Seeing that both Sabo and Luffy agreed, Ace had a smile on his face, and at the same time, a hot flame rose from his body instantly. Directly surround the positions of the three brothers, preventing the surrounding marines from attacking them, and at the same time prevent the marines from seeing the situation of the three brothers. In the next second, Ace looked at Ace and Luffy on both sides, and laughed directly. Let's go. Let's see who can run faster. Oh! Following Ace's order, the three brothers rushed directly towards the flame in front of them at the same time. Marine around the flame didn't expect this to happen at all, and could only watch helplessly as the three of them broke through the blockade in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Sengoku's face on the execution platform has become extremely gloomy and ugly. Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was standing where Marine 3 Admiral was originally, and he could clearly see that Garp's face was full of excitement and tension. If nothing else, Garp didn't expect such a thing to happen. At this moment, Garp seemed to feel the gaze from Sengoku, raised his head and looked at Sengoku, and after seeing the livid expression on the old man's face, Garp's heart skipped a beat. He stomped hard, and flew towards where the three brothers were. Ace, Sabo, Luffy. You three brats, who gave you permission to leave naval headquarters like this? After the words fell, the three brothers glanced at Garp. Each of them had suffered from Garp's fist before. Especially after growing up and going to sea, he knew how powerful Garp really is. Now seeing Garp suddenly appearing in front of them, trying to block their escape from marine ford, the hearts of all three sank. But now that he managed to escape from the execution platform, he must never be caught again. Otherwise, whether it is the Whitebeard pirates or the Revolutionary Army, there will be greater casualties in this war. After looking at each other, the three of them gritted their teeth at the same time, aimed at Garp and punched him. Boom! Ace's fist collided with Garp's fist, and a violent roar erupted. Meanwhile, Sabo and Luffy on both sides smashed their fists on both sides of Garp's cheeks at almost the same time. This huge force caused Garp's body to fly backwards uncontrollably. After tumbling dozens of times in the air, it finally hit the ground heavily. After seeing this picture, the entire marine ford fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it was the surrounding marines, members of the Whitebeard pirates, or members of the Revolutionary Army, their eyes widened, staring fixedly at Garp, who was still rolling on the ground. But anyone who knows the inside story is a little numb. Even if Garp wants to play it, at least he has to act like it, right? You just kicked out Marco the Phoenix, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, with one punch, but now you are being beaten by the three brothers like this? Who do you look down on? Not to mention other people, even Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, who are the parties involved, subconsciously looked at their fists at this time. Luffy swallowed, murmured in disbelief, looking in Garp's direction. Ace, Sabo, the fists of the three of us, are they so powerful now? Even Grandpa isn't a match for the three of us. Ace also looked skeptical about life, looking at Garp blankly. Shouldn't this be a dream? Unlike the two of them, Sabo directly guessed why this happened. Dang even hurriedly shouted at Ace and Luffy. Don't waste time. What we need to do now is to leave naval headquarters as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Ace and Luffy woke up suddenly, and immediately ran towards the port of Marineford regardless of Garp, who was lying on the ground covered in dust. As for Sengoku on the execution platform, his eyes were fixed on Garp, who closed his eyes as if he was trying to pretend to be dead, and said with gritted teeth, "Garp, you BD! How dare you use such bad acting skills to fool the old man? UBD, do you know that this war is being broadcast live all over the world?" Sengoku was completely angry this time. "It doesn't matter if you are a brother, don't step on your horse and trick yourself into it." Kneeling behind Sengoku, Rayleigh laughed and teased after hearing Sengoku's first roar. "I think, with Garp's personality and behavior, he should have forgotten that there is such a thing as a live broadcast all over the world, right? Otherwise, he should act a little more like that." After experiencing a brief moment of astonishment, Rayleigh has also accepted the reality that he was not rescued. However, as long as Ace, Roger's son, and Luffy, who inherited Roger's wool, can escape from Marine, that would be a very good thing. And most importantly, after Garp's interruption, after Ace and Luffy escape, whether Marine will continue to execute him, Pluton, is a matter of two opinions. It wasn't just Sengoku and Rayleigh who were amazed by Garp's performance. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Akainu's face instantly turned livid, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and his chest heaved rapidly, showing what kind of anger was in this Marine Admiral's heart. Damn! As a Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, openly doing such an unforgivable thing. After speaking, Akainu immediately want to stop Ace, Sabo, and Luffy from escaping. This time, he will directly kill these three guys with his own hands, so that Garp will never have a chance to let them down again. However, Akainu's action has not yet started, but has been intercepted by Whitebeard. Laugh. Kong Yunki fell from Akainu's face. Whitebeard also had a relieved smile on his face, looked at Akainu and grinned. "Akainu, you were the one who stopped the old man from going to the execution platform to save Ace. Now, you stay here obediently and don't go anywhere." As he spoke, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing again. No wonder he can't bear it, it's because Garp's acting skills are too clumsy. I just feel sorry for Marco. After seeing this scene, Marco's mentality is probably about to burst, right? Akainu's heart was already filled with anger, and now after being stopped by Whitebeard, he launched a crazy offensive against Whitebeard regardless of his care. The fist-shaped magma, as if it didn't want money, blasted desperately at Whitebeard, trying to repel that guy Whitebeard, and then went to kill the three brats. At this moment, Akainu yelled at Blackbeard on the other side as if he suddenly remembered something. "Blackbeard! Haven't you rested enough, you BD? Now, stop those three bloody brats at once." In fact, the side effect of Blackbeard's falling into the sea has recovered just now. The reason why 543 has not left is because he wants to find a suitable opportunity to treat Whitebeard again. Let's take a fatal blow. But now it seems that if he doesn't make a move, once Ace, Sabo, and Luffy arrive at the port, then this war is coming to an end. Thinking of this, Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard with some pity, and immediately went to intercept the three of Ace without the slightest nostalgia. Seeing this situation, Whitebeard wanted to stop Blackbeard as well, but this time it was reversed again, and Akainu was replaced to prevent Whitebeard from leaving. "Teach the damn BD!" Whitebeard gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of killing intent towards Blackbeard. At the same time, after seeing Ace and Luffy being rescued from the execution platform by Sabo, the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army burst into cheers resounding through the sky at the same time. Without anyone's order at all, these people rushed directly to where the three of them were, intending to escort their three brothers out of naval headquarters. Aokiji, who originally wanted to stop them, was entangled with Marco and Jose, making him unable to stop the three of Ace. And Drago also raised his arms, engulfing him and Kizaru in a storm, making it impossible for Kizaru to leave the battlefield directly. "Poor Asalino, it seems that I have succeeded this time." Kizaru shook his head slightly when he heard the words, and continued to attack Drago, not intending to stop the three of Ace from leaving. "Durag, although I don't know where those world government guys are now. But they will never watch Ace the Fire Fist and Luffy the Straw Hat leave naval headquarters just like that." Hearing this, Drago frowned, and his heart gradually became dignified. If it's just the 3-5 elders, to be honest, Drago isn't too scared. At least it can guarantee that the 3 boys Ace, Sabo, and Luffy can continue to live. But if the rumored Master Yuma who ruled the world for more than 800 years also personally ends up and participates in this war, then the situation of his army has really become very dangerous. While Drago was secretly worried, Blackbeard had already rushed to where the 3 Ace brothers were. However, the 3 of them are surrounded by the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army, and if they want to break through, I'm afraid they can only use the ability of Dark Fruit. Thinking of this, Blackbeard felt ruthless, and immediately wanted to release the secret A-cup ointment. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above the heads of the 3 brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Without waiting for the 3 of them to make any moves, Ash, who suddenly appeared, kicked the 3 of them flying one by one. Boom! 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 Ash's strength was just right, and he kicked the 3 brothers to Garp's side. Looking at the bewildered Garp, Ash said with a smile, "I'll help you, Marine, to send the 3 of them back. Garp, don't thank me too much." Chapter 73. Ash's words echoed over Marineford, causing the entire naval headquarters to fall into an extremely eerie silence. The 3 brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, who got kicked one by one, felt as if the bones in their chest were broken by Ash's direct kick. The 3 of them clutched their chests at the same time, with ferocious expressions on their faces, and roars mixed with pain came from the depths of their throats. Garp was stunned. He never thought that Ash would arrive in Marineford at such a critical time. What's more, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, who were about to escape from naval headquarters with great difficulty, were kicked back by him. What's the deal with this horse riding? Wasn't the scene that the old man played before was wasted in vain? Ash! You bloody BD! Garp clenched his fists violently, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and his eyes were fixed on Ash in the distance. Not just Garp, the first time they saw Ash appear, all the famous and strong people present turned their attention to Ash. After repelling Akainu in front of him with a single blow, Whitebeard clenched Kong Yunki tightly in his hand, looking at Ash's slender figure with a gloomy expression. Ash! Ash didn't go to Whitebeard immediately, but looked at Garp opposite with great interest, and said with a groan, "What's up, Garp? Aren't you Marines going to publicly execute Ace the Fire Fist, Luffy the Straw Hat, and Pluton Rayleigh? At such a critical time, how can we let Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy escape? As a Marine hero, you can't just sit back and watch this happen." After hearing what Ash said, the face of the medical staff became even more ugly. Even, whether it is Sengoku on the execution platform, or Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Tsuru staff officer, and Jun, and others. But the hearts of all Marine executives who knew the real reason why Garp did this became heavy. Just like what Ash said, as a Marine hero, he has clearly started to play, and wants to let Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy escape naval headquarters just like this. Does that mean that Vice Admiral Garp's next step is to completely betray Marine, the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army? In order to avoid this from happening, Sengoku didn't hesitate at all, and suddenly jumped with his feet, and his body directly fell heavily beside the 3 brothers who were lying on the ground. Boom! The originally extremely hard ground of Marineford was directly stepped out of a deep pit by Sengoku. The surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, and the sky filled with dust covered their position. Under the cover of dust, Sengoku grabbed Garp by the collar, glared at Garp, and growled in a low voice. "Garp! No matter what you think next, don't do something like this again. You should know that Zephyr has died in the hands of Ash. Now that Ash has come to Marineford, the Whitebeard pirates have not yet been successfully destroyed. If you choose to betray Marine at this time, Marine will fall apart. Garp, you don't want the Marine you fought for decades to just disappear." After Sengoku's voice fell, Garp's face began to change back and forth. Obviously, they were about to send those 2 bastards Ace and Luffy away just now, but because of Ash's appearance, Garp had to continue to face this difficult choice again. Ash, that guy, really, damn it. Sengoku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief seeing that Garp didn't intend to betray him directly. Just like what he said, if news of Zephyr's death at the hands of Ash gets out, it will definitely cause a huge blow to Marine. If Garp, the Marine hero, also chooses to turn against the water at this critical moment related to Marine's life and death, then they're Marine, I'm afraid they will really disappear from this world from now on. Sengoku let go of Garp, turned around and grabbed Ace, Sabo, and Luffy the Brat. What made Sengoku a little speechless was that Ash's kick just now caused a lot of injuries to these three little devils. At least, in a short period of time, they didn't burst out at full strength. At the same time, the dust deliberately created by Sengoku gradually dissipated, revealing Sengoku, Garp, and the three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. After seeing that Marshal Sengoku had successfully captured the three guys, the surrounding Marines immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, although I don't know why Vice Admiral Garp deliberately let the three of them go before, but the final ending is still good. At least, the three guys didn't make it out of Marineford. At this moment, Ash looked at Sengoku with a relaxed face, and said with a smile. Sengoku, although Garp deliberately let them go, but as the Marine Marshal, you have to understand why he did this. After the words fell, Naval Headquarters fell silent again, and all the Marines turned their attention to Ash. I want to know what is the reason that this black-winged demon who suddenly appeared said. Vice Admiral Garp, but the hero of all Marine staff. Different from these ordinary sailors, the complexion of all Marine executives who knew the inside story became extremely gloomy. Sengoku even growled coldly at Ash. Ash! Enough! Hearing this, Ash not only didn't restrain himself in the slightest, but the smile on his face became even more intense. Pointing to the live phone bugs all over Marineford, Ash said slowly. Sengoku, the picture of Marineford is being broadcast live all over the world. The dignified Marine hero did such an incredible thing. As the Marine Marshal, don't you have any intention of explaining it to the people of the world? Ash's words made Sengoku's complexion even more ugly, and even the palms of the three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy became more forceful. The three little ghosts howled unconsciously. At this moment, Sengoku wished he could slap these three guys to death. If it wasn't for Sabo, the BD, who successfully rescued Ace and Luffy from the execution platform, how could Garp have performed the clumsy performance just now? Just like what Ash said, the people all over the world witnessed the scene just now. Would anyone really believe that the majestic Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, would be knocked to the ground by one punch from each of these three brats? Isn't this stepping on a horse an insult to the IQ of others? Just when Sengoku was about to say something, Ash on the opposite side spoke slowly again. Sengoku, actually speaking, I can understand why Garp did this. After all, Ace the Fire Fist, Luffy the Straw Hat, and Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, are all Garp's grandsons, aren't they? As he spoke, Ash had a mocking expression on his face. How can it be enough just to kill these guys who participated in the Valley of the Gods War and besieged the Rocks brothers? What Ash has to do, besides killing them for revenge, is to expose what they have done, so that these high-sounding guys will become the scum that the whole world despises. Even if this Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son, in Garp's eyes, he is no different from his grandson, Straw Hat Luffy. Oh, by the way, when you announced the identities of Ace the Fire Fist, Luffy the Straw Hat, and Pluton Rayleigh, you seemed to have simplified the real identity of Luffy the Straw Hat. Are you, the Marine Marshal, being deceived, or are you deliberately concealing his identity? As Ash's voice fell, Marineford was in an uproar. All the sailors secretly looked at Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, and they had unconsciously doubted them. After all, except for Vice Admiral Garp's incomparably poor acting skills just now. As Marine Marshal, Sengoku slapped Sabo and vomited blood when he was on the execution platform. After that, he didn't do anything else at all, as if he wanted to watch Ace, Sabo, and Luffy escape from Naval Headquarters. Even the slap that Marshal Sengoku slapped Sabo for vomiting blood, if you think about it carefully, it seems that Marshal Sengoku sent the three of them in on purpose. Sengoku could clearly perceive that the mentality of the surrounding sailors had undergone earth-shaking changes. If you don't explain it clearly, I'm afraid there is no need to wait until the end of this war. There will be commotion in Marine immediately, and even completely alienate him, the Marine Marshal. This kind of thing is not what Sengoku wants to see. Thinking of this, Sengoku fell directly onto the execution platform to meet Ash's playful gaze and the gazes of the surrounding sailors. He lifted Luffy high in his hand, looked around, and said in a deep voice. The Straw Hat Boy, full name is Monkey D. Luffy. He is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of Monkey D. Drago. Same as Fire Fist Ace, with an unforgivable sinful bloodline. And this one, Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Today, Marine will publicly execute them together, under the watchful eyes of the whole world. After the voice fell, naval headquarters fell into a brief silence, but soon the sailors below broke out into extremely violent shouts. They don't care about the identities of Straw Hat Luffy and Sabo. As long as Marshal Sengoku is the same Marshal Sengoku as before, they can rest easy. The next thing to do is to continue to fight against the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Garp, whose body was covered with dust, turned a little ferocious, and looked at Ash's position with an angry face, wishing to kill this guy directly on the spot. Garp thought so, and naturally he did. With a firm step on his feet, his body pressed directly towards Shiu's position. Boom! Seeing Ash getting closer, Garp growled. Ash! Let the old man die. After the words fell, Garp released armament haki directly, wrapped his fists in it, aimed at Ash's head, and smashed down hard. Boom! Faced with Garp's punch, Ash didn't even have the slightest thought of dodging it. Raise your fist lightly and collide with it. Accompanied by the fist collision between Ash and Garp, an extremely violent roar erupted. The powerful fluctuation centered on the two people's positions, and swept away in all directions. The surrounding sailors, members of the Whitebeard pirates, and members of the Revolutionary Army were thrown out uncontrollably the first time they were touched by this wave. Feeling the intensity of the aftermath of this battle, the faces of everyone present. The color can't help but change. Hey 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 hey! Is this the power of the Black-Winged Demon? It's no wonder that this kind of monster triggered a siege of such a terrifying lineup 36 years ago. Doflamingo looked at Ash in the field, with an expression of amazement on his face unconsciously. Even, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If there hadn't been the Valley of Gods incident back then, with his strength, I'm afraid he would have successfully replaced the world government and become the new king of the world, right? At this moment, Doflamingo even felt how insignificant his so-called goal of becoming the One Piece was. What is One Piece? The goal of Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, is to become the king of the world. At this moment, Doflamingo turned his head to look at Moria on the other side as if he suddenly remembered something, and said with a grin. Moria, don't you have an indelible hatred between you and Kaido? Have you always wanted to seek revenge from Kaido? But that guy Kaido has always been the most loyal subordinate of the Black-Winged Demon. Now that you have seen Ash's strength, do you still want more revenge? Zhou! You've been on the horse forever, haven't you? Moria stared at Doflamingo with wide eyes, the flames in her eyes seemed to tear him apart. Revenge on Kaido is indeed what Moria has always wanted to do. But now that she has seen the horror of Ash with her own eyes, how dare Moria continue to do this kind of thing? Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to take the initiative to seek death? Unlike Doflamingo and Moria's reactions, Hancock's beautiful eyes have never left Ash since he appeared in Marineford. Only then did Hancock know that this Black-Winged Demon was powerful enough to cut Marie Joyce with a single blow. Even his looks are so handsome. Ash, he really surprised me a little bit. Hancock blinked, a look of wonder in his eyes. As a senior narcissist following Yangu, Ash cut off Marie Joyce and at the same time obliterated countless celestial dragons, coupled with this impeccable appearance and temperament. It made Hancock unconsciously have a good impression of him. It is no exaggeration to say that other men are equally dirty in Hancock's eyes, but Ash is different from other men. Niu Wangzhou, while everyone was amazed by Ash's appearance and powerful strength, Ash accurately grasped a flaw that appeared in Garp. He punched him hard on the head and punched him. The moment Ash punched out, Garp's heart rang alarm bells. Relying on his fighting instinct, he placed his fist horizontally in front of his forehead, trying to block Ash's attack. After all, Garp knows better than most of the people present how powerful Ash is. Even his marine hero, if one is not careful, he may die in Ash's hands on the spot. Boom! Ash hit Garp's fists lying across his forehead with one punch, and the huge force caused Garp's body to fly upside down uncontrollably. After tumbling dozens of times in the air, it finally hit the ground heavily. Garp's fists trembled slightly. At this moment, it seemed as if his hands were no longer his. Ash, how did his strength increase again? Garp looked skeptical about life, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Or rather, it's not just Garp. But all the Marine executives who participated in the Battle of Impel Down had unbelievable expressions on their faces. Compared with when he just woke up, the strength of this black-winged demon has become even more terrifying. Sengoku on the execution platform clenched his fists and stared at Ash below. His heart was full of worries about Marine's future. What Marine needs to face now is not only the monster Ash. Even that Whitebeard guy, Marine hasn't dealt with it yet. The appearance of Ash undoubtedly made Marine's current predicament even worse. As for Whitebeard, who Sengoku was worried about, his heart was so cold at this moment. Whitebeard is very clear that he is also the target of Ash's revenge. With the terrifying power displayed by Ash, can he, the so-called strongest man in the world, really be able to stop it? The shadow brought by the black-winged demon will cover the whole world. Chapter 74. Pata Pata. Ash, who was watched by everyone present at Marineford, walked towards Whitebeard and Akainu as if he didn't feel it. His behavior made Akainu's face a little dignified, and after retreating a little with the help of Whitebeard's strength, he never attacked Whitebeard again. It was really the Battle of Impel Down. The black-winged demon left a deep shadow in Akainu's heart. Even Akainu, the most radical Marine admiral among Marines, would definitely not want to face Ash if he could. On the execution platform, Sengoku frowned, not knowing what to do next. Seeing this, Rayleigh behind him glanced at the three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy beside him, then turned his head and said in a deep voice to Sengoku's back. Sengoku. It's already reached this point, are you going to continue like this? Just as I said before, let the war in the Valley of the Gods reappear. Only by joining forces with us pirates, Marine can kill Ash, an out-and-out monster. You don't want to let all the Marines in Marineford die at the hands of Ash, do you? As the voice fell, Sengoku's face changed back and forth. His eyes were fixed on Ash's body all the time, and he never shifted the slightest bit from the beginning to the end. I also began to secretly weigh in my heart, whether I really want to join forces with the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the Red Hair pirates who have not yet arrived, as Rayleigh said. At this moment, a phone bug in Sengoku's arms suddenly rang in a hurry, and after taking it out, Sengoku's expression changed involuntarily. Sengoku had just connected the phone bug when the serious and unmistakable voice of the five elders came from inside. Sengoku. No matter what thoughts you have in your heart, this time, you Marines are absolutely not allowed to unite with pirates. Zhou. You are a horse, do you want to guess so accurately? Sengoku's face instantly became extremely gloomy and ugly. Staring at the phone bug in his hand, he asked in a deep voice. Five elders, didn't you say that the world government will assist the Marine against Ash in this war? Now that Ash has come to Marineford, why haven't you guys shown up yet? What exactly are you trying to do? Sengoku's words caused the five elders on the opposite side to fall into a brief silence, but soon five elders answered directly. Don't worry Sengoku, we're already taking people on the way to Marineford, we'll be there soon. This time, whether it's the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, or Ash, they will all die at the hands of our world government and Marine. The five elders' words didn't make Sengoku relax his vigilance, but his mood became more serious. The 183 guys have been talking about other people who didn't say anything about the world government. When will they be able to arrive in Marineford? This gave Sengoku a bad guess. Could it be that the five elders planned from the very beginning to let Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and even this guy Ash fight to the death? After realizing this, Sengoku looked at the phone bug in his hand with an ugly face, and asked tentatively. Five elders, you people from the world government, what are you doing now? How long will it take to reach Marineford? Five elders was silent for a moment, and did not answer Sengoku's question directly, but said in a deep voice. "Don't worry Sengoku, we're heading towards Marineford at full speed, we'll be there soon, join forces with Marine against Ash and Whitebeard. With our world government here, there will never be any accidents in Marine." After the voice fell, 5 elders didn't give Sengoku another chance to answer the call, and directly hung up the phone bug. Sengoku, who was left on the execution platform, became more and more gloomy and ugly. Seeing this situation, Rayleigh seized the opportunity to hit the railway while it was hot. "How about Sengoku? Those guys from the world government, will they come to support your marine? Or, in the eyes of the world government, even if your marines suffered heavy casualties in this war, it would have no effect on them at all?" Sengoku didn't answer Rayleigh's question, but after taking a deep breath, he set his sights on Ash. The Marine Marshal is now really starting to weigh whether he should agree to Rayleigh's invitation to join forces. While Sengoku was struggling, Ash had already come to the opposite of Whitebeard, looking at the opposite Whitebeard with scars all over his body and an old face on his face. Ash chuckled and said slowly, "Whitebeard, in the past 36 years, your strength doesn't seem to have improved much compared to back then." Hearing this, whether it was Marine, members of the Whitebeard pirates, or members of the Revolutionary Army, they couldn't help opening their mouths, their faces full of disbelief. What did they hear? One of the dignified New World 4 emperors, Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, in Ash's mouth, unexpectedly only got an evaluation that didn't make much progress? After a brief shock, they thought of the rumors about this black-winged demon again. If his strength is really as terrifying as the rumors say, it seems reasonable to evaluate Whitebeard with this attitude. What's more, even Whitebeard, the person involved, didn't get angry at all after hearing Ash's words, "BHBF." Instead, he looked at Ash and grinned. "Goo la 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 la. Ash. I haven't seen you for 36 years. Your mouth is still as poisonous as ever." At the end, Whitebeard's eyes flashed a look of indifference. "Ash, even though 36 years have passed, he is still the same as before, as if time has no effect on him at all." On the other hand, Whitebeard, not only has countless hidden injuries on his body, but also his physical strength has long been much worse than before. The most important thing is that Whitebeard is very clear, with Ash's character and consistent behavior. It is impossible for him to let go of himself, the guy who participated in the Valley of the Gods War and besieged and killed the Rox brothers. From the start, though, Whitebeard was mentally prepared to face Ash again. The only thing he can't let go of is the sons of the Whitebeard pirates. If possible, Whitebeard would rather sacrifice his life for Ash to spare his sons so that they can continue to live. Thinking of this, Whitebeard looked at the opposite Ash, and said with some emotion, "Ash, according to the information I got, you killed Shiki when you woke up, didn't you?" Ash nodded with a smile when he heard the words, and then said in a somewhat dispirited manner, "That Shiki guy is not even as good as you. Anyway, you have at least gained the title of New World 4 Emperors, and you can still be called the strongest man in the world." In the end, Shiki, that trash, was defeated by a brat and locked up in Impel down. Hearing this, Whitebeard involuntarily looked up at the Straw Hat Boy on the execution platform. Whitebeard also heard about this matter. Even he didn't expect that he could be the strongest coder of the Rox pirates with him back then, and was later called the legendary Master Pirate together with Roger. In the end, it turned out to be Garp's grandson. If he hadn't confirmed the accuracy of this news, Whitebeard would never have believed that the mighty Golden Lion would end up like this. Goo la 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 la. The tragedy of that guy Shiki has already been doomed. Whitebeard grinned and shook his head with a sigh. Since the Battle of Atwal, Shiki had a rudder stuck in his head, and he has lost the ability to use haki. Later, it was because after learning that Roger was about to be executed, he made a big fuss in naval headquarters. After being defeated by Garp and Sengoku, he was imprisoned in Impel Down. In order to escape from Impel Down, Shiki did not hesitate to cut off his own legs. If this operation continues, Shiki's strength is no longer in the first echelon. Whitebeard's face was full of pity, and he sighed for Shiki, his former partner and later old opponent. After hearing what Whitebeard said, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and he chuckled lightly. "Whitebeard, don't you realize that all Shiki's bad luck is related to Roger? If it wasn't for Roger, do you think Shiki's status in New World would be inferior to yours?" Whitebeard was taken aback when he heard the words, and after thinking for a moment, he shook his head seriously. Before the Battle of the Adversary, Shiki and his flying pirates have always been the most powerful force in New World. Also, after the Valley of the Gods War ended and you fell into a deep sleep, Shiki was once called the world's #1 swordsman. At that time, the kid named Mihawk didn't know where he was. Whitebeard glanced at Mihawk in front of Vista, with a slight disdain in his eyes. If Shiki hadn't encountered those things, his status in New World would definitely not be inferior to mine. The conversation between Ash and Whitebeard attracted the attention of most people present. Regarding the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, they didn't expect to have such inside information. So, the reason why the Straw Hat Luffy was able to defeat the Golden Lion, besides the fact that the strength of the Golden Lion has been weakened countless times, is it also because of his bad luck? For a moment, everyone present felt a little sorry for Golden Lion unconsciously. However, while regretting, they were also a little puzzled. Obviously, according to the information they got, there is an indelible hatred between Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, and Whitebeard. So, why are they now like old friends who haven't seen each other for decades? Not only did they not start a war, but they chatted instead. Their question was immediately answered. Ash glanced at Whitebeard with great interest, shook his head and sighed. "It's not only Shiki who gets involved with Roger, but you, Whitebeard, too, isn't it the same?" Whitebeard's face changed when he heard this. He vaguely realized that Ash has other goals. But before Whitebeard could guess, Ash said straight to the point. "Shiki was implicated by Roger, and you, Whitebeard, will be implicated by the Fire Fist Ace who is Roger's son, and the entire Whitebeard pirate group will be destroyed in this war." After the voice fell, the entire Marineford fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it's members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marine, or the Revolutionary Army, they all unconsciously set their sights on Whitebeard and Ace. And their gaze made Ace's complexion extremely pale in an instant. Even Ace couldn't help but start. "I doubt in my heart, is it true that as Ash said, the bad luck of the Whitebeard Pirates was brought about by him?" Without the slightest hesitation, Whitebeard clenched Kong Yunki tightly with his right hand, turned his head to look at Ace on the execution platform and said in a deep voice, "Ash. Ace is my son. How could he bring bad luck to our Whitebeard Pirates?" Hearing this, Ash asked with a smile. "Yes. Then who is the key that opened this war?" Whitebeard's face grew increasingly ugly. Hearing Akainu's challenge just now, Whitebeard has been indifferent. But now facing Ash's words, Whitebeard is afraid. He is afraid that Ash's few words will completely destroy the momentum of Whitebeard's pirate group. The scariest thing is if everyone blames Ace for the dead family members. Even if he managed to rescue Ace in the end, I'm afraid Ace might not have the courage to continue living. Just when Whitebeard was about to say something, Blackbeard Teach on the side suddenly grinned and said, "Thief, ha 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 ha. Father. I don't think there's anything wrong with what this Ash said. If it wasn't for Ace's insistence on chasing me and his special identity, how could I hand Ace over to Marine? This war, in the final analysis, is because of Ace." Blackbeard is very excited now. To be precise, he became very excited the moment he saw Ash appear. Originally, when he saw Sabo suddenly appear on the execution platform and rescued Ace and Luffy, Blackbeard was really worried that they could escape successfully. After causing this war to go on and on, it just ended hastily. As a result, what Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, did, can be said to be extremely neat. Kicking them one by one, coupled with a few short words, Marine can no longer just watch Ace being rescued like this. Blackbeard can't wait to see Ash fight Whitebeard now. It would be better to beat Whitebeard to the last breath, and let him finish the life of the world's strongest man. After obtaining the coveted shock fruit ability from Whitebeard, Blackbeard felt that even in the face of this black-winged monster, he could have a lot of confidence. After hearing Blackbeard's words, Ace's face on the execution platform became extremely pale, and his lips even trembled slightly unconsciously. But Whitebeard instantly became furious, and glared at Blackbeard, as if he wanted to tear this guy apart. Teach. The moment you kill Thatch, you are no longer a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Only you are not worthy to be my son. Blackbeard didn't care about this, instead he grinned dissatisfied and didn't care. Thief, ha 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 ha. Father, you can't say that. Even if I kill Sarge, in my heart, you are still my most beloved father. Well, love to the point where I want to kill Whitebeard with my own hands, and then inherit the ability of shock fruit. Whitebeard's chest kept rising and falling, and his face suddenly became a little ferocious. If it wasn't for the need to be on guard against Ash, lest this guy suddenly attack and seriously injure himself or kill him directly. The enraged Whitebeard is already going to cut off the head of the BD Teach with the cloud in his hand. Blackbeard is also very clear that no matter how angry Whitebeard is at this time, he will never dare to attack him rashly. The Black-Winged Demon is not joking. Just when he was about to continue provoking a few words, Ash suddenly smiled and looked at Whitebeard in front of him and said, "Whitebeard, don't you think this scene is very familiar? During the Valley of the Gods War, didn't you, Shiki, and Charlotte Linlin treat me and Rox the same way? You are a betrayer yourself, do you think you are qualified to take responsibility for others in this regard? I would like to say a few words." The author's head is a little heavy now, and he hurts from time to time. His throat is dry and sore with phlegm, and his body also feels sore. I'm not sure if it's yang. The only time I go out these days is to take a takeaway. If all of these are successful, then luck is really back home. A few words to remind everyone, if there is nothing to do, it is best not to go out, and prepare more medicines to be prepared. Chapter 75. Ash's words reverberated over Marineford, making many people present stunned. Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane, who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and killed the Rox brothers, suddenly recalled that scene. Those who besieged Rox at that time were Marine 3 Admiral of that era, as well as Golden Lion and Whitebeard, the two strongest cotters of the Rox pirates. If I remember correctly, Rox seemed to have said something before he died. The betrayal and siege suffered by the Rox brothers will one day also fall on Marine and them? At this moment, they even had some doubts, is that guy Rox a prophet? Marine had indeed experienced betrayal a long time ago. Durag, who had attracted much attention at the beginning, was the guy who was the best candidate to take over the position of Marine Marshal in the eyes of all Marine executives. Instead of following the steps, he betrayed Marine and formed his so-called Revolutionary Army. Now he is still taking part in this war with the Revolutionary Army. And Golden Lion Shiki suffered all kinds of bad luck, and was finally defeated by Amir Jr., Straw Hat Luffy, who is Garp's grandson. But what about Whitebeard? Because of Blackbeard's rebound, after killing Sarge, he handed the Fire Fist Ace into Marine's hands, which led to the war. Thinking about it carefully, the superimposition of all these things made Sengoku, Whitebeard, and others feel extremely solemn. Ash, who has become the focus of everyone's attention, continued to smile and speak slowly. Also, Whitebeard, you and Shiki may not be the only ones brought bad luck by Roger. Even that Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, isn't facing the current situation because of Roger. After Ash's voice fell, Sengoku's pupils contracted slightly on the execution platform, and a hint of ominous premonition emerged in his heart. However, this guy Ash has been sleeping for 36 years, so he should not be clear about some things, right? However, what Ash said next made Sengoku's complexion extremely ugly. Ash turned his head to look at where Garp was, and chuckled lightly. Garp, the reason why he became a Marine hero is because he personally captured Roger, who is the One Piece. But it is precisely because of this that Garp adopted Roger's son. In the current war, it is necessary to face the choice of family or justice. Whitebeard, if it were you, which one would you choose? Feeling Ash's gaze, Whitebeard knows that Ash has no good intentions, but now he can't help but not answer this question. After all, Whitebeard knew very well that once Ash was PD off, with his character and his usual way of doing things. Not to mention myself, the guy who participated in the Valley of the Gods War. None of the members of the Whitebeard pirates present can live on. Thinking of this, Whitebeard took a deep breath, shook his head and said, "For me, family is more important than anything. So, no matter what the price is, I will definitely save Ace from the execution platform." After hearing Whitebeard's words, Ace on the execution platform burst into tears. Wife. Obviously Ace himself felt that what Ash said just now was right. The reason why the Whitebeard pirates faced the current war was that there were countless casualties. In the final analysis, it is all brought by him. But in his father's heart, he still hasn't given up on himself, a guy with sinful blood flowing through his body. Ash is not surprised by Whitebeard's words, and is even very satisfied with Whitebeard's answer. Dang even smiled, and said in a leisurely manner, "That's right, didn't the Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp show that kind of clumsy acting just to save his family?" Ash's words changed the faces of all the Marines present. For a moment, they unconsciously doubted whether their Vice Admiral Garp would betray Marine because of the identities of Ace and Luffy. However, at this moment, Ash's words made all the Marines start to doubt life. By the way, Whitebeard, I think the reason why Garp did this is not just because Garp regards Ace as his own grandson. The most important reason is that Garp thinks he owes Roger. Whitebeard calmly glanced at the ugly Garp out of the corner of his eye. He has already realized what Ash's purpose is. Ash, this guy, didn't just want to kill himself to avenge Garp, a guy who participated in the Valley of the Gods War. What he is doing now is to expose Garp's old background and make him, a Marine hero, a target spurned by the whole world. The fact did not exceed Whitebeard's expectations, and Ash continued to speak without waiting for Whitebeard to agree. After all, the name Garp, the Marine hero, was given to him by Roger on his own initiative. The so-called capture of the One Piece King Roger, from the beginning to the end, it was Roger who voluntarily chose to surrender himself. As Ash's voice fell, Marineford suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it was Marine, the Revolutionary Army, or members of the Whitebeard pirates, their eyes widened and they looked at Ash in disbelief. They never imagined that Ash would say such a thing. One Piece Roger was not arrested by Garp's parents? Instead, he voluntarily surrendered? You must know that due to changes in the Valley of the Gods War, Rox was not killed by Garp and Roger in the end. As a result, Garp did not become a Marine hero that year. It was only after he captured Roger and ended the One Piece that Garp successfully became a Marine hero admired by people all over the world. But what's going on now? If what Ash said is true, then Vice Admiral Garp, isn't he worthy of the title of Marine hero? Sengoku's pupils contracted slightly on the execution platform, and immediately picked up the amplified telephone bug, and retorted in a deep voice. Ash! You, a guy who has been sleeping for 36 years, have never experienced what happened back then. So, don't try to use this kind of lie to try to destroy our Marines' confidence. After hearing Sengoku's words, the sailors present finally reacted belatedly. Yet, everyone, don't forget, this guy has never experienced the era of Roger the Pirate King. When Vice Admiral Garp captured the One Piece King Roger, this black-winged devil was still in a deep sleep state. These words of his must be false. Vice Admiral Garp, how could he not be a Marine hero? Vice Admiral Garp has always been our Marine belief. The sailors opened their mouths one after another, trying to refute Ash's previous remarks, rejecting his dirty water on Vice Admiral Garp. You must know that for Marine, Marshal Sengoku is the leader who leads Marine to deal with pirates. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr, the teacher who personally taught all the top Marines. And Vice Admiral Garp, who is a Marine hero, is the belief of these sailors. In other words, as long as Vice Admiral Garp stands there, Marine's momentum will never fall. Ash had already expected Sengoku's stubbornness, and he never thought of arguing with Sengoku on this matter, but turned his attention directly to Garp. Looking at Garp with a smile, he said, Garp, as the person involved, no one should know better than you how Roger fell into Marine's hands, right? Having enjoyed the title of Marine hero for so many years, don't you feel any guilt or uneasiness in your heart? Ash's words were like sharp knives, precisely piercing Garp's heart. All he has to do is completely destroy this guy Garp under the watchful eyes of the whole world. 36 years of sleep, the flame of revenge in Ash's heart is absolutely impossible to be extinguished easily. In the matter of revenge, killing one's heart is even more important than killing someone. Garp, whose face was a little pale, felt the gaze of everyone present, and his mood became even worse. Just like what Ash said, all these years, Garp has been very dissatisfied with the arrangement of this matter. The Marshal of Marine back then was still Kong. After learning that Roger chose to surrender to Garp, Kong didn't hesitate at all, and directly decided to put the credit for this matter on Garp's head. After all, the One Piece turned himself in, how could it be more exciting than successfully capturing the One Piece? Even though Garp explicitly refused, Kong still didn't change his mind, but took the lead in publishing the news of Garp's successful arrest of Roger in the newspaper, spreading it to the whole world in the shortest possible time. No matter how much dissatisfaction Garp felt in his heart, for the sake of Marine's face, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept it. After so many years, when Ash asked this question, even Garp didn't know how to answer it. Should he continue to enjoy the prestige that he didn't deserve, or should he tell the truth and win the title of Marine Hero? Sengoku on the execution platform clearly saw the hesitation on Garp's face, which made him instantly angry, and roared at Garp below. Garp! Tell everyone present whether you captured Roger yourself. Don't forget, the Marineford scene is being broadcast live all over the world. If you can't explain it clearly, then not only you, but we Marine will be suspected by people all over the world. What Sengoku said was to make Garp explain clearly. In fact, he was threatening Garp in this way. Let Garp know that once he tells the truth without thinking, Marine will be doubted by everyone. After all, Roger, who turned himself in, was claimed by Marine as being arrested by Garp himself, so what about the others? Have guys like Marine been using this method to deceive the trust of the public? All of a sudden, everyone in Marineford stopped the war unanimously, and all set their sights on Garp. And people from all over the world are also using their own methods to look forward to Garp's answer through this live broadcast. Asking for flowers. Garp's face changed back and forth, and he had already realized the importance of his answer. Thinking that if he admits the truth, Marine will be completely disgraced, Garp gritted his teeth and wanted to tell a lie. However, at this moment, Ash's playful voice sounded again. Garp, you must think about such an important issue. After all, if you continue to bear the title of Marine Hero, then even if your 3 grandsons die in front of you, you will definitely not be able to do anything to save them. Marine Hero, it was supposed to be done. What a hero should do. As the voice fell, Sengoku's face on the execution platform changed instantly. Of course Sengoku understands what this guy Ash means. You must know that the reason why Garp has been worried about not rescuing Ace and Luffy is because his status as a Marine hero has been forcing Garp to do so. Just like Ash said. If he lost the title of Marine Hero, then the shackles in Garp's heart would not be so serious. Sengoku picked up the phone bug, wanted to say something, but finally put it down weakly. After all, what Marine had to face before was only the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army. In Garp's view, Ace and Luffy still have a chance to escape successfully. But now that Ash has come to Marineford, his purpose is also very obvious, that is to let Garp watch his grandson die. In this case, would Garp still do what Sengoku asked? Obviously, at least at this moment, the balance in Garp's heart is still leaning towards his 3 grandchildren. 0. Facing the gazes of everyone present, as well as the gazes of the live phone bugs around him, Garp took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Ash was right, Roger, he did surrender. Wow! After hearing Garp's words, there was an uproar at the scene. No matter whether it was Marine, members of the Whitebeard pirates, or members of the Revolutionary Army, none of them thought that what Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, said was all true. Vice Admiral Garp, isn't the Marine hero they thought he was? What's more, he has enjoyed so many years of glory that doesn't belong to him. Countless sailors looked at Garp's position with skeptical faces, their eyes full of indignation and questioning. What's going on? Marine hero, isn't it Marine hero? Why is this? Vice Admiral Garp, isn't he really the idol of all Marines, as we think? I don't believe it. I don't believe it's true. Vice Admiral Garp has admitted it himself, why do you believe it or not? So, is Vice Admiral Garp a Marine hero, or a hypocrite? Garp's heart became very heavy, and his face couldn't help turning pale. Even he himself can't tell whether his choice is right or wrong. But at this moment, Ash clapped with a smile on his face, looked at Garp's position and encouraged him. That's right, Garp, why take on a burden that doesn't belong to you? You Marines, too. Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't understand what this guy Ash meant. But it's also obvious that after ruining Garp's reputation, Ash, the BD, now turned his target on himself again. If it weren't for the fact that Ash was too powerful, Sengoku would have personally killed this BD right now. Ash didn't seem to feel Sengoku's eyes that seemed to eat people, and continued to speak with a smile. Just like Garp, you Marine, from the beginning to the end, you are not worthy of the word justice at all. The so-called Marine that protects ordinary people all over the world, in the final analysis, is nothing more than a loyal dog created by the world government to maintain their dominance. Ash's words echoed in the sky over Marineford, making the faces of all the sailors full of anger and bewilderment. After the Vice Admiral Garp incident, the sailors didn't know for a while whether Ash's words were true or not. Could it be that their Marine's bloody battle is not for justice? Is it to maintain the rule of the world government? Sengoku's fists were clenched tightly, his face was livid, and his chest rose and fell rapidly, showing the kind of anger in the heart of this Marine Marshal. Ash! What nonsense are you talking about? We, Marine, have always existed to protect ordinary people. Justice itself is the foundation of Marine. If Ash destroys all of this, then Marine may really not be able to continue to exist. However, in the next second, the words that Ash said made all the Marine executives present look extremely ugly. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Sengoku on the execution platform, and said lightly, "Really? Aren't you going to take this opportunity to clarify things about O'Hara?" Chapter 76. Sabayati Archipelago, live in front of the big screen in Marineford. The residents of Sabayati Archipelago who gathered here all looked skeptical about life at this moment. What's more, they even began to scold Garp, who they once regarded as a hero. Garp, that BD! He tricked us for so many years in this way. Obviously the One Piece Roger surrendered himself, but he took all the credit for himself. What are you talking about as a Marine hero? A bullshit hero. However, even if Vice Admiral Garp didn't capture Roger himself, he has also eliminated countless pirates over the years. Then what's the matter? He killed countless pirates, but it doesn't mean he can deceive us like this. Treat us ordinary people as fools. Having enjoyed the title of Marine hero for so many years, that old guy Garp is a villain through and through. For a while, Sabayati Archipelago was full of voices insulting the Marine hero, making those who wanted to defend Garp unconsciously give up this idea. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Garp has aroused public outrage, and it is impossible to have the title of the Marine hero that was admired by everyone. However, at this moment, what Ash said on the screen made the atmosphere of Sabayati Archipelago quiet again. After the residents of Sabayati Archipelago looked at each other, they were full of surprises. O'Hara? Where is O'Hara? Does anyone know? I seem to have heard of this name before, but I just can't remember it for a while. O'Hara is an island in West Blue, known as a holy place for scholars. But 20 years ago, without knowing what crimes they committed, Marine launched a buster call. Get rid of O'Hara completely. Could it be that O'Hara, like Ash said, has other secrets? After listening to an old man's narration, the residents of Sabayati Archipelago 330 who were present all looked at the big screen in front of them attentively. I am eager to know whether the island named O'Hara is like what Ash said, and their destruction also has other secrets. It's not just the residents of Sabayati Archipelago who have this question, people all over the world who are watching the battle at Naval Headquarters unconsciously want to know the answer. And on the execution platform of Naval Headquarters, Luffy, who was restrained by sea stone shackles again, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. O'Hara? Isn't that Robin's hometown? After hearing what Ash and Luffy said, Sengoku's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. By the time the O'Hara incident broke out, Sengoku was already a Marine Marshal. And that buster call was led by Sengoku. Of course, no one else knows better than him why such a thing happened. O'Hara was erased for justice? Fart. That incident was only because of the behavior of O'Hara scholars studying historical texts, which made the world government feel threatened. But, Ash, who has been asleep for 36 years, why is he still so clear about this kind of thing? Thinking of this, Sengoku hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice while holding the amplified phone. The O'Hara incident, there is nothing to explain. The reason why Marine initiated a buster call to O'Hara is because O'Hara's people are doing things that will endanger the whole world. It's just like you pirates have been trying every means to wreak havoc everywhere in this world. If it is not stopped, the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing this, the sea soldiers present breathed a sigh of relief. Although Vice Admiral Garp's identity as the Marine hero was fabricated, the Marines no longer had the fanatical admiration for Garp in the past. But no matter what, Marshal Sengoku's words are still very trustworthy. After all, Marshal Sengoku is the leader of their Marine. Ash wasn't surprised by Sengoku's hard mouth, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a chuckle. Is it Sengoku? It doesn't count if I say such a thing, and it doesn't count if you say it. How about, let's find a survivor of O'Hara and see how she evaluates Marine in her heart. As the voice fell, Marineford was in an uproar, and Sengoku's face on the execution platform turned ashen, and his clenched fists creaked. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly remembered that their Marines never wiped out O'Hara completely. O'Hara does have a survivor, the woman named Nico Robin. Isn't it one of the ones that Ash snatched from the Straw Hat Pirates in the Sabayati archipelago a few days ago? No. We must stop the other party. We must not let Ash reveal O'Hara's secrets in front of the whole world. Otherwise, the justice of their Marine will have no place to stand. Unfortunately, Ash's decision will not be changed because of Sengoku's thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in Marineford, a huge pirate ship with the flag of Beast's pirates sailed into the port of naval headquarters at full speed. After receiving Ash's signal, Nico Robin, who is known as the son of the devil, slowly walked off the pirate ship and walked to Ash's position. Seeing this, Luffy on the execution platform widened his eyes instantly, and shouted at Luo Bao. Robin! Luffy's words made Robin's footsteps slightly stagnant, but soon he continued to walk to Ash's side as if he didn't hear it. Seeing this scene, Luffy was completely dumbfounded, and muttered to himself with an unbelievable expression on his face. Robin, how did this happen? Why did Robin listen to this guy? Robin, she is my partner. Ace and Sabo on the side looked at each other after seeing Luffy's reaction, and Ace immediately comforted Luffy. Luffy, didn't you say that your two partners agreed to Ash's condition in order to keep your other partners? Maybe, she still doesn't want to hurt you this time, so she ignores you. Sabo nodded vigorously in agreement, and also comforted Luffy. Don't worry about Luffy, just wait until you escape from Marine and then grab your buddy from Ash. After hearing the comfort from the two big brothers Ace and Sabo, Luffy finally felt better. Clenching his fists and staring at Ash below, Luffy's face was already full of anger. After that, I will definitely beat this guy into the air with my own hands. Ace. Sabo. Their comfort is to make Luffy not sad, not to make Luffy swell. With Luffy's current strength, he still wants to fight Fixio. What a joke. Not only Ace and Sabo were frightened by Luffy's words, but even Rayleigh beside him couldn't help but look at Luffy with a complicated expression. Rayleigh is a little confused now, whether to say that Luffy is ignorant or fearless, or that he is ignorant. Although Sengoku heard the conversation behind Ace, Sabo, and Luffy three brothers, but still staring at Ash and Robin. Sengoku knows better than anyone else that once the O'Hara incident is revealed by Ash in front of the whole world, then Marine may never gain the trust of the people again. It is not only Garp that the people cast aside, but all Marines will be despised and angered by them. But is there really a way to stop it now? If at this time, if the live phone bug is turned off, then I am afraid there is no need to explain at all, and the people of the whole world will think that Marine is a guilty conscience. Damn it! The BD Ash, who has been asleep for 36 years, why does he know so much about these things? Sengoku was numb all over. In other words, it's not just Sengoku, but Aokiji, who was confronting Marco and Jose below, felt heavy when he saw Robin appear. Aokiji never imagined that things would develop to this point. Originally, after the incident in the capital of Seven Waters was over, she felt that Luo had found her partner. As a result, when the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, Ash, this guy, turned his attention to Robin. At that time, Aokiji really thought that Ash had taken a fancy to Robin's appearance, but unexpectedly, Ash's real purpose was to expose Marine's actions in the O'Hara incident through Robin, under the eyes of the whole world. Aokiji's heart sank when he thought of the terrible impact that this incident would have on Marine. Aokiji glanced at Akainu, and could clearly see the livid look on Akainu's face. After all, it was Akainu who ordered warships to bombard ordinary people's ships during the O'Hara incident. Akainu stared at Robin, who was walking towards Ash, and weighed in his mind whether to kill the Devil Son before she told about O'Hara. Even if Akainu doesn't care what other people think of him, he doesn't want to be cast aside by the whole world like Garp. If this really happens, then what is the reason why he led the soldiers to fight hard with Marine? But at this moment, Akainu suddenly noticed a gaze falling on him. Turning his head to look, he found that the owner of this gaze was Ash. Seeing the unpredictable smile on Ash's face, Akainu's heart skipped a beat. While he was on guard against Ash, he no longer wanted to kill Robin directly. Akainu can guarantee that if he really did this, he would not be able to do this in front of Ash. What's more, he would die in Ash's hands right away. In this way, under the gaze of everyone in Marineford, Robin walked in front of Ash, and very smoothly embraced Ash's arm, making a gesture of being a little bird. After seeing this scene, many people directly stared wide-eyed. The nearest Whitebeard grinned when he saw this, and laughed loudly. Goo la 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 la. Ash. Even if we haven't seen each other for 36 years, you guys are still the same in this respect. As a partner on the same boat back then, Whitebeard knows better than anyone else how powerful Ash is in hooking up women. Even if it is compared with his combat talent, it will not be inferior in the slightest. The most important thing is that every person who becomes an Ash woman, even if she knows that she is flying moths to the flame, is willing to do so. The survivor of O'Hara, Nico Robin, known as the son of the devil, is probably one of them. Robin she, how is this possible? How could something like this happen? Robin is my partner. How can she have such a good relationship with Ash? Why on earth is this? Of the execution platform. On the screen, Luffy looked skeptical about life, and kept muttering to himself, no matter what, he couldn't believe that this kind of thing would really happen. This time, even Ace and Sabo don't know how to comfort Luffy. What is the difference between Ash's behavior and that of the Tauren? In other words, Luffy is now bound by sea stone shackles and tied to the execution platform. Otherwise, this kid will probably ask Ash to die again, right? On the other side, at the location of 7 Warlords of the Sea, after seeing Robin holding Ash's arm, the smile on Hancock's face disappeared instantly. The body also began to exude a dangerous breath. Let Doflamingo and Moria on the side unconsciously stay away from this dangerous woman. Hum hum. Send it in Ash's bosom so proactively. It really surprises me. Hancock stared at Robin with flickering eyes, wondering what dangerous things he was thinking. At this moment, Robin, who received the attention of everyone present, took a deep breath and began to describe what happened to O'Hara. And Robin's words made Marineford completely quiet, and the faces of all the sailors gradually became confused. Sengoku on the scaffold feels like he's going crazy. This BD, Ash, really wants to destroy all the Marine executives. First, it was revealed that Roger was not arrested by Garp, but turned himself in. Now, with the help of Nico Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara, the truth of why O'Hara suffered from Buster Call was restored. You should know that Marine Vice Admiral who performed O'Hara Buster Call back then, but Akainu and Aokiji who have become Marine Admiral now. And it was Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, who gave this order. Didn't this stepping horse directly wipe out all the Marine executives? Along with Robin's narration, everyone can clearly feel the despair that Robin experienced at that time. Obviously O'Hara was only studying the historical text, but suddenly suffered from the age initiated by Marine. Not only did the scholars of O'Hara be obliterated, Akainu, the Marine Vice Admiral who participated in the Buster Call at the time, even ordered the warships to bombard the ships where ordinary people were. The sanctuary of dignified scholars, O'Hara revered by countless people in West Blue, Robin is the only survivor. At this moment, everyone present involuntarily turned their attention to Akainu, Aokiji, and Sengoku. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they 5.2 couldn't believe it. The real situation of the O'Hara incident turned out to be like this. The so-called O'Hara people are doing things that will endanger the whole world. Is it because they study the historical text? Just because the world government doesn't want to see O'Hara research the truth that has been blank for 100 years, so Marine acts like the most loyal dog leg. Launch the Buster Call without any scruples, and wipe the huge O'Hara directly from this world? Sengoku. You Marines are really righteous. Marshal Sengoku. Is everything Nico Robin said true? The O'Hara incident, is it really like what she said? Marine killed countless innocent people in order to maintain the rule of the world government. Akainu Admiral. Did you really give the order to bombard ordinary people? Marshal Sengoku. Akainu Admiral. Aokiji Admiral. Why are you doing this? Could it be that everything we do in Marine is really not for justice? Even the sailors who trust Sengoku, Akainu, and others are all asking at this time, hoping to hear the exact answer from Sengoku, Akainu, and Aokiji. To their disappointment, none of the three answered their questions. But it also made them more convinced that what Nico Robin, an O'Hara survivor, said was true. Just when some of the sailors were unwilling to give up and wanted to continue asking questions, Ash, who was holding Robin's waist, suddenly smiled and said again, "Marine, of course it's not justice. The meaning of Marine's existence is to maintain the rule of the world government. Otherwise, why did Marine kill so many innocent pregnant women when she learned that Roger had another child? Sengoku, Garp, as the witnesses of those years, you should know better than anyone else how many innocent pregnant women and unborn children died at the hands of Marine." Bar. Chapter 77. Ash's words echoed over Marineford, making Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and even the three Marine admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, all feel very heavy. The sun is very strong, but they only feel that their hearts are very cold. If Ash revealed that Roger had surrendered himself, it only hit Garp's prestige. Revealing the truth of the O'Hara incident also caused Sengoku, Akainu, and Aokiji to be spurned, and people all over the world regarded Marine as a running dog of the world government. The murder of countless innocent pregnant women and unborn children that Ash suddenly mentions now will make Marine no longer have any face to speak of. Even, in the eyes of the people all over the world, they will regard their Marines as heinous enemies. This time, after Ash's words came out of his mouth, almost all ordinary sailors have unconsciously believed what Ash said. There was no need for Ash to talk too much, and the Marineford sailors spontaneously asked Sengoku, Garp, and others for confirmation. Marshal Sengoku. Vice Admiral Garp. Is everything Ash said true? We Marine, really killed countless innocent pregnant women and unborn children. Marshal Sengoku. Isn't our Marine righteous? Why do we do such a crime? Even those pirates in New World, there aren't many people who would do such a cruel thing, right? Marshal Sengoku. Vice Admiral Garp. You guys, can you give us an explanation? Even if we are just ordinary sailors, we shouldn't be deceived by you all the time with the high-sounding word of justice, right? The momentum of the sailors was so great that all the senior Marine officers in Marineford became serious. Everyone knows very well that if a reasonable explanation cannot be given, then these sailors may really be alienated from the high level. Not just these sailors. The most important thing is that the scenes in Marineford are being broadcast live all over the world from the beginning to the end. And this also means that what Ash said just now has spread to every corner of the world in the first place. They Marine, from today onwards, I'm afraid they will never be worthy of justice again. Ash! Ash! Damn you, Ash! Sengoku's eyes are slightly protruding. 17. The pupils are full of angry flames, deep in the eyes, but full of helplessness. Since Ash began to reveal the truth of these things, Marine has been driven into a desperate situation by Ash. Whether Sengoku shuts down those live phone bugs in Marineford or lets Ash expose the truth of these things, Marine will definitely face a crisis like this. Even if Sengoku had the title of the resourceful general before he became the Marine Marshal, he was already numb at this time, and he didn't know how to deal with the current situation at all. Seeing that Marshal Sengoku did not answer their questions, the sailors below couldn't help being even more angry. If it weren't for Marineford and the Whitebeard pirates, people from the Revolutionary Army were watching. I'm afraid these sailors can't help but riot. Marshal Sengoku, we just want an answer, why don't you answer our questions? Marshal Sengoku, we need to know if the reason we are fighting is for justice. Vice Admiral Garp, can you tell us what the war between us and the pirates is for? Akainu Admiral, Aokiji Admiral, Kizaru Admiral, don't you even have the courage to answer this question? Or, even you all think that Marine is not just at all? The angry questioning voices of the sailors echoed over the entire Marineford, making the Marine executives present feel full of embarrassment and entanglement. At this moment, even they don't know how to answer this question. Seeing this situation, Drago, who was confronting Kizaru in mid-air, had a flash in his eyes, and then he shouted directly without hesitation. Brave sailors! Let me introduce myself, my name is Darag, the founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army. At the beginning, I was also a member of Marine. But after I realized that Marine did not belong to the real justice, I resolutely chose to leave Marine. Choose to go to the weak world alone and create a revolutionary army. Drago's voice attracted the attention of everyone present. The sailor, who hadn't received an answer, wanted to question more angrily. But now after hearing what Darag said, he couldn't help turning his attention to the leader of the Revolutionary Army. They also wanted to know what purpose the leader of the Revolutionary Army had when he said this now. Sengoku on the execution platform looked at Darag with a complex expression, and Sengoku had already realized what this guy was thinking the first time Darag spoke. What Darag wants to do now is to take advantage of this worldwide live broadcast opportunity to spread the concept of the Revolutionary Army to the world. I even want to win over these sailors who are fighting for justice, and try to win them over to the Revolutionary Army. If this can be achieved, the strength of the Revolutionary Army will increase explosively. The point is, Sengoku has not yet found a suitable way to stop the opponent. But Ash, that guy, shouldn't just watch this happen, right? After all, apart from the fact that Drago is Garp's son, Ash's goal is to replace the world government and become the new king of the world. How could he just sit back and watch Darag Tiancheng this goal? Thinking of this, Sengoku turned his head and glanced at Ash, and found that Ash was holding Nico Robin's waist with one hand at this time, and looked at Darag in midair with great interest. The slightly raised corners of his mouth, and the weird smile on Ash's face, made Sengoku's heart skip a beat. I'm sweating for Drago's behavior. Drago didn't know what was going on in Sengoku's mind, but continued to give a hard speech. Drago looked around, looked at the sailors below, and said in a deep voice. What the Revolutionary Army has to do is to overthrow the rule of the world government. Let those celestial dragons who are high above can no longer oppress any ordinary people. Let the unarmed ordinary people in this world not need to worry all day long, fearing that pirates will suddenly appear, rob them of their money, and kill their families. The pace of the Revolutionary Army will eventually spread from all over the world to the whole world. So, if you want to fight for justice, come and join us. Join our Revolutionary Army and fight for all ordinary people in this world. After the words fell, Darag winked at the commanders of the Revolutionary Army below, and the commanders who understood were the first to echo loudly. Chief Darag is right. Together with our Revolutionary Army, overthrow this already decayed world government. Let true justice come to this world thoroughly. With our Revolutionary Army, all ordinary people in this world will no longer face anyone's oppression. Our revolutionary army is truly fighting for justice. For a moment, the members of the revolutionary army began to wave their flags and shout, and their faces even turned a little red from excitement. They really didn't expect that the situation would turn to such a point. Originally, after seeing Ash appearing in naval headquarters, and feeling how terrifying power this black-winged demon possesses. Also witnessed Ash's understatement kicking Sabo, their chief of staff, back into Marine's hands. This made the members of the Revolutionary Army full of worries, thinking that their purpose of the Revolutionary Army might be defeated. But Ash's short words caused Marine to almost collapse on the spot. And Drago, the leader of their Revolutionary Army, seized this opportunity precisely, and even wanted to draw these sailors under the command of their Revolutionary Army. Drago's slogan made the hearts of the sailors below move for a moment. But the original intention of most of those who join the Marine is to fight to protect ordinary people. Now it is obvious that Marine is not absolutely for justice, so with the Revolutionary Army fighting for justice, should they choose to be members of the Revolutionary Army? Seeing this situation, Kizaru in midair stared blankly at Drago on the opposite side, but gradually lost the intention to continue fighting with the opponent. Even Kizaru himself can't figure out what he thinks. Could it be that they, the Marine executives, have tacitly allowed Dora to win over the sailors below? Thinking of this, Kizaru took a deep breath, looked at Drago and sighed. Durag, I hope you can live up to what you said. Durag's face instantly became serious when he heard the words, and he nodded vigorously. Don't worry Polisalino. I will. The reason why I chose to leave Marine was not to lead the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the rule of the world government. Kizaru didn't answer, just looked at each other blankly. Drago didn't hesitate, Dang even wanted to step up his efforts to make these sailors really fall in love with the Revolutionary Army. However, at this moment, an old but majestic voice echoed throughout Marineford in an instant. Little ghost! Do you believe what you said? What do you mean Marine is not worthy of justice? You Revolutionary Army is really not righteous. As soon as the words fell, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Tsuru, and all the Marine executives all turned their gazes to a distant direction. They could clearly see, on top of a warship, an old, but extremely strong figure was standing on the deck of that warship. Commander Kong. Sengoku on the execution platform clenched his fists, and the tone of his murmur unconsciously became somewhat complicated. Although it was Sengoku who asked Kong for help before, he really did not expect that when Commander Kong brought people to Marineford. This war in Marineford will turn into the strange and chaotic state it is now. What's more, he, the Marine Marshal, almost lost control and was conquered by the Marines below. When Drago saw Kong appearing, his expression also changed involuntarily. Although not long after he joined the Marine, Kong was qualified as the Marine Commander from the Marine Field Marshal. But Drago is also very clear about the prestige this old man has in Marine. The Valley of the Gods War led Marine to end the era of the Rocks brothers, from Marine Admiral to Marine Marshal. Later, because of the public execution of the One Piece King Roger in Rog Town, Kong also became the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Even Garp, the Marine hero's father in Durag, can be said to have been taught by Kong himself. The appearance of Kong, I am afraid that the Marine executives who were already planning to lie down will rekindle their fighting spirit in their hearts. After realizing this, Drago's face gradually became serious. Kong on the deck of the warship looked around, and after seeing Ash holding Nico Robin's waist, a heavy color flashed in his eyes. Back then, he followed the orders of the world government and did not directly destroy Ash's body. It was the worst decision Kong had made over the years. Otherwise, things would never have developed to the point where they are now. But, after taking a deep breath, Kong shifted his gaze from Ash to Drago in midair. The most important thing now is to maintain Marine's face, absolutely not let Marine fall apart at such a critical time. This kid named Durag, and his Revolutionary Army, have had too much influence on Marine. Ash, what do we do now? After seeing Kong appear, Robin became a little nervous. Although Robin had never met Kong before, she could clearly feel the changes in Marine after the old man appeared. Based on Robin's understanding of Ash, his road to revenge will definitely not end like this. Ash squeezed the flesh in his hands calmly, and said with a smile. Don't worry, what we need to do now is just watch a good show at 380. The conflict between Marine and the Revolutionary Army will not be resolved easily. Robin's ears were slightly red, and he nodded knowingly. Now that Ash has made a decision in her mind, she just needs to watch this good show with Ash. After all, the moment Ash helped her to justify O'Hara's name under the eyes of the whole world, Robin was already planning to completely return to Ash. As for Luffy, all I can say is sorry. While Ash and Robin were secretly exchanging feelings, Kong, who arrived at the port of Marineford, jumped off the warship, looked around, and grinned at Durag in midair. Boy! Your Revolutionary Army wants to replace Marine, and it's still far away. Justice? What did your Revolutionary Army do that deserves the word justice? While talking, Kong couldn't help but sneered, and said bluntly. The reason why you brought the Revolutionary Army to Marineford was to rescue your son, Straw Hat Luffy. Keep saying something to overthrow the rule of the world government, so that all ordinary people in the world will no longer be oppressed by the world government and pirates. But as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, why did you choose to go to sea and become a pirate, your own son? After the words fell, Drago's face suddenly became a little ugly. This was what he was worried about before, so except for the senior members of the Revolutionary Army who participated in that meeting, other members of the Revolutionary Army did not know the relationship between Drago and Luffy at all. But unexpectedly, Kong, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, directly exposed his real purpose of coming to Marineford just after he came here. Kong ignored the change in Drago's face, but turned his head to look at Garp, glared at him fiercely, and scolded angrily. Garp! The reason why you can become a marine hero has never been just because of a Roger. In the past few decades, how many vicious pirates have you killed with your own hands? Aren't they all witnessed by Marine and the public? Who doubts that you are not a marine hero? Let him communicate with the old man himself. Looking at the commander-in-chief of Kong, who can be called his teacher, Garp finally bowed his head slightly and did not make any excuses. Kong glared at Garp with a bit of resentment, and then ignored this dishonest guy. Instead, he turned his gaze directly to Sengoku, and said with some annoyance. Sengoku! As the Marine Marshal, your duty is to maintain the peace of the entire world. Fire Fist Ace, with the blood of evil flowing through his body, shouldn't continue to exist. Having worked so hard for Marine for so many years, don't you doubt what you have done? There was no difference between Sengoku's reaction and Garp's, just quietly listening to Kong's reprimand. Just when Kong was about to say something, Ash's playful voice sounded again. Kong, 36 years have passed, but in terms of shamelessness, you still haven't changed at all. Chapter 78. East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. My god, how did things get to this point? Not only is Ace going to be executed, Luffy is also in the hands of Marine, and now even Sabo, who disappeared for more than 10 years and then reappeared, is going to be executed by Marine. Vice Admiral Garp, do you really want to watch this happen? However, even if Vice Admiral Garp wants to rescue Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, it won't be that easy, right? How do you know if you don't try? It's just that I didn't expect that Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Marshal Sengoku said that Ace has a sinful blood, so is it really a good thing for Ace to live? The villagers of Fengch village all looked at the big screen in front of them with trepidation, eager to know how the war would eventually develop. They also want to know whether Ace, Sabo, and Luffy can escape from Marine. However, after thinking that Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, some people still hesitate. Even these people know Ace, but they also have some doubts, whether Ace's continued life is a good thing for this world. After hearing this, a figure suddenly stood up and rushed in front of him, grabbed his collar, and lifted the villager abruptly. The blue-faced bandit Dodden stared fiercely at the villagers in front of him, and roared angrily. UBD, do you know what you're talking about? If Ace really died at Naval Headquarters, I will make you pay for what you just said. Dodden's sudden action made all the villagers in the nearby Fengch village vigilant, for fear that the bandit would do something more excessive. Makino, the bartender at the tavern, tugged on Dodden's arm and said comfortingly. Dodden, we know you are worried about the safety of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Everyone is the same as you. Don't do this, let's continue to watch the situation of naval headquarters. The old village head also stood up, looked at Dadan with a sullen face and said, Stop Dadan, even if you are a bandit, this old man must not let the villagers be hurt like this by you. As soon as the words fell, the villagers in the surrounding Fengch village also stood up in battle. As the marine hero and the hometown of Vice Admiral Garp, the villagers of the Windmill village are quite bloody. Of course it is impossible to sit back and watch Dadan hurt the villagers. Their reaction made Dadan's subordinates all become serious, for fear that the boss would amplify the conflict if he was not careful. However, when Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were still alive, Dadan couldn't just lose his mind like this. After looking around, Dadan threw the villager he was carrying on the ground, and snorted heavily. Let me hear you say that again, and I will never let you go. Dadan ignored the villagers of Fengch village, but continued to sit on the ground, concentrating on the big screen in front of him. Seeing her reaction, the villagers in Fengch village were a little angry. However, the old village head shook his head, indicating that this matter is over, and the conflict did not continue to erupt. The village head and old man can also understand, after all, Ace and Luffy are two little devils, but because of this bandit, they have grown up beautifully since they were young. Even if it is Sabo, if the events of the past did not happen and people mistakenly think that Sabo is dead, I am afraid that Sabo will also be raised by Dadan all the time. Dadan's current reaction is really too normal. However, no one can guarantee what will happen to the three brats Ace, Sabo, and Luffy after the war at naval headquarters is over. The arrival of Kong brought a very obvious change to the marine atmosphere in Marineford. Originally, the sailors were even a little moved by what Drago said about the Revolutionary Army, but after listening to Kong, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, the sailors suddenly realized. The so-called Revolutionary Army, which aims to overthrow the world government and make ordinary people in the world no longer need to be oppressed by anyone, came to Marineford only to save the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Especially the Straw Hat Kid, who is the son of Drago, and the pirates he said need to be eliminated. If Darag and the Revolutionary Army are really as grand as he said, how could the Revolutionary Army participate in this war at this time? In the final analysis, compared with Marine, the Revolutionary Army is not much better at all. Even, after listening to Kong's words, not to mention the sailors, even the members of the Revolutionary Army who were originally excited gradually calmed down at this time. Everyone looked at the leader Darag in midair with strange expressions. At this moment, the members of the Revolutionary Army have begun to doubt whether their leader, Darag, is still the passionate young man who fought for his ideals back then. Feeling the gazes of the members of the Revolutionary Army, Drago remained silent without saying a word. At this moment, Ash's playful voice sounded, making Kong look back unconsciously. Kong looked Ash up and down, and when he saw that he was in such a fierce battlefield, Ash still hugged Luo's waist as if no one else was there. Kong couldn't help but sneered, and said with anger in his eyes, Ash! Even after going through the Valley of the Gods War and falling into a deep sleep for 36 years, you guys still haven't learned any lessons, and you are still as unscrupulous as ever. Why did the Valley of Gods incident happen back then? Why did so many people besiege you Rock's brothers? Even Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte Linlin, the cotters of the Rock's pirates, have chosen to betray you. Could it be that you still don't know the reason for this? Kong's words were full of energy, echoing over the entire Marineford sky. And this also caused the Marine, Whitebeard pirates, Revolutionary Army, and even the subordinates brought by Kong to look at Ash and Kong in shock. Although the name of Ash the Black-Winged Demon has once again resounded throughout the world, there are still very few people who really know the inside story. Most people don't know that Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and legendary pirates like Charlotte Linlin and the New World 4 Emperors were once under the command of the Black-Winged Demon Ash. Kong is very pleased with the reaction of these people, and he just wants everyone in the world to know. 36 years ago, they were able to defeat Ash in the Valley of the Gods War, and now they can do the same in this Summit War. However, what Kong didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Ash not only didn't mean to get angry at all, but instead looked at him with a smile and said slowly, The reason? What else could be the reason? Isn't it because you guys are too good for nothings to join forces for fear of dying in my hands? Oh, by the way, Kong, is it because you have forgotten the prestige of becoming the Marine Marshal and then being promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces? The reason why you can continue to live is because your life was saved by that Marine Admiral back then. As soon as the words fell, the scene of the battle in the Valley of the Gods appeared in Kong's mind, making the Commander-in-Chief of the three armies look extremely gloomy in an instant. Even though 36 years have passed, Kong still remembers it very clearly. When besieging Ash, I was almost killed by Ash. If Alan hadn't pushed Kong away at the last moment, I'm afraid that the later Marshal Marine and the current Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces would have to replace Kong with Alan. Kong knows that he owes Alan his life, but unfortunately he has no chance to pay it back. But what he can do now is to kill Ash, this guy, completely, so that he will never have a chance to wake up again. Thinking of this, Kong glared at Ash with a sullen face and said in a deep voice, "Ash, if you meant to piss me off, then congratulations, you've succeeded." Hearing this, Ash chuckled, with a gentle smile on his face, but he said something that made the whole Marineford fall into silence. "Irritated you? Kong, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? What kind of trash do you think you are?" Hearing this, Kong clenched his fists violently, making a creaking sound, his rapidly heaving chest, and the bulging blue blood vessels on his forehead, all of which showed the kind of fire in the heart of the chief commander of the main army. "Ash! How dare you humiliate me like this? Do you think that now is still 36 years ago, and you are still that black-winged demon? Or, do you think, are we still the same as we were back then?" Kong knew very well that Ash was not only not weak at all compared to the time of the Valley of the Gods War 36 years ago, on the contrary, he became even stronger. But he is not the same Marine Admiral as before. The new generation of strong Marines have already grown up completely. To deal with Ash this time, it will not be like the original war in the Valley of the Gods, where you have to join forces with the pirates, and you will almost be defeated by Ash in the end, right? Most importantly, Kong has already got the promise from those guys from the world government. This time, even Lord Im, who has ruled the world for more than 800 years, will end in person. Faced with such a terrifying lineup, Ash, the black-winged demon, has absolutely no chance of surviving. After hearing Kong's words, Ash couldn't help laughing out loud, looked Kong up and down, and said in a calm manner, "Don't get me wrong, Kong. I'm not talking about you, I'm saying, you guys in Marineford, it's all rubbish." After the words fell, Marineford was in an uproar. Whether it's Marine, the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, or whatever Kong brought, none of them expected that they could hear such arrogant and domineering words from Ash, the black-winged demon. However, for people like Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru who knew Ash more than 30 years ago, they don't think there is any surprise. After all, this guy Ash has been such an unscrupulous, arrogant, and domineering person from the beginning to the end. Since the end of the Valley of the Gods War and Kong became the Marine Marshal, no one dared to speak to him in this manner. Especially after being promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the three armies, Kong's status has become even higher. Even in front of the five elders, Kong will rarely be dissatisfied. As a result, Ash is now insulting him again and again. If this can be endured, then he is not Kong. Without hesitation, Kong directly waved his hand and gave orders to the elites he brought to naval headquarters. "You help Marine against the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku, give Tsuru the task of guarding the execution platform. Come down and deal with Ash with me. And you Garp, what are you doing standing there? Standing there? Come join forces with me and Sengoku, and get rid of the BD Ash first." After hearing Kong's order, Sengoku only hesitated for a moment, and quickly made a decision. With a little force under his feet, his body jumped directly from the high execution platform to behind Kong below. The originally hard ground in Marineford was directly smashed into a huge deep hole by Sengoku. Garp glanced at the execution platform, after seeing Tsuru take over from Sengoku and watch over the three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy on the execution platform. Taking a deep breath, he also ran towards Kong's position. Seeing the hidden pain on Garp's face, Kong glared at him resentfully, and said in a low voice angrily, "Garp! As long as Marine can deal with the three huge threats of Ash, Whitebeard, and the Revolutionary Army in this war, I'm going to negotiate with the 5 elders myself, let them spare Fire Fist Ace, and Straw Hat Luffy. It's just 2 brats, compared to guys like Ash and Whitebeard, the threat is too far away." After hearing Kong's words, Garp was taken aback for a while, and then said in surprise, "Commander Kong, what you said is true. Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, those 3 boys, do they really have a chance to continue to live?" Garp's heart is full of apprehension and expectation, if it can really be like what Commander Kong said. While continuing to fight for the justice behind him, he can save the lives of the 3 grandsons Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Then Garp will of course agree immediately. No matter what the price is, it is absolutely impossible for Garp to hesitate at all. Kong was very dissatisfied with Garp, the original student. Obviously, his son and grandson were juniors with excellent talents, but all of them grew crooked. "I don't know how Garp is educated. Can't you learn from Zephyr?" Kong curled his lips, and said in a deep voice with an unquestionable look. "Has the old man lied to you? As long as you do what I say, I promise to keep them alive." Old, good, husband is a dignified commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, this bit of face is still there. After hearing Kong's words, not only Garp became excited, but even Sengoku couldn't help but breathe a deep sigh of relief in his heart. You know, ever since Fire Fist Ace fell into Marine's hands, Sengoku has been worried that Garp will betray Marine. Especially when the Sabayati Archipelago incident happened, Ash also sent Luffy, who was Garp's grandson, to Marine. Sengoku didn't get a good night's sleep because of this, thinking all day long, if Garp betrays Marine, then how should he treat this old man who has fought side by side for decades? But now, Commander Kong's words completely dispelled Sengoku's worries. Now that the 3 grandsons Ace, Sabo, and Luffy can continue to live, it is absolutely impossible for Garp to betray the Marine he has fought for decades. At this moment, Kong suddenly turned his head to look at Garp's righteous words. "Garp! Although I can let the 5 elders spare your 3 grandchildren, there is one more thing you must do." Garp now only felt that there was inexhaustible strength all over his body, and he couldn't wait to save all 3 of his grandchildren, so Dang even asked. "Home, no matter what it is, I will definitely do it." Kong laughed when he heard the words, glanced at Drago who was fighting Kizaru again in mid-air, and said slowly, "You must let that boy, Drago, disband his revolutionary army. Otherwise, the world government will never let it go." Garp didn't hesitate too much, and agreed directly. In front of Drago, Garp still has a very powerful bloodline suppression power. If it doesn't work, put a slipper mark on the other side of Durag's face. Seeing that Garp agreed, Kong nodded in satisfaction. Just when he was about to say something, a shadow suddenly appeared above his head. Ash swung his right leg round and kicked Kong hard on the head. Superior! Boom! Chapter 79. Accompanied by a violent roar that suddenly resounded in the sky above Marineford, a terrifying force struck, and Kong's body flew backwards uncontrollably. Rolling continuously in the air, whether it is a sailor, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, or a member of the Revolutionary Army along the way, as long as they are hit by Kong, they will directly end up with either death or injury. It wasn't until Kong slammed into the wall of Marineford, inlaid the wall into a figure, that he finally managed to stop his flying backwards. Commander Kong. Seeing this situation, Hai Bing and the guys brought by Kong all became nervous immediately, for fear that something might happen to the commander-in-chief of the Wang Jun. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Kong abruptly pulled out his body embedded in the wall, shaking his dizzy head. Facing the gaze of the surrounding sailors, he waved his hands. "The old man is fine, with such a little strength, I can live." Kong's reaction made the sea soldiers present and the men he brought unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief, and Kong couldn't help grinning secretly. "I got kicked by Ash abruptly, how could it be okay? It's just that he was concerned about the majesty of the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and he didn't want to hit the morale of Marine and others like this, so he didn't cry out in pain. Otherwise, Kong's roar should be echoing in the sky above Marineford at this time. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, and the two of them could clearly see the distorted expression on Commander Kong's face. If nothing else, the relaxed appearance of the commander-in-chief of the three armies must have been supported by force. After taking a few breaths, Kong came directly to the side of Sengoku and Garp again, looked at Ash opposite and said in a low voice, "Ash, although I have already made the psychological preparation to face you again, I still can't believe it. After 36 years of deep sleep, your strength has not only not weakened, but even stronger." Sengoku had already reported this kind of thing to Kong, and in the end Kong could only sigh with emotion. Ash is really that monster. Ash stretched his waist, looked lazy, looked at Kong, Sengoku, and Garp opposite him, and said slowly, "Next, you should pray that other high-level Marines can get rid of their opponents as soon as possible. Otherwise, you can go to accompany the preparations of the law." As soon as the words fell, Ash's eyes flashed fiercely, he stomped hard, and his body galloped directly towards the three of Kong facing him. Sengoku and Garp didn't have any 597 response to Ash's words. They already knew what happened in Impel Down. But for Kong, it's a completely different story. Kong joined forces with Sengoku and Garp to resist Ash's offensive, and at the same time confronted Ash in front of him. "Ash! What did you mean by that? What did you do to Zephyr?" Ash knocked Garp back with a punch, then turned around and continued punching Kong's forehead, and said with a smile at the same time, "What, didn't Sengoku report to you?" Kong felt a chill when he heard this, and then tried his best to resist Ash's offensive, and asked Sengoku in a deep voice, "Sengoku! What happened? Why didn't you tell me?" Sengoku in Buddha form exudes dazzling golden light all over his body, but Kong can still clearly see the grief and anger on Sengoku's face. Ash, this guy, before coming to Marineford, chose to invade Impel Down with the Beast's pirates. Zephyr, he has died to stop Ash. What's more, even Impel Down has been destroyed in Ash's hands. Even until now, only Sengoku and Garp know the news. Sengoku is very clear that once this news spreads, it will have a huge impact on Marine. In order to avoid this situation, he deliberately concealed the matter. After Kong heard Sengoku's words, his hair stood on end, the veins on his forehead were clearly visible, and even his face turned red with anger. "Ash! You damn well!" Kong roared, and launched a very crazy offensive towards Ash without hesitation. Faced with Kong's behavior, Ash not only did not have the slightest intention of retreating, but took the initiative to meet him. It was obvious that Kong wanted to kill Ash to avenge Zephyr, but as soon as the two came into contact, the situation suddenly changed to Ash pressing down on Kong and beating him violently. Seeing this situation, Sengoku and Garp did not dare to hesitate at all, and directly participated in it immediately. If this guy Ash were to injure or even directly kill Commander Kong, it would definitely be a devastating blow to their Marines. Moreover, if Garp wants the three grandchildren of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy to continue to live, Kong is definitely an indispensable key figure. The battle between Ash and Kong, Sengoku, and Garp broke out with incomparably fierce momentum. Let the surrounding sailors, Whitebeard pirates, Revolutionary Army, and those elites brought by Kong unconsciously retreat far away, for fear that they will be affected if they are not careful. After all, a battle of this level, even the aftermath of the battle, is simply not something ordinary people can face. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this so-called battle is all about Ash holding down Kong, Sengoku, and Garp, all three of them violently. Especially Whitebeard, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who have faced Ash and know Ash's true strength. These people's hearts are full of puzzlement. You must know that the reason why Ash has the title of Black-Winged Demon is because he can enter that terrifying posture. Once transformed into a Black-Winged Demon, both speed and strength will instantly increase several times. It is no exaggeration to say that with Ash's current posture, he can overwhelm the strength of the three of Kong, and if he transforms into a Black-Winged Demon, I'm afraid it won't be long before Kong, Sengoku, and Garp can be wiped out directly. It is precisely because of this that they are somewhat confused, why Ash did not do this. The battle between Whitebeard and Akainu also started again. While slashing at Akainu with Kong Yunki in his hand, he grinned. Gu la 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 la. Akainu. Don't you see that your 3 seniors are being beaten by Ash? If you don't help them quickly, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on. Akainu's state was not affected by Whitebeard's words, and he still had the same icy look, while waving his arms that had turned into magma and blasted at Whitebeard. While dodging Kong Yunki, who was slashing towards him from Whitebeard from time to time, he said with a cold expression. Then kill you bastards first, and then join forces with Commander Kong and Sengoku Washi to deal with Ash. Hearing this, Whitebeard twitched the corners of his mouth and said with disdain. Is it just you, a kid who only knows how to play with magma? Akainu. Save your magma for others to use as candles on birthday cakes. Whitebeard's right arm was bent, and an invisible force suddenly appeared on the fist, aiming at the dog in front of him and smashing it down. Click! The sound of shattering glass came, and the power of the shock fruit made Akainu's face suddenly become extremely solemn. This time Whitebeard didn't hesitate anymore, and started to attack Akainu with all his strength. It is no exaggeration to say that looking at the entire Marineford now, there is only Ash who can make Whitebeard happy. In addition, no matter it is Kong who is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, or Marine Marshal Sengoku, and Marine Hero Garp, none of them can make Whitebeard retreat a bit. Not to mention the 3 Marine Admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who have always been junior brats in the eyes of Whitebeard. Now Ash is playing against Kong, Sengoku, and Garp. If it wasn't for the wrong timing and occasion, Whitebeard couldn't help but want to thank the 3 of them. After all, Whitebeard has always been very worried that Ash will be the first to target him. Now that Kong, Sengoku, and Garp have won such a good opportunity for themselves, Whitebeard must seize it. We must get rid of these high-level Marines blocking the way in the shortest possible time, and rescue the 3 brats Ace, Sabo, and Luffy on the execution platform. Oh, and it wouldn't be a big deal to get Rayleigh out of the way, given the chance. Although Akainu didn't know what Whitebeard was thinking, he could actually guess something. Things have come to this point, there can be no more, accidents anyway. First, the old guy Garp's name as a marine hero was revealed, and then Ash's short words made their marine a party that was hated by the people of the whole world. If not take amazing Sengoku in this war. If the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, are killed, then the future marine will completely lose its foothold in this world. With this in mind, while Whitebeard broke out with all his strength, Akainu also chose to go all out. For a while, at the port of Marineford, because of the battle between Ash and Kong, and Whitebeard, and Akainu. Make others dare not even get close. You can only wait and see from a distance, or fight fiercely with other hostile forces. At the same time, the battle between Kizaru and Drago also broke out again, and this Marine Admiral had a wretched smile on his face, looking at Drago in front of him and teased. I didn't expect that, Drago, the arrival of Commander Kong made those little calculations of yours come to nothing. Not only did you fail to pull the Marines into your Revolutionary Army, even the members of the Revolutionary Army have begun to doubt whether you, the leader, still have the original ideal. Kizaru is in a strange mood right now. We must know that whether it was him, Kizaru, or Marshal Sengoku, the top Marines were almost lying flat when they faced the Revolutionary Army poaching the wall. As a result, the arrival of Commander Kong directly disrupted all actions of Marine and the Revolutionary Army. This guy, Drago, had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to recruit Marine, and Kizaru continued to fight him. Drago smiled wryly after hearing Kizaru's ridicule, shook his head and sighed. No way, I didn't expect that Kong would come to Marineford at this time by such a coincidence. As for the members of the Revolutionary Army, because Kong exposed his relationship with Luffy, he didn't trust him as the leader as before? There is really no good way for Drago now. Resolve this matter. All he can do is to wait until the war is over, and then deal with these things slowly. In any case, Luffy is his own son, and it is enough for Drago to feel sorry for Luffy for not raising him himself. Now that Luffy is facing Marine's public execution, no matter what the price is, Drago must not sit idly by. Kizaru smiled mysteriously, looking at Durag's low voice with unclear meaning. Durag, do you really think that Commander Kong came to Marineford at this time by coincidence? Okay? Drago frowned upon hearing this, and looked at the weird smile on Kizaru's face. As if realizing something, his eyes flickered and he asked tentatively. Pora Salino, you mean to say that Kong has already brought his elite to the vicinity of Marineford, but after seeing that Marine's situation has become dangerous? Did it just show up here? Kizaru just smiled and didn't answer, but his reaction has already given Drago an answer. Although what Drago talked to Kizaru was only Kong and the elites under his command, the real target was actually the guys from the world government and the 5 elders. After Drago took a deep breath, he looked around and didn't notice anything unusual, so he said with dim eyes. Pora Salino, when do you think the 5 elders will bring people from the world government to participate in this war? A trace of helplessness flashed in Kizaru's eyes, he shook his head and said. When else? For the world government, the best choice is to wait until our marine, your revolutionary army, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Black-Winged Demon are both defeated. Except for eliminating your unstable forces who always want to trouble the world government. You can also take this opportunity to take advantage of the trend and hold Marine more firmly in your hands. Durag nodded heavily when he heard the words, he also thought so. It's just that I don't know how terrifying power that Lord Im, who is said to have ruled the world for more than 800 years, possesses. Drago also hoped that Lord Im would defeat Ash, and then allow him to lead the revolutionary army to take advantage of the trend and directly bring the rule of the world government to an end. Overthrow. Thinking of this, Drago's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself. Since this is the case, then let's see who is the big winner who can have the last laugh and take everything. While Kizaru and Drago were fighting and communicating, another Marine Admiral Aokiji was also talking to Marco and Jaws, the 2 members of the Whitebeard pirates. Long Hands. Aokiji, who had been attacking with all his strength, was about to finish off Jaws. In the end, because Marco saw this situation, he got off the field and participated in it, helping Jaws resist Aokiji's offensive together. As a result, the battle between them fell into anxiety again. It has to be said that although the strength of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates is indeed good, there is still a big gap compared with the real Emperor's deputy. After all, with the protection of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, the members under his command hardly encountered much battle. Whether it is combat experience or strength, it is very difficult to improve it. Even though Marco and Joza can be regarded as the 2 strongest captains of the Whitebeard pirates, when they join forces to face Aokiji. At most, it can only guarantee not to be defeated by Aokiji. It is not an easy task to defeat Aokiji. Even if one is not careful, in front of Aokiji's powerful frozen fruit ability, it is very likely that he will be seriously injured, or even die directly in Aokiji's hands. There were constant battles in Marineford. After looking around, Blackbeard tried his best to minimize his presence, and sneaked towards Whitebeard's position. After seeing Whitebeard and Akainu attack each other with all their strength, they were knocked back by the huge impact almost at the same time. Without the slightest hesitation, Blackbeard rushed towards Whitebeard's position, wanting to give him a fatal blow. However, at this moment, a powerful slash directly blocked Blackbeard's actions. Blackbeard turned his head to look, and immediately gritted his teeth. Redhead Shanks. UBD, you came at a good time. Chapter 80. Shanks. The moment Shanks led the Red Hair Pirates appeared, Luffy on the execution platform exclaimed suddenly, his face full of surprise. Luffy really did not expect that meeting Shanks again would be like this. It was clearly agreed to become the One Piece, but if it wasn't for the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and Shanks' Red Hair Pirates, I'm afraid that he, the man who will become the One Piece, will be publicly executed by Marine. However, what surprised Luffy the most was that he saw his partner on the deck of the red-haired Red Force. Zoro. Sanji. Chopper. Frankie. If it wasn't for being bound by the sea stone shackles, Luffy might have jumped up excitedly. Zoro, Sanji, and others who were named by him also looked at the execution platform aggressively and shouted loudly. Luffy! Wait for us! We'll get you from the scaffold in no time. The 4 members of the Straw Hat Pirates waved to where Luffy was, telling him not to worry. On the other side of the Red Force, Crocus, Sandbell, West Carl and the remnants of the Roger Pirates also grinned at Rayleigh on the execution platform. Rayleigh. We haven't seen each other for so many years, and now we meet for the first time, you have become so embarrassed. Really, is this still our former mate, Silver Rayleigh known as Pluton? Rayleigh. Wait for us. Although we guys are old, we will never allow Marine to execute you publicly. These remnants of the Roger Pirates, who have experienced countless wars, will also be frightened by the current battlefield in Marineford, but they will definitely not be afraid of it. On the contrary, they faintly became excited. After all, since the Roger Pirates were disbanded and Roger was executed by Marine in Rogue Town, the remnants of the Roger Pirates returned to their hometowns. Incognito, never seen again. Now that I finally have the opportunity, of course I have to change it and make a big fuss. By the way, let the whole world take a good look at them, Roger Pirates, a team worthy of One Piece. Even the members of Red Hair Pirates couldn't help becoming slightly excited at this time. The Marineford War has developed to the point where it is no exaggeration, it is almost unprecedented. Especially when they know that Shanks has reached a consensus with Charlotte Linlin, that is to join forces to deal with Ash, the evil master. Plus Kaido, Ash's most loyal little brother, and Kaido's Beasts Pirates. When these 2 parties also arrive in Marineford, all the 4 emperors will be dispatched, plus the 7 warlords of the sea except Jinbei. With such a terrifying lineup, how can Red Hair Pirates not be excited? However, at this moment, a gunshot sounded, and the smile on Shanks' face disappeared instantly. Shanks turned his head sharply to look at Usopp beside him, and he could clearly see that the muzzle of the gun in Usopp's hand was still smoking. And that means... Shanks frowned and looked at where Ash was. The moment Usopp pointed his gun at him, Ash had already sensed the opponent's actions, facing the bullets fired by the sniper. Ash flipped Garp in front of him with a punch, raised his right hand without looking back, and a dark green light condensed on the index finger. In the next second, a dark green Zero aimed at the direction of the bullet and shot it quickly. Laugh. In front of Zero, the bullet instantly disappeared into nothingness, and Zero continued to shoot towards Usopp's position as if he was not affected in the slightest. Seeing this situation, Usopp's pupils shrank slightly. He really didn't expect that Ash would make his bullet disappear so lightly. Also, this damn Zero, is it the same way that BD Ash killed his son Usopp? Thinking of this, Usopp's eyes suddenly turned red, his face became ferocious, full of anger and hatred. Shanks on the side didn't hesitate, he directly pulled out the saber from his waist, pointed it in the direction of the Zero, and slashed down. Boom! Zero and Slash collided together, and a roar that resounded through the sky erupted. The fluctuations erupted from the collision between the two caused the originally calm sea to set off a stormy wave. However, what Shanks couldn't accept was that the slash he swung was directly crushed by Zero with Ash's hand. The shining dark green Zero continued to gallop towards the red force of the Red Hair Pirates without slowing down at all. Seeing this situation, Shanks shook his head helplessly, exerted a little force on his feet, and rushed directly towards the position of the Zero. Facing the Zero who had already come in front of him, Shanks waved his saber, aimed at this Zero and slashed down fiercely. Boom! A voice resounded through the sky, which made the Red Hair Pirates appear on the stage full of style, and instantly disappeared. Everyone in Marineford looked at the red-haired Shanks with weird faces, they never expected that things would develop to this point. The majestic New World 4 Emperors, using their best swordsmanship to slash, can't compare to the Zero that Ash, the black-winged demon, made at random. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a thing would happen. And Blackbeard Teach, who was interrupted when he wanted to attack Whitebeard just now, grinned directly at Chunk's position after seeing this scene. Shanks! The way you appear on the stage is really strange. Based on the strength of your Red Hair Pirates, do you want to challenge Ash, the black-winged demon? In Blackbeard's eyes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Blackbeard knows very well that whether it is Whitebeard, or Kong, Sengoku, Garp, or even Shanks, they are all the targets that Ash has to deal with. Then Blackbeard doesn't mind making friends with Ash until he achieves his goal and successfully obtains Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. At least, in a short period of time, try not to conflict with this black-winged demon. And Blackbeard really didn't understand, Shanks, where did he get the guts to let the snipers on his ship shoot at Ash? After hearing Blackbeard's words, Shanks' complexion was also a little ugly. Shanks returned to the deck, glanced at Usopp beside him, and after a moment of silence finally opened his mouth to persuade. Usopp, don't get into conflict with Ash for now. If possible, this war should end here. Otherwise, after this war is over, the era will go completely berserk, and the consequences will be extremely serious. Hearing this, there was a flash of struggle in Usopp's eyes, but after seeing Shanks' serious expression, Usopp took a deep breath and nodded unconditionally. Usopp has passed the state of being so angry that he lost his mind when he first heard that his son Usopp died at the hands of Ash. Usopp knew very well that with the strength of their red hair pirates, it might not be enough for this black-winged demon to fight with one hand. If Ash is really annoyed, then they, the red hair pirates, really have to weigh it, maybe they have to be prepared to be wiped out by the group. The most important thing is, in the heart of Usopp, a good man on the sea, who has never entered the house 3 times, the relationship between him and his son Usopp is really not that good. Seeing Usopp nodding in agreement, Shanks couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as no one makes trouble, then Shanks is confident that with his face as the New World 4 Emperors, there shouldn't be any problem in stopping this war. With this in mind, after the red hair pirates came to the port of Marineford, Shanks didn't waste any time, and jumped directly to the vicinity of Whitebeard. With a horizontal saber in his hand, he shouted loudly, "Guys! We red hair pirates are here in Marineford to end this war. This war is meaningless at all. So, stop here. Don't let more people die in this senseless war." Shanks' shouts reverberated over Marineford, making everyone on the scene involuntarily turn their attention to the 4 emperors. Blackbeard, who was closest to Shanks, chuckled twice when he heard this. "Shanks! You guys are a little naive, aren't you? Stop this war? Who do you think you are? It's up to you, you don't have the qualifications yet." With a dangerous gleam in Blackbeard's eyes, he turned to Shanks without hesitation. One must know that Blackbeard has put in countless painstaking efforts to make this war break out. I just want to use this opportunity to get Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. In this way, with the double blessing of dark fruit and shock fruit, he can completely become the top powerhouse in New World. Turns out this Shanks guy said what? Wants to end this war? What a joke! After hearing Blackbeard's insults, Shanks' complexion instantly became gloomy, and the members of the red hair pirates beside him raised their weapons one after another, aiming at Blackbeard's position. Seeing this situation, Lafitte, Badgers, Poison Q, and Fan Oka and others also confronted him tit for tat without showing any weakness. Shanks stared at Blackbeard opposite without blinking, and said in a cold voice, "Teach. You guys, you really can't help but want to do it." Hearing this, Blackbeard was not only not angry at all, but also grinned and said, "Thief, ha 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 ha. Shanks! I think you've become more of a man since you got those scars on your eyes." Boom! In an instant, a trembling aura erupted from Shanks' body, and without intentionally restraining himself, at an extremely fast speed, it swept away in all directions. The clothes of the members of the Blackbeard pirates were under the pressure of the Conqueror's haki without any wind, but their status was not affected much. Seeking Flowers 0. However, those weaker sailors, members of the Whitebeard pirates, members of the Revolutionary Army, and those elites brought by Kong. Under the coercion of this Conqueror's haki, some fell to the ground in a coma, lost consciousness, and fell into a deep sleep. "Shanks, your Conqueror's haki can't even tickle me enough." Blackbeard's successive provocations made Shanks' face even more gloomy, but Shanks also knew why Blackbeard did this. This guy just wants to use this method to force the red hair pirates to his Blackbeard pirates go to war, so that this war can continue. However, Shanks really couldn't understand, what kind of conspiracy did Blackbeard have for doing this. Just when Shanks was about to say something, Kong, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, was punched out by Ash, and rolled towards where Shanks, Whitebeard, and others were. Come over. Faced with this situation, Kong, in order to prevent himself from encountering any accidents, stepped on the moonwalk and forcibly stopped his tumbling body in the air. Kong's chest rose and fell rapidly, and he was panting heavily. When he saw that Ash was pressing down on Sengoku and beating Garp furiously, he turned his head and gave Shanks a cold look. The way? A mere pirate. Do you really think you are New World 4 emperors? Come to Marineford to end this war, to borrow a word from Ash, what kind of rubbish are you? You deserve it. The words fell, and without waiting for Shanks to respond, Kong once again participated in the war between Ash, Sengoku, and Garp. After a brief silence, there was a burst of laughter in the sky above Marineford. Commander Kong is right. You are just a pirate, what qualifications do you have to end this war? Let's go. Even if the New World 4 emperors gather together, we will destroy you all. A redhead Shanks with a broken arm, nothing special. With Commander Kong here, our marine will definitely be the final winner. The more arrogant Kong's attitude in front of Shanks, the stronger the momentum in the hearts of the sailors. Even the Red Hair Pirates, one of the New World 4 emperors, and the remnants of the Roger Pirates came to Marineford. But as long as Commander Kong, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Akainu Admiral, Aokiji Admiral, and Kizaru Admiral are not defeated, the momentum of marine gathering again will definitely not be easily defeated. Just when Shanks looked ugly, he was secretly thinking about how to deal with the current situation. Kong, Sengoku, and Garp attacked Ash almost at the same time, and facing the siege of the three of them, Ash didn't hesitate at all, and directly confronted each other. Boom! The violent roar resounded through the sky, causing everyone on the scene to change their colors involuntarily. And Ash's huge strength made Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and others fly backward again uncontrollably. That is to say, considering that the Marineford scene is being broadcast live all over the world, the three of them immediately tried their best to stop their embarrassing figures and forcefully stood still on the ground. Looking at the three high-level executives who can decide the marine decision-making in this war, who are holding their bodies up and breathing heavily, Shanks' eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice to them. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, do me a favor, let this war end here. As long as Marine is willing to release Deputy Captain Rayleigh on the execution platform, as well as Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, I can guarantee that the Red Hair Pirates will not let anyone do anything to Marine again. You don't want to see that countless sailors died in this war and continue to make meaningless sacrifices. Hearing this, Kong, Sengoku, and Garp all had different expressions. Garp clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to punch Shanks twice on the spot. Shanks UBD. As follows, how can that kid Luffy become a pirate? If it wasn't for your bewitching, Luffy would definitely follow the old man's arrangement and become a heroic sailor. That is to worry about Ash watching from the sidelines, otherwise, Garp will really let Shanks taste his iron fist now. Kong and Sengoku on the side looked at each other. As the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Kong looked at Shanks with a contemptuous smile. Not to mention his mere New World 4 emperors, even the captain of Shanks, One Piece Roger, Kong would not give him a good face. As for the guy Shanks saying, give him face and let this war end? Those guys from the world government are very happy to see more forces come to Marineford. Kong chuckled and said contemptuously. Giving you face? You have a fart face. Now that you have come to Marineford, get ready to let your red hair pirates also be destroyed here. Chapter 81. Kong's behavior of not showing any face at all made Shanks' face darken instantly, and the members of Red Hair Pirates were also furious, as if they wanted to make gestures with Kong on the spot. Shanks waved his hand to stop the actions of the members under his command, and he couldn't figure it out for a while. Where did Kong, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, get the confidence to face such a huge lineup and speak with such an arrogant attitude? After looking around, Shanks took a deep breath, looked at Kong opposite and said in a deep voice. Kong, as the commander-in-chief of the three armies, you should know better than others, based on the current situation of our pirate side. If this war continues, how many casualties will happen to these Marines in Marineford? Don't you think about them? Do you still have to make Marine continue to make meaningless sacrifices? Shanks tried to give Kong a sense of reason, and threatened the lives of the Marines to make Kong change his mind. However, what Shanks didn't expect was that Kong didn't waver at all in the face of his threats, and instead said with a look of disdain, "Redhead Shanks! Why do you think they joined Marine? If they were afraid of death, would they choose to be brave sailors? The reason why they become sailors is to fight against pirates like you who do all kinds of evil and only know how to burn, kill, and loot. The meaning of Marine's existence is to destroy you bloody bastards. Now that we finally have such an opportunity, do you think that threatening us in this way can make us Marine compromise? You are dreaming." Kong knew very well that he only needed to give the sailors below a reason, and they could fight the pirates regardless of their lives. But if the sailors are allowed to make their own choices, they will only become confused and can't make up their minds at all. Instead of this, 410 would have been better for him, the chief of the three armies, to personally issue orders. And the fact is exactly as Kong expected. After he finished his words, the Marineford sailors immediately looked proud, and even the shouts of killing became more excited. For a while, the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army were all suppressed by the sailors on the scene. Seeing this situation, Shanks' face suddenly became extremely ugly. He clenched the saber in his hand, took a deep breath, looked at Kong and said, "If that's the case, Kong, then don't blame us, the Red Hair Pirates, for Marines who sacrificed their lives in this war for no reason." Hearing this, Kong immediately laughed out loud, looked at Shanks with disdain and mocked. "Red-haired Shanks! Although Ash has always been arrogant, even the old man has to admit that his evaluation of you who used to be members of the Roger Pirates is absolutely correct. You guys in the Roger Pirates are all whores who want to set up a torii. Obviously he's just a vicious pirate, but he still pretends to be compassionate. Why, do you really think that by doing this, you can deceive everyone and make the whole world think that you pirates are good people? Tell you the truth, Redhead Shanks. Folks like you and Roger will never match Ash." After the words fell, most people at the scene involuntarily turned their eyes to Ash. They really couldn't understand. Obviously the conflict between Ash and Marine was indelible, but why did Kong have such a high opinion of Ash? Ash just smiled and looked at where Kong, Shanks, and others were, looking totally out of the ordinary. Ash knew why Kong did what he did. In the final analysis, he was just taking advantage of him, the black-winged demon, to step on Shanks fiercely. By the way, it can also be broadcast live all over the world, letting the whole world know that pirates like the red-haired Shanks, no matter how much they pretend, are definitely not good people. This kind of hypocrisy is what Kong has always hated the most. Shanks' right hand holding the saber trembled slightly, his forehead was already covered with black lines, and his body exuded a vaguely terrifying aura. If it wasn't for the worry that the consequences would be unimaginable once the war started, Shanks had already issued an order to let the Red Hair Pirates directly participate in the war. "Stroller, why didn't I see you being so arrogant in front of Ash just now? You are the commander-in-chief of the three armies, aren't you a bully?" Shanks forcibly calmed down his emotions, and didn't continue to pay attention to Kong, an old BD who didn't know good or bad, but turned his head to look at Ash. After looking up and down at the black-winged demon, Shanks finally said in a deep voice, "Ash, I heard about your deeds when I was an intern in the Roger Pirates. I am also very clear about how terrifying power you, the black-winged demon, possess. But I hope you can give me a face. The grievances with Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, let's stop here." Shanks tried his best to put on an expression of thinking for Ash, and said with sincerity, "In any case, the war in the Valley of the Gods happened 36 years ago, and there is no point in continuing to pursue it. Also, Whitebeard is no longer the Whitebeard he was back then. Even if you can get revenge, so what? What's more, even if there is a war in the Valley of the Gods, you are still alive, aren't you? Let's stop here, don't let this era go completely berserk." Shanks' eloquent words echoed over Marineford, making everyone at the scene unconsciously turn their attention to the New World 4 emperors. However, to Shanks' surprise, Ash was not only not persuaded by himself. Instead, he looked at himself with a very strange look, as if, in his eyes, the New World 4 Emperors, he was like an idiot. Just when Shanks was about to say something, Ash suddenly turned his head and looked at Whitebeard. Ash looked Whitebeard up and down, and then said slowly, "Whitebeard, the idiot, did you hire me to be your lobbyist?" Whitebeard was taken aback when he heard the words, then immediately shook his head, expressing some embarrassment. "No. How could I do such a thing? What Shanks does has nothing to do with me." The Whitebeards are a little silly. After listening to what Shanks said, he couldn't tell whether Shanks was too stupid or too naive for a while. What does Ash have to do with his Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin clean up? What does it mean not to let this era really go berserk? Shanks, does he really think that his so-called New World 4 Emperors really have great face? Really thought Ash was the kind of enemy he'd had over the years? Ash is so powerful that the world government, Marine, Roger Pirates, and the Cotters of the Rocks Pirates, Hei Tianmo can only be solved by joining forces and dealing with it together. Don't say you are a red-haired Shanks, you go ask your captain who has turned into a dead ghost, see if Roger is qualified to say such indecent words in front of Ash. Whitebeard's response made Shanks froze on the spot for a moment, not knowing how to continue persuading him. Why did they, the Red Hair Pirates, come to Marineford to fight in this war? Besides wanting to save Rayleigh and Luffy, don't you just want to see you Whitebeard die in this battle? Even to do this, Shanks has formed an alliance with Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom Pirates on behalf of the Red Hair Pirates. So what are you Whitebeard doing now? Kong, the old guy, used Ash, the black-winged demon, to step on his feet, and Shanks also recognized it. Anyway, Shanks can guess that those guys from the world government must be hiding somewhere, watching them, waiting for them to lose both sides in this war. And as a loyal dog of the world government, Marine doesn't want this war to end here, and it's only natural. But if you, Whitebeard, do this, won't your conscience really ache? Whitebeard was also a little confused, he really couldn't understand, where did Shanks get the confidence to use such an understatement to prevent Ash from taking revenge? Didn't he know that with Ash's character and his usual way of doing things, it couldn't have ended like this anyway? The most important thing is the purpose of this guy Ash participating in this war. In addition to seeking revenge for those who participated in the Valley of the Gods War and besieged and killed the Rocks brothers, what he wants to do is to replace the world government and become the new king of the world. Whitebeard's act of disregarding the relationship immediately made Shanks the laughingstock of the whole world in an instant. You must know that this battle in Marineford has been broadcast live all over the world. Through the big screen, everyone can clearly see how this red-haired Shanks became a clown step by step. Whether it is Marine represented by Kong, or Ash, the black-winged demon, even his original ally Whitebeard, has begun to dislike Shanks. Such a scene is really rare to see. Just when Shanks was looking gloomy and wanted to say something, Ash suddenly turned his head and looked at him with a smile, and said straightforwardly, "By the way, I have 2 gifts for you and the remnants of the Roger Pirates, I hope you like them." As Ash's voice fell, Black Maria and Run Shi on the deck of the Beasts Pirates in the distance took 2 boxes from the Beasts Pirates members respectively. Under Ash's signal, he threw it directly towards the position where the Red Hair Pirates were. Seeing this situation, Shanks frowned, but still stopped his subordinates from destroying the 2 boxes. Shanks and Carlos took the 2 boxes respectively, and when they opened them, they froze on the spot for an instant. Boom! Looking at the head with the red nose inside the box, a ferocious aura erupted from Shanks instantly, sweeping across the entire Marineford port in the blink of an eye. Buggy! The veins on Shanks' forehead popped out, and his eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. At the same time, Cu Carlos also saw the bullet inside the box, which made him close his eyes with some sadness. Although after the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, these former members of the Roger Pirates are no longer partners. But anyway, Shanks and Buggy had a very good relationship when they were in the Roger Pirates. Even, after witnessing Roger's execution in the town of Rog, Shanks invited Buggy becomes his own sidekick. It's a pity that Buggy rejected it straightforwardly. Originally, Shanks thought about the scene where he would meet Buggy next time, but unexpectedly, he saw the face, but apart from the face, Buggy's body was completely gone. Ash! If you're trying to provoke me, you've succeeded. Shanks closed the box and put it at his feet, holding the saber griffin with his remaining arm, his face full of cold anger. But to Shanks' rage, Ash just smiled nonchalantly in the face of his anger. Infuriates you? Who do you think you are? Do you deserve it? After the words fell, Shanks couldn't hold back any longer, raised the supreme sharp knife griffin in his hand, and slashed fiercely towards Ash's position. Laugh! A slash that contained incomparably terrifying power split the ground inch by inch along the way, sending dust flying all over the sky, sand and gravel flying everywhere. Faced with the slash from Shanks, Ash didn't even have the slightest intention of dodging, but just raised his right hand and held it directly in his hand. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, this slash, which was enough to give Hi a half cut, shattered on the spot. Ash! Let me feel for yourself, you black-winged demon, how powerful you are, to make Kong and Whitebeard use this attitude. Let's treat you. After the words fell, Shanks rushed directly to where Ash was. Ash glanced at the other party lightly, raised his right hand slightly, and the Zanpakuto with a green handle and white body appeared directly in his palm. In the next second, Shiu's figure instantly disappeared in place. Seeing this situation, Shanks felt alarm bells ringing in his heart. He was horrified to find that his observation haki had completely lost its effect in front of Ash, the black-winged demon. Not to mention predicting Ash's actions in advance, even where Ash is, they can't even perceive it at all. Faced with this situation, Shanks can only give everything to the fighting instinct he has cultivated over the years. After gritting his teeth, he raised the griffin in his hand, aimed at his side and slashed fiercely. Boom! Griffin collided with Zanpakuto, and a violent roar resounded through the sky. The terrifying fluctuations centered on the positions of Ash and Shanks, and swept away in all directions. The surrounding Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and Blackbeard can all be seen clearly. Compared with Ash's calm and indifferent face, Shanks' ferocious expression has formed an extremely sharp contrast of 2.4. But anyone with eyes can clearly see that in front of the black-winged demon, this red-haired Shanks, one of the New World 4 emperors. It was just a face-to-face meeting, and he fell into an absolute disadvantage. Feeling the huge and trembling power coming from above the griffin in his hand, Shanks' body flew backwards uncontrollably. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Ash moved with a ringing sound, and continued to pursue Shanks, who was rolling in the air. Seeing this scene, Kong, Sengoku, and Garp all looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Kong finally said in a deep voice, "Let's go. Now is not the time for Ash to kill Shanks." Sengoku and Garp were not surprised by Kong's order. No matter what, Ash, the black-winged demon, is the one who threatens the most in this war. If Ash directly injures Shanks severely, or kills the red-haired 4 emperors on the spot, then this war will be out of balance in an instant. What Kong wants to do is to traumatize them as much as possible. It is best to wait until the end of the world government and unite with Marine to wipe out all the forces present. With the addition of Kong, Sengoku, and Garp, although the battle is still overwhelmingly crushed by Ash. But at least there is no need to worry that Shanks will be killed by Ash immediately. After seeing this situation, the battle between Whitebeard and Akina broke out again. The difference is that Blackbeard has also joined in. For Blackbeard, after seeing how powerful Ash is, he now becomes even more eager to get Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. At the same time, members of the Red Hair Pirates, the remnants of the Roger Pirates, and 4 members of the Straw Hat Pirates simultaneously charged towards the execution platform. Chapter 82. Zoro. Sanji. Frankie. I see Robin. On the way to charge towards the execution platform, Chopper, who transformed into a human form, looked at Robin's position, and couldn't help saying something to the 3 partners beside him. After hearing Chopper's words, Zoro, Sanji, Brook, and Frankie glanced at Robin unconsciously. Immediately after Zoro took a deep breath, he turned his head and continued to look at the execution platform. Ignore Robin for now, wait until we rescue Luffy from the execution platform, and then find a way to rescue Luo Chen as well." As he spoke, Zoro stuffed the knife and a word into his mouth again, holding the two sabers he got from Shanks in his hand. Sanji and Frankie on the side also nodded in agreement, and Sanji kicked the sailor flying in front of him, took a sharp puff of the cigarette in his mouth and said, "Green Algae is right, what we need to do now is to rescue Luffy. As for Ms. Robin and Ms. Nami, we can definitely rescue them both." Hearing this, the human-shaped chopper showed a look of confusion on his face, and couldn't help asking, "Why didn't I see Nami? Where is Nami?" Frankie pointed to the huge pirate ship of the Beast's pirates, saying with absolute certainty, "Nami must be on that ship. Don't worry, Chopper, we are partners. As long as our lives are no longer threatened, Nami and Robin will definitely go with us." After the words fell, the 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates, including Chopper, nodded heavily. In their view, Nami and Robin would never have gone with Ash in Sabayati Archipelago if their lives were not threatened. As long as they can win this war, then Nami and Robin will definitely be able to return to their side. Become a partner of the Straw Hat Pirates again. For the 5 people Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Brook, and Chopper, they had to participate in this war. What they didn't expect was that before they came to Marineford, they received contact from Red Hair Pirates. Afterwards, Shanks personally took people to the Sabayati Archipelago to pick up the 5 of them, and also took Carlos, Sanbel, and some remnants of the Roger Pirates to the Red Hair Pirates ship. Bring them to Marineford and join the war. In this regard, after Luffy was arrested, Zoro, who was temporarily serving as the captain, did not refuse. Anyway, they all have a common goal, which is to rescue everyone on the execution platform. After picking up the 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Usopp pestered them to ask various questions about Usopp. Zoro and Sanji also knew that Usopp's death would definitely make his father Usopp's heart full of anger, even for their partners. But unfortunately, in front of Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, no matter how angry they are, they can only bear it now. Otherwise, what if he accidentally PD'd off Ash and gave Luffy a zero headshot on the scaffold? Zoro looked at the 2 knives in his hands, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. It has to be said that Shanks is worthy of being one of the 4 emperors of New World, and Zoro is very satisfied with the 2 sabers he casually gave to Zoro despite his disdain. And in the past few days, Zoro also tried to compete with Shanks in swordsmanship. Once again, I successfully experienced the feeling of powerlessness that was crushed by Hawkeye when I was in East Blue. This makes Zoro more eager to become stronger, to become the world's #1 swordsman, and at the same time to be able to better protect his partners. Not only Zoro has this kind of idea, Sanji, Frankie, Brook, and Chopper also want to improve their strength even more. For this reason, he lowered his face and competed with the members of the Red Foam group in various ways. Although the strength was completely crushed by the Red Hair Pirates, in the hearts of Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and Chopper, they still didn't have much confidence in coming to naval headquarters to rescue Luffy this time. After all, they were in the Sabayati Archipelago before, and they had personally experienced the terrifying oppression of this Black-Winged Demon. Compared with Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, Shanks, and his Red Hair Pirates members seemed to be nothing special. Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, widened his eyes instantly after seeing the Straw Hat Pirates charging towards the execution platform. Moria has always been brooding in his heart. Not long ago, when he was in the Devil's Triangle, he was defeated by this group of Straw Hat Pirates. As the captain, Luffy was put on the execution platform by Marine, and Moria had no chance to seek revenge from Luffy. But now that the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates have appeared in Marineford, Moria naturally cannot let go of such a good opportunity no matter what. Just get rid of these guys first, let's see if that BD Doflamingo can use his own careless defeat to mock himself. Thinking of this, Moria grinned sinisterly twice. Hey he he he. I will accept your lives. After the words fell, Moria suddenly raised her right hand, waved vigorously at the positions of the 4 members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and shouted sharply. Go! Shadowhorn gun! As Moria's voice fell, countless black bats condensed from shadows flew towards Zoro, Sanji, and others. Under Moria's control, these bats gradually gathered together and turned into a black spear. Brought with strong winds, they hit them. Seeing this situation, the pupils of the 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates constricted slightly. After Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, they took the initiative to greet them almost at the same time. The 3 knives in Zoro's hand and mouth made the sound of cutting the air, and a hot flame rose from Sanji's right leg. Boom! Zoro's knife, Sanji's leg, and the shadow horn gun released by Moria collided together, and a violent roar erupted. Seeing this situation, Frankie and Chopper didn't hesitate, and directly chose to join forces with them to deal with Moria. Sanji pouted while resisting the shadow bat released by Moria. "It's Moria again. You've already been defeated by our Straw Hat Pirates once, don't you know how to be smarter?" Zoro snorted coldly when he heard this. "Since he doesn't know how to take the initiative to become smarter, let's beat him again. Whoever tries to stop it, don't try to stop us from rescuing Luffy." "Oh!" Zoro's words were unanimously agreed by Sanji, Frankie, and Chopper. Just when Moria was about to say something, Doflamingo suddenly grinned jokingly and said, "Moria, you are worthy of the disgrace of the 7 warlords of the sea. It's fine to be defeated by these brats once, but now you are still insulted by them. I feel ashamed to be called 7 warlords of the sea with someone like you." After saying this, Doflamingo didn't wait for Moria's response at all, and rushed directly to where Cu Carlos, Sanbel, and the remnants of the Roger Pirates were. Doflamingo has no interest in fighting the Straw Hat Pirates at all. Only the remnants of the Roger Pirates, as well as members of the Red Hair Pirates who claim to be the most balanced in the world, can make Doflamingo interested. Doflamingo slapped his A and left after mocking, but Moria's lungs almost exploded. Watching Doflamingo's back, Moria scolded sharply. "Doflamingo UBD! Take a good look at how I beat these brats." After finishing speaking, Moria didn't hold back anymore, and launched a crazy offensive against Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and Chopper with all her strength. He wants to take this opportunity to cleanse himself of the humiliation. After seeing this situation, Boa Hancock on the side just glanced at it, then shifted his gaze from them to where Ash was. Watch as Ash single-handedly beats Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and red-haired Shanks, one of the New World 4 Emperors, to the ground. Even if they accidentally reveal their flaws, the Zanpakuto in Ash's hand that shines with bluish-white light will mercilessly leave a mark on them. It is no exaggeration to say that even though Hancock has been famous in New World for so many years, it is the first time he has seen such a big battle. The strength of this black-winged demon has far exceeded Hancock's previous expectations. So, how should I choose my concubine? Should I continue to help Marine deal with the pirates and the Revolutionary Army, or follow my heart and help this black-winged demon who makes me very satisfied? Hancock muttered to himself, unable to figure out what the answer to this question should be. However, Hancock is also very clear that the forces involved in this war will not end like this at all. According to the information obtained by Hancock, even the only woman among the New World 4 Emperors, Charlotte Linlin. He was also a participant in the Valley of the Gods War, besieging and killing the Rocks brothers. With Ash's character and behavior, no matter what, he will never let Charlotte Linlin go. In this case, will Charlotte Linlin let go of such a good opportunity? I'm afraid it won't be long before Charlotte Linlin will bring her Big Mom pirates to participate in this war, right? However, Hancock isn't too worried about Ash. After all, the other 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, is Ash's most loyal younger brother. Since Kaido has not brought the Cotters of the Beasts pirates to Marineford, it means that Ash has anticipated the current situation, and even specially arranged other tasks for Kaido. The only ones that Hancock is a bit confused about are those bastards from the world government. If possible, Hancock would very much like Ash to be defeated by the Vice Admiral world government in this war. It would be best for her, Hancock, to kill the remaining celestial dragons herself. All celestial dragons, be damned! Hancock cursed very abruptly, and then left without hesitation, participating in this war. Since there is no way to deal with those celestial dragons now, let's take these men at the scene and let them out. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has exposed his identity as a cadre of the Revolutionary Army and is now working with the Revolutionary Army against Marine. Although Bartholomew Kuma has the ability to send people directly to the execution platform. But after what happened with Sabo, Marine must be on guard against Bartholo now. Mickey Bear does this again. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at Staff Officer Crane on the execution platform, and found that he was staring at him all the time. Oh, what a pity that time just now. Bartholomew Kuma shook his head, his face full of helplessness and sighs. They failed to rescue Ace and Luffy all at once, but because of Ash's appearance, Sabo also joined in. If you want to attack the execution platform in this way again, the effect will definitely not be as good as the first time. After all, although the strength of this Staff Officer Crane does not belong to the top level of New World, she is a Marine high-level executive who has experienced several eras anyway. But there is an existence that no one can ignore. The helpless Bartholomew Kuma could only temporarily suppress this idea, and continued to charge towards the execution platform with several Revolutionary Army commanders and led the Revolutionary Army. All they can do now is to slowly advance towards the execution platform. It is almost impossible to take shortcuts. While Bartholomew Kuma was feeling emotional, another 7 warlords of the sea, known as the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk Hawkeye. When he saw Shanks leading the Red Hair Pirates, he hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should just leave naval headquarters. However, if you think about it carefully, the reason why Mihawk agreed to the most important purpose of Marine's summoning order is still not 810%. In addition to wanting to feel the strength of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, Mihawk also wants to have a good fight with Ash, the black-winged demon. According to the information he has learned, more than 30 years ago, in the era of the Rocks brothers, the one who was called the #1 swordsman in the world was the Black-Winged Demon. That is to say, after the Valley of the Gods War ended, Ash fell into a deep sleep completely, and then let Golden Lion Shiki inherit the title. As a result, due to various strange reasons, the strength of Golden Lion became worse day by day, and Mihawk won the title of the world's #1 swordsman without even fighting against Golden Lion. Although the process was very smooth, Mihawk has been very hard to let go of this. Now that there is Ash, a black-winged demon whose sword skills are stronger than Golden Lion, then Mihawk naturally cannot let go of this opportunity. If you can't defeat all the sword masters with superb sword skills with your own hands, then what qualifications do you have to be called the #1 sword master in the world? Only. Mihawk looked at the foil Vesta who was still attacking him frantically in front of him, shook his head and sighed in his heart. In this case, let's get rid of Baista first, and then find a chance to learn swordsmanship with Ash. From the moment this war broke out, this guy, Vista, has been haunting him. Before, Mihawk didn't mind playing a few more tricks with the opponent, but now with Ash, Vesta can just throw it away. After Mihawk made up his mind, he immediately erupted with incomparably terrifying power, forcing Baista, the captain of the 5th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, to retreat steadily. At the same time, Whitebeard, who fought against Akainu and Blackbeard by himself, also gradually fell into a disadvantage. Even if Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, the most powerful one among the New World 4 emperors. But no matter what, Whitebeard is old, unlike Ash, who has obviously been asleep for 36 years, but his appearance and physique still maintain the peak of the year. Whitebeard's body has long been covered with hidden wounds and old wounds, and his physical strength has long been much worse than before. There is no way for Whitebeard to sustain this ultra-high-intensity battle for too long. Unlike back then, fighting Roger for 3 days and 3 nights was no problem. Both Blackbeard and Akainu sensed Whitebeard's decline, which made them even more excited. Blackbeard launched a frenzied attack on Whitebeard, grinning deliberately to attack Whitebeard's mentality. Thief, ha 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 ha. Father. I've said it before, you're done. If it was decades ago, even if I had the courage again, I would never dare to kill my companions in front of you. Hearing Blackbeard suddenly mention Thatch who died at his hands, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with anger. The right arm was bent, and an invisible force appeared above the fist. In the next second, the fist wrapped in shock fruit's ability aimed at Blackbeard in front of him and smashed down fiercely. Catch ACHA. Chapter 83. Seeing Whitebeard's angry blow, Blackbeard not only didn't panic at all, but a cunning and conspiracy flashed in his eyes. Facing Whitebeard's punch with shock fruit ability, Blackbeard did not choose to retreat, but took the initiative to meet it. With a thought, the black mist released by dark fruit's ability wrapped Blackbeard's right hand, aimed at Whitebeard's fist and slapped it. The expected shattering sound of glass did not sound as expected, but a very strange scene appeared instead. To Whitebeard's surprise, his shock fruit ability seemed to disappear suddenly when it came into contact with the BD Blackbeard's palm. Seeing Whitebeard's slightly narrowed eyes, Blackbeard couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thief, ha 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 ha! How about it, Dad? This is my dark fruit ability. A horrible ability that can devour everything and make all devil fruit abilities useless. Blackbeard's insane voice echoed wantonly in the sky above Marineford, causing most people present to involuntarily turn their eyes to Blackbeard. They could clearly see the thick black smoke emanating from Blackbeard's body and palms, making Blackbeard look even more hideous and weird. But Whitebeard, as the person involved, is more intuitive than others. Whitebeard's fist that was in contact with Blackbeard's palm was constantly being torn and dragged by the palm like a small black hole. Glancing at Blackbeard in front of him, Whitebeard asked indifferently with cold eyes. Teach, is this the devil fruit ability you'd rather kill your family to take away? Not to mention other people, even Whitebeard can't understand that this guy Teach can do such a thing for a mere devil fruit. You must know that Sage and Teach have been together in the Whitebeard pirates for decades. The most important thing is, based on the friendship between the two of them, if Teach says he wants this devil fruit, Whitebeard believes that Sachi has a high probability of agreeing. However, the BD Blackbeard never showed any interest in this devil fruit from the beginning to the end, but directly chose to kill the devil fruit. After hearing Whitebeard's question, Blackbeard laughed twice. That's right, Dad. This is the devil fruit I got from him after I killed Sarge. You know, Dad? The reason why I begged you to join the Whitebeard Pirates was because I wanted to use my status as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates to have a greater chance of getting this dark fruit. To achieve this goal, I hid from the Whitebeard Pirates for 26 years. Father! Do you know how I have spent the past 26 years? Blackbeard stared at Whitebeard in front of him, his face was already full of madness and frenzy, and the aura emanating from his body made many people in Marineford feel terror. Even Whitebeard can clearly sense the madness in Blackbeard's heart. Looking at the old man in front of him, Blackbeard continued to grin wildly. Dad, do you know how happy I was when I saw dark fruit appear? Besides being able to have this kind of power right away, the most important thing is that my 26 years have not been wasted. I will prove to the whole world how powerful I have become with the ability of dark fruit. At the end, Blackbeard suddenly exuded a thicker black mist, grinning wildly. Thief, ha 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 ha! Why, Daddy? Even your shock fruit ability and your dark fruit ability will be useless. Although the expression on Whitebeard's face did not change, his mood gradually became a little heavy. From the words of this guy Blackbeard, he can guess that this dark fruit, which he has endured for a full 26 years, must have a very special place. However, Whitebeard still can't figure out what it is. However, at this moment, Ash's voice suddenly sounded, making the entire Marineford instantly quiet. Whitebeard, this son of yours, is eyeing your shock fruit ability. His dark fruit allows him to have a second devil fruit ability, now I can understand why he did this. After the voice fell, Marineford suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Whether it is Marine, Whitebeard Pirates, Revolutionary Army, the elite brought by Kong, or Red Hair Pirates, and the remnants of Roger Pirates. All of them stared wide-eyed, looking at Ash who was crushing Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks. What did they hear? Dark fruit, can people have a second devil fruit ability? After a short moment of astonishment, even Kong couldn't help looking at Ash and asking. Ash, are you telling the truth? How could someone have two devil fruit abilities at the same time? I have lived for so many years, but I have never heard of such a thing. Not only Kong had this reaction, Sengoku, Garp, Shanks, Whitebeard, Akainu, and others also had incredible expressions on their faces. You must know that besides the curse of being unable to touch the sea water, the more important one is that the devil fruit cannot eat the second devil fruit. Otherwise, the energy contained in the devil fruit will make the body explode instantly. For hundreds of years, no one has ever been able to break this curse. Could it be that Blackbeard is expected to be the first person to have two devil fruit abilities at the same time? Hearing what Kong said, Ash looked at him and smiled, and said lightly, "You don't know, it's because you have too little experience. At such an old age, you have all lived on dogs." Kong's eyelids twitched wildly when he heard this, wishing he could punch Ash on the spot. But the more Ash spoke with this attitude, the more believable his words seemed to Kong. "So it seems." Kong turned his head and looked at where Blackbeard was. He could clearly see that Blackbeard's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He even stared at Ash with a suspicious expression on his face. No, not just beards. Even Lafitte, Van Oka, Badgers, and Poison Q, the 4 members of the Blackbeard Pirates, looked at Ash in disbelief. In any case, they never thought that Ash would directly expose their captain before he successfully obtained Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. What else is this riding horse doing? No wonder. No wonder this old man felt from the very beginning that Blackbeard's purpose in giving the Fire Fist Ace to our Marine was impure. At first, I just thought that he wanted to get rid of Whitebeard with the help of our Marine. It turned out that I now know that this guy's purpose is actually Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Sengoku drew back a little with Ash's strength, turned his head and looked at Blackbeard meaningfully. "It's okay if you don't know the purpose of Blackbeard, but now you know that he can use the dark fruit ability to capture the shock fruit ability, and even have 2 kinds of demons at the same time. Calendar. Then he, the Marine Marshal, must guard against such a thing from happening no matter what. Never after killing a Whitebeard, there will be a monster that is more difficult to deal with than Whitebeard." After hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu, who was near Blackbeard, nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku, with me here, Blackbeard won't succeed." While speaking, Akainu turned his gaze to Blackbeard, and spoke in an unquestionable tone. "Blackbeard. As the 7 warlords of the sea, if you want to join forces with our Marine to kill Whitebeard, I welcome it. But if you really want the shock fruit ability from Whitebeard, then be prepared to die in Marineford." After the words fell, Blackbeard's face became extremely gloomy, and even his arms couldn't help but began to tremble slightly. Blackbeard's lips trembled, his eyes fixed on Ash, who was not far away. If it wasn't for the huge gap in strength, Blackbeard would have wanted to kill this black-winged monster right now. Obviously he hid it so well, except for Blackbeard himself, who knew the special ability of dark fruit. Only Lafitte, Van Oka, Badgers, and Poison Q were the 4 subordinates who Blackbeard took the initiative to tell them. Originally, he wanted to team up with Marine to kill Whitebeard. After secretly obtaining the shock fruit ability from him, under the attention of the whole world, he declared that Blackbeard had completely stood up. As a result, Ash's 2 short sentences disrupted all his plans. Now whether it is Sengoku, Akainu, the Marine executives, or Whitebeard, they are all on guard against him. If you want to get the shock fruit ability, the difficulty will increase countless times. Thinking of this, Blackbeard forced a laugh, and said with a gloomy expression, "How? I have no idea what that guy Ash is talking about." Akainu was very dissatisfied with Blackbeard's answer, but now is not the time to trouble Blackbeard. The current Marine still needs Blackbeard, the 7 warlords of the sea, to join forces to solve Whitebeard. It's better. Blackbeard, if you don't want Whitebeard to leave Marineford alive and settle accounts with you, then, don't hide any more. Join me and kill Blackbeard." After Akainu threatened Blackbeard, he launched a crazy offensive to Whitebeard in front of him again. The battle between the 2 caused the magma on Akainu's body to shoot out continuously, and it fell on the ground and made a frightening sound. Seeing this situation, Blackbeard hesitated for a moment, finally gritted his teeth and chose to join hands with Akainu to continue to deal with Whitebeard. "No matter what, you have to try it. What if after killing Whitebeard, these guys don't know how to plunder shock fruit's ability and let themselves succeed. As long as there is hope, Blackbeard will never give up. After all, he, Blackbeard Teach, is a werewolf who is willing to hide in the Whitebeard pirates for more than 20 years for a dark fruit with little hope. Seeing Akainu and Blackbeard team up to besiege his father, Ace on the execution platform clenched his fists, his eyes full of worry. Seeing his appearance, Sabo at the side spoke comfortingly after pondering for a moment. Ace, you just heard that the reason why this Blackbeard wants to start this war is to get the shock fruit ability. So, even if you didn't choose to go after Blackbeard, he will definitely think of other ways. This war may have been unavoidable from the very beginning. Hearing this, before Ace could respond, Rayleigh on the side took up the conversation and said in a deep voice. Sabo is right. Based on what I know about Ash, since he said that Blackbeard's purpose is for shock fruit, it must be so. What Ash said has never been missed. So, Ace, you don't need to blame yourself, think that you have caused Whitebeard and your partners. Rayleigh no longer had the worry and solemnity he had at the beginning. In other words, the arrival of Shanks with the Red Hair Pirates, Carlos and Sanbel, the remnants of the Roger Pirates, made Rayleigh feel deeply relieved. In one breath. At least, in front of the Red Hair Pirates and members of the Roger Pirates, he, Pluton, is not considered one of his own. It won't be like before, although Sabo appeared on the execution platform, but only rescued Ace and Luffy. Even Luffy, who has always been very nervous, grinned at Ace and comforted him. Don't worry Ace. My friends have also come to Marineford, we will be rescued by them. Ace shook his head with a wry smile when he heard this, but when he looked at the corpse of the Devil Oz in front of him, Ace's heart was still full of sadness. Even if he can be rescued, those friends and family members who died in Marineford to save him will not come back to life. And Ace looked up to where Dad was at the Marineford port. It's okay if you don't know the purpose of this guy Blackbeard, but now Ace already knows that this guy Blackbeard's goal is the poisonous fruit ability possessed by Dad. Then with his personality of being able to hide in the Whitebeard pirates for 26 years for a dark fruit, will he really sit back and watch his dad leave here safely? Thinking that Dad might have an accident in this battle, Ace couldn't help but clenched his fists instantly. At this moment, how much Ace wished that he could leave this damn execution platform, so that he could help his father deal with Blackbeard and Akainu together. While Ace was worried about his father's situation on the execution platform, Whitebeard, who was besieged by Akainu and Blackbeard at the port, was also gradually beaten into a real fire. Whitebeard swung Kong Yunki, Wang Zayahao, in his hand, and forced Akainu and Blackbeard back at the same time. Staring at the two guys on the opposite side, he sneered. You two bastards, do you really think that you can defeat this old man by working together? Old man, it's Whitebeard. After the words fell, Whitebeard's legs were slightly bent, his arms were crossed in front of his chest, and an invisible force suddenly appeared above his fists. In the next second, Whitebeard slammed hard towards the sides, and two sounds as if the space was shattering suddenly rang in the ears of Akainu and Blackbeard. Catch ACHA. Shock fruit's terrifying power transmitted, making both Akainu and Blackbeard's bodies twisted a bit. The surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, and the dust all over the sky directly covered the positions of the three of them completely, making it impossible for people to see clearly what happened inside. All I could hear was the continuous violent roar reaching my ears. After the dust and mist gradually dissipated, everyone present could see that even in the face of the joint siege of Akainu and Blackbeard, Whitebeard was only at a disadvantage and wanted to defeat him. If it is defeated, or even killed directly, it is simply impossible in a short time. At this moment, Charlotte Linland's unique big laughter suddenly sounded. Mama mama ma. Whitebeard. Although you are old, your strength is still not too weak. Charlotte Linland. Watching the ship of the Big Mom pirates approaching at high speed, and Charlotte Linland standing on the bow. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu and other high-ranking marines all turned serious. Shanks, whose body was covered in dust, his clothes were torn, and there were several blood-soaked wounds, heaved a deep sigh of relief. Charlotte Linland is finally here. Shanks glanced at Ash, and suddenly found that there was a strange smile on the face of this black-winged demon. Ash looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was getting closer, and the smile on his face gradually became thicker. The people are finally here, and then, the plan can officially start. Chapter 84. The arrival of Charlotte Linlin and her Big Mom pirate group changed the atmosphere in Marineford again. Anyone with a discerning eye can clearly see that the reason why Charlotte Linlin brought her children here is to support the Whitebeard pirates. Even, there is a great possibility that Charlotte Linlin has reached some kind of agreement with Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks secretly. Its purpose is to unite against Ash. After all, the power possessed by this black-winged demon who shook the whole world is really too terrifying. Charlotte Linlin, who was standing on the bow, turned her gaze to Ash, looked up and down the eyes of the black-winged demon who hadn't seen him for 36 years, and couldn't help sighing. Ash, even though 36 years have passed, you still haven't changed at all. Charlotte Linlin felt very surprised. Although she had already received information about Ash's awakening, after seeing with her own eyes that his appearance was exactly the same as that of 36 years ago, Charlotte Linlin inevitably sighed in her heart. How great would it be if she could have that ability too? Where would it be like now? The body is bloated, and the face is covered with horizontal flesh. After hearing Charlotte Linlin's greeting, Ash also looked at the other party a few times, and said slowly, "You have changed a lot compared with the past, you are now uglier." Wow! As Ash's voice fell, Marineford was in an uproar. Whether it's Marine, the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, the Red Hair pirates, the remnants of the Roger pirates, or the members of the Straw Hat pirates. No one expected to hear such words from Ash. Who is Charlotte Linlin? The only woman among the four yellows in the New World. With her own power, she has created a heavy family that no one dares to ignore. Ash, the black-winged demon, doesn't give Charlotte Linlin any face at all? Everyone else reacted so strongly after hearing what Ash said, let alone Charlotte Linlin, who was involved. Catch ACHA. Charlotte Linlin clenched her fists violently, making a creaking sound, and the veins on her forehead burst out in an instant, and her face couldn't help but become a little hideous. Ash! UBD! How dare you do this to me? Charlotte Linlin roared towards Ash's position, with anger and dissatisfaction already written on her face. It never occurred to her that she hadn't seen each other for 36 years, but now that they met for the first time, Ash would embarrass her in front of so many people. But what made Charlotte Linlin even more annoyed was that after hearing 780's own words, Hexio immediately opened his mouth to clarify the relationship. Charlotte, Linlin, don't say such misleading words. There is no other relationship between the two of us other than enmity. Such unfeeling words filled Charlotte Linlin's heart with anger in an instant. You must know that more than 30 years ago, when she met Ash for the first time, Charlotte Linlin always wanted to have a child with this big devil. With Ash's terrifying talent and physique, plus her strong physique, if a child is successfully born, that child's talent will definitely be the most powerful in the Charlotte family. It's just a pity that from the beginning to the end, Ash didn't like her at all. Charlotte Linlin. Even, he has repeatedly said that he is too ugly, and Ash doesn't like it at all. This is also one of the most important reasons why Charlotte Linlin chose to team up with Marine, Roger pirates, and Whitebeard and Golden Lion to kill the Rocks brothers during the Valley of the Gods War. Ash's words made Charlotte Linlin and her sons and daughters very angry. All the cotters of the Charlotte family were even eager to give Ash a hard punch. But other than them, everyone else in Marineford couldn't help but burst out laughing. After hearing these piercing laughter, Charlotte Linlin finally calmed down. Seeing this, the long bread at the side whispered next to Charlotte Linlin. Linlin, don't forget what I told you before, if possible, try not to face Yapang in person. Our alliance with Shanks and Whitebeard is nothing more than fighting Ash's revenge plan. All we need to do is to help the Whitebeard pirates and rescue Ace from the execution platform. Never, ever, never run afoul of Ash. Longbread's face was so serious that even this cotter who had accompanied Charlotte Linlin for decades didn't dare to look Ash straight. Only those who have truly experienced the era of the Rocks brothers can truly appreciate how terrifying this black-winged demon is. After hearing Longbread's words, Charlotte Linlin nodded casually and enlightened her. Don't worry, Longbread. Even when I was in the Valley of God's War, I never thought that I would wholeheartedly participate in the war minister. Rush forward and face Ash's mission, or leave it to the red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard. Longbread nodded heavily upon hearing that, and heaved a deep sigh of relief. BHBH, he was really afraid that Charlotte Linlin would lose her mind with just a few words from Ash, causing her to rush to fight Ash at the forefront regardless. If this happens, then the Zanpakuto in Ash's hand will cut Charlotte Linlin's neck without hesitation. It's good as it is now. Fishing and paddling is itself a skill that pirates should learn. While Charlotte Linlin was talking with Longbread, the pirate ship they were on had already docked at the port of Marineford. Charlotte Linlin didn't hesitate at all, she jumped off immediately and stood near Whitebeard. Longbread, Katakuri, Perospero, Owen, and Cracker and other members of the Big Mom pirates also set foot on the land of naval headquarters. Their actions made the faces of Kong, Sengoku, and others even more gloomy and ugly. Kong stared fixedly at Charlotte Linlin, and threatened with a gloomy expression. Charlotte Linlin. If you want to bring people to participate in this war, then you have to be prepared, the entire Charlotte family will be destroyed here. When Charlotte and Linlin heard this, she didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, but directly confronted her. Kong, do you think that after becoming the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, you will be able to look at everything? If you Marines have the ability, then go ahead. I really want to see how you Marine destroyed our Charlotte family. Kong gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes filled with angry flames. Although Kong had already reached an agreement with those guys from the world government, he believed that these new world forces could participate in this war as much as possible. So that their world government and Marine will join forces to clean up all these guys in one fell swoop. But Kong also knows very well that the more forces involved, the greater the number of sailors who died in this war will be. These bastards! They are becoming more and more unscrupulous. Kong cursed angrily, and just when he was about to say something, Shanks on the side suddenly spoke. Don't waste your time, Charlotte Linlin. You help Whitebeard deal with Akainu and Blackbeard together, let your sons and daughters join hands with our Red Hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates, and save the people on the execution platform first. Charlotte Linlin glanced at Shanks when she heard the words, seeing his distressed appearance covered with scars all over his body, and knew the other party's current situation. The longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be to their big alliance of the three emperors. What's more, if Shanks accidentally exposed his flaws, he might be seriously injured by Ash, or even die on the spot. In order to avoid such accidents, it is better to hurry up and rescue those guys on the execution platform first. Thinking of this, Charlotte and Linlin glanced back, and said directly. Perospero. Katakuri. Owen. Cracker. Go help the Red Hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates first, and rescue those guys on the execution platform. Hearing this, the members of the Charlotte family looked at each other, and Dang even agreed. Yes. Mom. Under the leadership of Perospero, Katakuri, Owen, and Cracker, all the members of the Big Mom pirate group started to move towards the execution platform. Charge! Akainu wanted to block it immediately, but was directly blocked by Charlotte Linlin in front of him. Charlotte Linlin held Napoleon, a machete transformed from a pirate hat, in her hand, and grinned at Akainu in front of her. Akainu, you'd better not get involved in this kind of thing. Leave it to the Marine soldiers and our Charlotte family to solve it yourself. Akainu's face turned livid, and he wished he could kill Charlotte Linlin, that damned woman right now. What do you mean he should not intervene and let the Marines and the Charlotte family settle it themselves? We must know that the development of the matter until now, all the Marine executives already have their own opponents, and almost all of them are of the same level of strength. Now Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom pirate group suddenly joins, which will directly throw this war into an unbalanced state. In this way, I'm afraid it won't take long for the pirates to successfully rush to the execution platform and save those guys. For this war, how many brave sailors Marine has sacrificed? If they failed to win in the end and achieved huge results, wouldn't their Marines be completely reduced to the laughingstock of the entire world? Thinking of this, Akainu gave Charlotte Linlin a vicious look, and launched an extremely crazy offensive towards her. What Akainu wants to do is to repel the damned woman Charlotte Linlin first. Then use the ultimate move to eliminate countless pirates at once. However, Akainu is not just going head-to-head, attacking Charlotte Linlin while trying to interfere with the opponent's mentality with words. Charlotte Linlin, what does the life and death of those guys on the execution platform have to do with your Charlotte family? Could it be possible that you, the dignified New World 4 emperors, have become the lackey of that old guy with the beard? Charlotte Linlin frowned upon hearing this, and then grinned disdainfully. Mama. Akainu. Are you an idiot? Even if you look at the whole world, who is qualified to let me be the other party's lackey? Even Whitebeard is not qualified. Charlotte Linlin didn't hesitate at all, just as she said, in this big alliance of the three emperors. Whatever she is, Charlotte Linlin, it's still red-haired Shanks, and Whitebeard, who is known as the world's strongest man, has equal status. No one is more noble than the other two. However, Akainu sneered after hearing this answer, and scorned Charlotte Linlin mercilessly. No one is qualified to let you be a lackey? Then, what happened to the former overlord of the sea, Rocks? Also, according to the information I got, when you were in the Rocks Pirates, you woman, even if you kept reposting, you were always rejected by Shiu, right? Your wish to have a baby with Ash never seems to come true. Click. Following Akainu's words, the smile on Charlotte Linlin's face froze instantly, her complexion gradually became gloomy, and her eyes became more and more dangerous. Charlotte Linlin stared at Akainu's eyes firmly in front of her, and said word by word. Akainu. Are you looking for death? After the words fell, Charlotte Linlin launched an extremely crazy offensive to Akainu without hesitation. This kind of thing, Ash said Charlotte and Linlin didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But when Akainu said it, Charlotte and Linlin felt that she had been greatly insulted, as if she wanted to fight Akainu desperately. In the final analysis, it is because in the eyes of Charlotte Linlin, Akainu is not worthy to be compared with Ash from the beginning to the end. While the battle between Akainu and Charlotte Linlin became more and more fierce, Whitebeard looked at Blackbeard Teach in front of him, and his face became more and more cold. Teach. No one can save you now. Whitebeard waved the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki in his hand, aimed at Teach's head and let the wolf's new fall. Seeing this situation, Teach was not stupid enough to confront Whitebeard head-on, instead he dodged back immediately and successfully avoided the blow. Looking at Akainu, who was being entangled by Charlotte Linlin, Blackbeard gritted his teeth, feeling no longer rejoicing in his heart. In this situation, it seems that he can only face Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, by himself. Originally, he wanted to find the right opportunity to sneak attack and give Whitebeard a fatal blow, but now he has completely failed. However, this might be a very good opportunity for him. Blackbeard's eyes began to flicker slightly as the thought came to his mind. After all, after that BD Ash exposed his dark fruit abilities and plans, both Whitebeard himself and Marine were guarding against themselves. Want to prevent myself from getting his shock fruit ability from Whitebeard. But now the situation has evolved into what it is now, so that no one else can interfere with the battle between Blackbeard and Whitebeard. As long as he can kill the old guy Whitebeard, then he will be able to use the shock fruit ability immediately. Since this is the case, then don't hide, go all out, and kill the old guy Whitebeard in the shortest possible time. Thinking of this, Blackbeard grinned a few times, and rushed towards the opposite Whitebeard. My dear old man! Your son Teach has come to take your life. Hearing this, Whitebeard snorted disdainfully and said coldly. Teach. This old man has already said before that only you are not worthy to be my son. Teach grinned nonchalantly while resisting Kong Yunki cut by Whitebeard. Father, one of your sons is as powerful as me, shouldn't you be happy? Weaknesses like Marco, Ace, Sage, and Jaws, what can you, the strongest man in the world, be proud of? A gleam of anger flashed in Whitebeard's eyes when he heard the words, Blackbeard, ABD, dare to bring up Sarge who was killed by him. Just when Whitebeard was angry and wanted to give Blackbeard a fist with shock fruit ability, there was a loud noise not far away, which attracted the attention of Yuzi and Blackbeard at the same time. They could clearly see Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks flying out at the same time. And Ash, who was present, groaned in a low voice. "Block it, Black Wing Demon!" As Ash's voice fell, two arrogant black wings suddenly appeared behind him. In the sky, black riot's raindrops began to fall, and the Black Wing Demon finally appeared in front of the eyes of people all over the world. "Ash guy, get serious!" Chapter 85. Raindrops from Ryotsu fell on the ground of Marineford, causing the Marine, Whitebeard Pirates, Revolutionary Army, Red Hair Pirates, Roger Pirates remnants, and members of the Big Mom Pirates all to turn their eyes involuntarily. "It's Ash's body. This guy, is he finally going to show the form of the Black Winged Demon? Gudong, just in normal form, it can beat Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks, the four top fighters. Then now that Ash has entered the form of the Black Winged Demon, how powerful will he be? Does this mean that he is finally going to be serious? Damn it! We still haven't got Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and Rayleigh out of the scaffold. They must be rescued in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, the situation will become more and more dangerous." For a moment, the entire Marineford sky was filled with whispers, and everyone could feel the dangerous aura emanating from Ash, the Black Winged Demon. Feeling the gazes of everyone around him, Ash in the form of the Black Winged Demon smiled slightly at the positions of Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks who had been knocked into the air by him before. Words came out of their mouths that shocked the four of them. "I've had enough fun, and everyone is here. Then next, Marineford, should become my stage." As the voice fell, the black wings on the back flapped violently, a gust of wind suddenly appeared, and the huge force pushed Ash's body, causing him to disappear in place in an instant. Seeing this, the pupils of Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks dilated suddenly, and the alarm bells rang in their hearts, and they felt a sense of danger from the bottom of their hearts. In the next second, the sound of howling wind came from Kong's ear, causing the commander-in-chief of the three armies to raise his fist immediately, aiming at his side and slamming hard. Boom! A violent roar suddenly resounded through the sky, and the violent fluctuation centered on the position of Ash and Kong, and swept away in all directions. What frightened people the most was that Kong, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, didn't even have the ability to resist for a moment in front of Ash, who had entered the form of the Black Winged Demon. The moment Kong was kicked by Ash's right foot, Kong's body flew upside down uncontrollably. Now that he has chosen to enter the form of the Black Winged Demon, of course Shiu's offensive cannot end here. With a ringing sound, Ash's figure disappeared again, and in the next second, a shadow covering the sky appeared above Kong, who was rolling in the air. Raised his right leg high, aimed at Kong's chest, like a battle axe, and slammed down. Boom! With one kick down, Kong's body stagnated in the air for a moment, and then the terrifying power contained on Ash's right leg made Kong's body crash down. Under the coercion of that huge force, Kong's whole body was deeply embedded in the ground. The ground in Marineford, which was originally extremely hard, was smashed into a huge deep hole by Kong. The surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, and the sky filled with dust covered the figures of the two people, making it impossible to see what happened inside. But everyone knew very well that just for a moment, Ash, who had entered the form of the Black Winged Demon, beat Kong to such a point that he had no ability to resist. This also means that it doesn't take long at all, or just a short moment, Kong, who is the commander-in-chief of the three armies, may be severely injured by Ash, and even die on the spot. Commander Kong! Damn it! How could this monster have such a powerful force? If this continues, I'm afraid all of us will die in this war. After seeing the terrifying power that Ash possessed in the form of the Black Winged Demon, members of all the forces present were filled with fear. Although during this time, they have heard countless rumors about Ash. But only after seeing it with their own eyes, they can finally understand why there was such a huge lineup to besiege their Rocks brothers in the Valley of the Gods War. In fact, Ash, the Black Winged Demon, is simply a monster through and through. Even these low-level people can realize this, let alone Sengoku, Garp, Shanks, and Whitebeard, who are the targets of Ash's revenge. Sengoku and Garp exclaimed at the same time after seeing Kong being directly embedded in the ground by Ash's kick. Commander Kong! Sengoku and Garp didn't even need to communicate in advance, they rushed towards Shiu's position at full speed at the same time. In such a critical war against Marine, there must be no accidents in the hands of Commander Kong in Ash's hands. Otherwise, the blow to their Marine would be too great, and even, there would be a great possibility that Marine would collapse on the spot. Looking at the backs of Sengoku and Garp, Shanks stood up with the griffin, the supreme sharp knife, and looked at the slowly flapping black wings behind Ash. There was also the cold look in Ash's eyes. Shanks gritted his teeth, stomped hard, and rushed over at the same place where Bingzio was. Even if Marine didn't promise him to spare Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and Rayleigh. But at this time, Shanks must not just sit and watch Kong die in the hands of Ash. Otherwise, with the terrifying ability that Ash showed just now, the Red Hair Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and the remnants of Roger Pirates will also be wiped out in Ash's hands. Facing the attack of Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks, Ash just glanced blankly, and then started to spin again. In the next second, Ash, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared behind Garp, and the sharp claws raised high were aimed at Garp's back. Laugh! The sound of sharp claws tearing through the air filled Garp's heart with fear for an instant. The pupils of Sengoku and Shanks on both sides contracted slightly, and almost at the same time, Sengoku raised his huge palm shining with golden light, and Shanks also waved the griffin in his hand, directly in front of Garp. Boom! A terrifying force came. Even if Sengoku and Shanks teamed up, they couldn't block Ash's claw. On the contrary, he was directly bombarded by Garp's body with his trembling power, and the two of them drove Garp to fly backwards towards the distance. What frightened the three of them the most was that Ash's trembling offensive did not end here. The black wings waved behind them, and the powerful thrust made Ash reappear above the three of them in the blink of an eye. Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks, the three powerful men with the top strength in the New World, couldn't help feeling a little afraid deep in their hearts when they felt the black shadow coming from above their heads. When Kong crawled out of the deep hole he smashed out with his body, he shook his dizzy head, took a deep breath, and directly joined the battle. However, even with the addition of Kong, the chief of the three armies. But in front of Ash, who has entered the form of the black-winged demon, he is still in a state of being completely crushed. The most unacceptable thing for them is that if any of the four of them shows even the slightest flaw, they will be accurately caught by the monster Ash. With his razor-sharp claws, leave deep scars on Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks. In just a few breaths, the four of them already had scars all over their bodies, and scalding scarlet blood was continuously gushing out from the wounds. Seeing this situation, Blackbeard, who retreated a little with the help of Whitebeard's shock fruit, swallowed hard. With a face full of doubts about life, he muttered to himself. So, is this where the black-winged demon is truly powerful? Now I finally understand why, during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago, the Rox brothers let the world's top powerhouses team up to besiege. If there hadn't been these 36 years of deep sleep, I'm afraid this world would have been completely shrouded in the shadow of the black-winged demon. At this moment, Blackbeard only felt that he was so small. For a mere dark fruit, a title of one piece, I wasted time on the Whitebeard pirates for more than 20 years. On the other hand, Ash, the black-winged demon, even though he has been asleep for 36 years, after waking up, he can still suppress the powerhouses of the entire world, and he dare not even vent his breath. If he had the strength of Ash, how could he spend so much effort just because of a mere shock fruit ability? Watching this scene also, Whitebeard's mood instantly became heavy. Whitebeard is very clear that with Ash's current strength, it may have surpassed the war in the Valley of Gods back then. In the Valley of the Gods battle back then, even facing a more terrifying lineup than the four guys Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks, Ash was only a little short of being able to turn defeat into victory and kill all opponents. The current situation is also very clear. If Ash is given enough time, it may not take long at all. This black-winged demon can completely wipe out Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks, the four guys who besieged him. At that time, the other forces in Marineford will become Ash's playthings. No. This must not happen. At least, no matter what price it takes, Marco, Ace, Jaws, and Vista must be able to continue to live. Such a thought flashed in his mind, and Whitebeard never hesitated again, after forcing Blackbeard back in front of him with a knife. Whitebeard has completely let go of his dignity as the strongest man in the world, and said to Blackbeard in a deep voice, "Teach. You have already seen the strength of Ash with your own eyes. You should know that even if you successfully obtained the shock fruit ability of the old man, you are definitely not Ash's opponent." Yen. Hearing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, stared at Whitebeard opposite him with a puzzled expression, and then asked with a grin. "Thief, ha 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 ha. Dad, does it matter whether I am Ash's opponent or not? Anyway, I have no grudge against Ash from the beginning to the end. What this black-winged demon is going to deal with is you guys who participated in the Valley of Gods War and besieged and killed the Rock's brothers." Blackbeard didn't think he would be the target of Ash, the black-winged demon. After all, although he used to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he killed his partner with his own hands. Afterwards, the Whitebeard Pirates have been completely broken. Even if Ash is a vengeful, vindictive guy, it wouldn't make sense for him to come after him because of what Whitebeard did. However, what Blackbeard didn't expect was that after hearing his own words, Whitebeard on the opposite side laughed strangely. "Goo la 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 la. Teach. Do you really think that Ash's victory or defeat in this war has nothing to do with you?" Blackbeard frowned when he heard this. He was a little puzzled, why this guy Whitebeard is so confident. Seeing that Blackbeard didn't answer himself, Whitebeard didn't take it seriously, but stared at Blackbeard firmly, and said in a deep voice, "Teach. The reason why Ash participated in this war is that he even personally made the scene of this war so big. Don't you really think that his purpose is just to get revenge on those of us who participated in the war in the Valley of Gods? What he wants to do, besides killing us, the most important thing is to replace the world government, become the king of the world, and complete the unfinished goal 36 years ago." Mark. Whitebeard's words were so loud that Blackbeard's face couldn't help but change. Before Blackbeard could say anything, Whitebeard looked at him jokingly and asked, "Teach, do you think that after killing us guys, you, a dangerous person, will also become a stumbling block that Ash must clear? Or, after he successfully replaces the world government and becomes the new king of the world, will he allow you, a powerful pirate, to continue to exist?" After the words fell, Blackbeard's heart sank instantly. He could clearly tell that Whitebeard on the opposite side was not kidding himself at all. What he said was exactly what Rybeard thought in his heart. "So, this also means that there is no conflict between me and this black-winged demon?" Thinking of this, Blackbeard involuntarily shifted his gaze to the other side, where he was pressing down on Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Ash, who Shanks was beating violently. For a while, even Blackbeard, who was so determined and could endure more than 20 years in the Whitebeard Pirates for a dark fruit, couldn't help being shaken. "I even began to doubt what choice I should make in the next war." After seeing Blackbeard's reaction, Whitebeard knew that the BD had been persuaded by him. In this case, Whitebeard turned his head to look at Akainu, who was fighting fiercely with Charlotte Linlin. Without any hesitation, he directly raised Kong Yunki in his hand, and blocked them in front of them. Looking at Kong Yunki between them, Akainu and Charlotte Linlin looked at Whitebeard at the same time. Feeling the gaze of the two, Whitebeard took a deep breath, looked at Akainu and said in a deep voice, "Akainu. What you Marines need to solve most now is not Charlotte Linlin or the old man, but Ash. If Ash continues to fight like this, I'm afraid it won't take long for Kong, Sengoku, and Garp to die in his hands. You should be very clear, if the three of them are really killed by Ash, what terrible impact will it have on Marine?" Seeing Akainu's changing expression, Whitebeard continued to speak slowly. "And I can guarantee that even if Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks are all killed, Ash will never suffer any harm. Even if he will be traumatized in this battle, with Ash's terrifying recovery ability, he can recover in the blink of an eye. Then next, it's your Marine's other senior management's turn." Hearing this, the park dog's face gradually became more gloomy. Having personally participated in the Battle of Impel Down, Akainu certainly knows how terrifying the recovery ability possessed by Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, is. Just like what Whitebeard said, if Ash can't be dealt with first, then the only way to wait for their marine is to completely annihilate them. Thinking of this, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Akainu, and Charlotte Linlin looked at each other and spoke almost simultaneously. Then, let's work together to deal with Ash first. After the words fell, the four of them rushed towards Ash's position at the same time, and rushed over Juan. At full speed. Chapter 86. Kizaru and Durag, who were fighting fiercely in mid-air, also noticed the actions of Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Akainu, and Charlotte Linlin. Seeing them rushing towards Ash's position, Drago's eyes flashed, and he asked Kizaru in front of him. Pora Salino, don't you go to support Kong and Marshal Sengoku? With the terrifying power displayed by Ash, even with Whitebeard, Sakazuki, and the others joining in, wouldn't they be the opponent of this black-winged demon? Hearing this, Kizaru glanced at the situation over there, then shook his head helplessly and said, I want to help, but with you here, how can I escape? Drago was not surprised by Kizaru's answer, and said straightforwardly. Compared with our revolutionary army, Ash is obviously a greater threat to Marine, right? Also, if Ash were to injure Kong, Marshal Sengoku, Sakazuki, and my father Garp, or even kill any of them, it would be an irreparable blow to Marine, right? Pora Salino, it seems to me that you can't fail to see the point. Kizaru looked at Durag in front of him with a strange expression, feeling the seemingly extremely sincere expression on Durag's face. Kizaru smiled and shook his head. Durag, in front of me, you don't need to put on this look, do you? I'm not one of your subordinates, and I don't need you to buy people's hearts. Durag's face changed when he heard the words, and he spoke righteously. Pora Salino, I'm thinking about Marine, don't you understand? Kizaru chuckled, seeing that Durag is not giving up, then he has nothing to save face for him. Durag, what you want is to ask me to support Commander Kong and Marshal Sengoku, so that you can take this opportunity to directly rescue those Ling Ling Tian guys on the execution platform. As long as the 4 people on the execution platform are rescued, the situation will be reversed in an instant. At that time, you Revolutionary Army, Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, and the remnants of Roger Pirates. Whether you want to continue to participate in this war and join forces with our Marine to deal with Ash is up to you guys. Kizaru just likes to fish and paddle, but he is never stupid. If you really have a bad brain, how can you become the Marine Admiral representing Marine's top card? Kizaru knew very well that if at this critical moment, the guys like Drago were allowed to rescue Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and Rayleigh from the execution platform, the Revolutionary Army, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and the remnants of the Roger Pirates may not continue to join forces with them and Marine to deal with Ash. In other words, when they feel at an advantage and have the opportunity to successfully deal with Ash, no one will let go of such a good opportunity. But if he is suppressed and beaten by Ash from the beginning to the end, he may even be wiped out by Ash in turn. Those guys like Durag will definitely lead his revolutionary army out of this war at full speed in the first place. Other factions can run away, so how do their Marines run? The location of this battle is at their naval headquarters. Under such circumstances, how could Kizaru be willing to let Marine fall into the most passive position? After hearing Kizaru's words, Drago's face changed, and he didn't feel embarrassed immediately, but smiled and said, Pora Salino, you guys are top-notch in terms of strength and intelligence, but it's a pity that you're just too lazy. Otherwise, maybe after I left Marine, you would be the best candidate to succeed Marine Marshal. Kizaru shrugged his shoulders, and said calmly, as if you would spare me. Just being a Marine Admiral is already so tiring, if I become a Marine Admiral, I might not be able to bear it right away. Kizaru never wanted to be a Marine Marshal. Just like what he said, just being Marine Admiral made him exhausted, and Kizaru couldn't even think about the tedious workload of Marine Admiral. Still, is this the time to say that, BD? Kizaru shook his head, looked at Drago and asked tentatively. Durag, you just said that the reason why you chose to leave Marine and go to the world to create your revolutionary army is because of your ideals. I want to overthrow the rule of the world government, so that people all over the world can live an equal and harmonious life, and don't need to be oppressed by anyone. Then, you probably don't want to see Ash, the black-winged demon, successfully replace the world government before you, and become the new king of the world, right? Drago raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and looked at Kizaru with a strange expression. Poor Asalino, what do you want to say? Kizaru chuckled twice, his old face was covered with wretched wrinkles. Since this is the case, why don't the two of us go to support Commander Kong and Marshal Sengoku together? Let's work together to get rid of Ash, the biggest threat, first, and then talk about what's next. After all, in that battle over there was still your father, Vice Admiral Garp. Drago is in a very strange mood now. Kizaru didn't agree to his persuasion before, and it's fine to directly support Kong and Marshal Sengoku. In the end, he actually used the same method now, trying to pull himself up too. But Drago also has to admit that in his mind as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Ash is also an obstacle that cannot be avoided no matter what. So, are you going to take part in this war? Drago turned his head and took a look, even with the addition of Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Akainu, and Charlotte Linlin. Plus Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Shanks are the four who are besieging Ash themselves. A total of 8 New World's top experts, but in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, they still didn't have the slightest disadvantage. Even if any of them is accidentally caught by Ash, Ash will not hesitate to leave a terrifying scar on his body with deep bone visible. Seeing this situation, Drago couldn't help but let out a sigh, and sighed. The strength of this black-winged demon is really terrifying beyond imagination. Kizaru nodded vigorously in agreement. This point, as early as Ash just recovered, when he participated in the Impel Down War, he had already experienced it personally. But to Kizaru's surprise, Drago shook his head after pondering for a moment. Even if I want to join forces with you Marine, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin and other pirates to kill Ash, it won't be now. Of course, Kizaru can understand this. What Drago wants to do is no different from what the world government intends to do. They all want Commander Kong, Marshal Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Garp to consume Ash's power first, and it's best to wait until he has a chance to give Ash a fatal blow. This guy, Drago, will probably choose to end. It's just that he still sighed a little. Drago, his heart is as cold and hard as ever. He is also really not afraid. Did Vice Admiral Garp have any accidents in this war? After all, in a battle of this level, even a small mistake is very likely to turn into the final avalanche. But now Drago has no intention of getting involved, so Kizaru can only continue to spend time with him. While Kizaru was communicating with Drago, on the other side, the 7 warlords of the sea also felt the palpitations of Ash's terrifying strength. Moria manipulated the weapon made by the shadow to attack the members of the Straw Hats on the opposite side, and at the same time looked at the positions of Ash, Kong, Whitebeard, and others from the corner of her eyes. Seeing that kind of extravagant and terrifying lineup, they can only maintain their invincibility in front of Ash with difficulty. Moria couldn't help but murmured. If I can get the body of the black-winged demon, it will be regarded as looking at the whole world, and there will be absolutely no one who is my opponent. At that time, whether it's Marine, or ABD like Doflamingo, or that damn guy Kaido, they will absolutely surrender to me. When it came to the end, that beautiful picture even unconsciously appeared in Moria's mind. Taking advantage of Moria's sweet dream, Zoro seized this opportunity precisely, and after looking at Sanji, let Sanji kick him hard towards Moria's position. Laugh. Hearing the sound of blades piercing the air, Moria woke up suddenly and finally saw that the 3-sword swordsman had appeared in front of her. 3 swords style demon slash. Seeing this situation, Moria's pupils shrank suddenly, and frantically began to manipulate the shadow to resist Zoro's attack. Shadow horn gun. Boom. Zoro's 3 swords demon slash collided with Moria's shadow horn spear, and a violent roar erupted, causing the nearby people to turn their heads unconsciously. Doflamingo is also impressively one of them. Seeing Moria being forced into such a mess by Zoro, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing. Moria! Can you stop being such a waste? The more you act like this, the more I feel ashamed to be called 7 warlords of the sea with you. Or, how about you just give up resistance and get killed by these little ghosts who haven't even been to New World? Doflamingo is crazy right now. It is really the strength shown by Ash that gives Doflamingo a more desirable target than the one piece that Roger that guy once became. In Doflamingo's view, if he can have such a terrifying power crystal as Ash, then no matter if it's Marine or those guys from world government, they must bow their heads in front of themselves. What are celestial dragons? Is it not good to directly set the goal as the king of the world and rule the world? But Doflamingo also knows how huge the gap is between himself and this black-winged demon. Therefore, the current Doflamingo only wants the result of this war to be resolved in the shortest possible time, so that he can measure whether to continue to maintain the identity of 7 warlords of the sea. Still relying on the identity of being a partner with Kaido, he chose to join Ash, the black-winged demon, on the spot. As for the embarrassing thing like Moria, let's just die in this war. What Doflamingo said made Moria's heart instantly filled with anger, and she was immediately dazzled by the anger, almost losing her mind. If it wasn't for her own identity, Moria wouldn't mind fighting Doflamingo first. But for now, let's put these. Kill the dead members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Thinking of this, Moria let out a high-pitched growl, and launched an insane offensive against Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Brook, and Chopper. On the other side, Boa Hancock, who seemed to have been drifting away from the situation, just glanced at Moria indifferently, and never paid attention to this guy again. There is no end to continue to help Marine fight against the Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, and members of the Big Mom Pirates. Instead, he stood on the Big Snake and watched the battle between Ash, Kong, Whitebeard, and others just like a self-admired one. For Hancock, after accepting Marine's compulsory summoning order and coming to Marineford, she has already fulfilled her obligations as 7 warlords of the sea. Whether Marine is dead or alive has nothing to do with her anymore. It is precisely because of this that what Hancock is considering now is whether to turn around and help Ash deal with Marine later on. After all, Hancock is absolutely unwilling to see Ash, the man who cut off Marie Joyce with one knife and ruined the lives of countless non-dragons, die in this war. Ash, I hope you don't disappoint me. After all, if my concubine helped you in this war, those guys from Marine and World Government will settle accounts with 9 Snake Island. As the king of the daughter country, I absolutely don't want to see the people under my command get hurt. Just as Hancock was making a secret decision, the pupils of the pirate empress shrank suddenly, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. That is. Hancock's eyes were full of disbelief, and she could clearly see that Ash, who had entered the form of the black-winged demon, had another earth-shaking happening on his body. The change. At the same time, Hancock was not the only one who noticed the change in Ash. All the sailors and pirates in Marineford all exclaimed. What's the situation? Isn't the black-winged demon the strongest form of Ash? But what about now? Damn! What kind of power is this? Why haven't I even heard of it? I can clearly feel that the breath coming from Ash has become even more terrifying. So, this is the real form of the black-winged demon. For a moment, everyone present turned their attention to Ash. They could clearly see that the clothes on Ash's upper body were gradually disappearing, from the abdomen to the legs 5.5 and the arms and back were covered with black feathers, and the lower part of the robe was covered with black feathers. Part in half. The black wings on the back are fully opened, revealing claws like bats. The horns on the helmet become longer and sharper upwards, and grow a long tail that can be freely manipulated. There is a bony object like a knife at the tip of the tail. Even other people can clearly feel the change in Ash, let alone Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Shanks, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Akainu, and Charlotte Linlin et al. Kong's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes filled with fear. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Even in that era more than 30 years ago, the old man has never seen Ash in this form. Whitebeard clenched Kong Yunch in his hand, making a creaking sound, and had the same reaction as Kong. Me too. What kind of power does Ash possess? Feeling everyone's gaze, the wings behind Ash suddenly spread and the shadow under the wings became even darker. Ash, who was under the second stage of returning to the blade, raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Kong, Whitebeard, and others opposite him. He can clearly feel that in the second stage return to the blade form, his strength has once again grown explosively. Since this is the case, then let these guys be very honored to be the first targets to feel the powerful power possessed by the second stage return blade. The corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and the black wings on his back suddenly flapped, and at the same time, he started to spin. The next second, Ash suddenly appeared in front of Kong, grabbed the neck of the commander-in-chief of the three armies, and the huge force made Kong's body fly out uncontrollably. Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and others all turned their heads to look in horror. They could clearly see that Ash's tail with the tip of a knife pointed at the neck held by him. Kong's brow pierced with a bang. Pfft! Chapter 87. Seeing Ash's sharp tail tearing through the air along the way and attacking towards the center of his eyebrows, Kong's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were filled with fear in an instant. In any case, he never thought that Ash, this guy, finally showed the true form of the black-winged demon until now. Compared with the regular form, or the first stage of the black-winged demon form, it is much stronger in terms of speed and strength. The only thing Kong can be sure of is that in front of the current Ash, he, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, has no ability to resist at all. Ho ho ho! Kong stretched out both hands and grabbed Ash's right arm that was pinching his neck, trying his best to get rid of Ash's shackles and escape from this desperate situation. However, Kong was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, Ash's right arm didn't move at all. It was as if his own death had become a doomed ending. Due to fear and panic, Kong's face has turned red. Facing the crisis of life and death, Kong desperately wants to survive successfully. But Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, and Whitebeard guys, it's too late to support themselves now. The only thing he can rely on is himself. Facing Ash's bony spur tail that contained incomparably terrifying power, Kong seemed to think of something, his eyes lit up suddenly, and with a low shout, Armament Haki appeared instantly. For a moment, Armament Haki appeared on Kong's face, as if covering his face with a layer of hard armor, trying to resist Ash's offensive in this way. And, as long as he survives this blow, reinforcements from Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, and Whitebeard will surely arrive. At that time, they who are on guard against Ash's doubled strength will definitely not have this situation again. However, at this moment, Kong suddenly discovered that there was a strange smile on the face of Ash in front of him. It looked like this black-winged demon was mocking his own overreach. This made Kong feel apprehensive and frightened again. 17 When Ash's tail touched his eyebrows, Kong finally understood why there was such a mocking smile on Ash's face. Pfft! Accompanied by a clear and ear-splitting sound, Kong felt a tingling pain between his brows, and in the next second, the blood gushing out completely dyed Kong's bull's eyelids into a scarlet and terrifying color. Why is this happening? How could the old man die? With the strength of the old man's armament Haki, even the attack of the monster Ash can be blocked. At the last moment of his life, such a thought came to Kong's mind. He could clearly feel that the life force in his body was rapidly passing away. In the blink of an eye, Kong felt powerless all over his body, not to mention breaking free from the shackles of Ash's palm, his limbs drooped involuntarily. Chi-boom! Under Ash's control, the bony spur pierced between Kong's eyebrows flipped its tail, and after a while of stirring, Kong's head exploded. After seeing this scene, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and others who were rushing towards Ash's location stopped instantly in their steps to rescue Kong. Everyone looked at Ash with a look of horror and shock. They really couldn't accept it. It was obvious that Ash's strength had increased several times in the blink of an eye. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on? Why does Ash have such great power? Commander Kong! Sengoku looked at the headless corpse in Ash's hand with grief, his eyes were full of anger besides sadness. Garp on the side is comparable to Sengoku, and the grief in Garp's heart is even stronger than Sengoku's. After all, Kong, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, can be called Garp's teacher back then. Seeing his teacher die in front of him like this, and even ended up with a dead body, how could Garp accept it? Ash! Ash! FKU Ash! Garp's eyes were slightly protruding, his face was flushed with anger, his forehead was covered with bulging veins, and his clenched fists kept making crackling sounds. No one doubts that, given the chance, the current Garp would be willing to tear that BD Ash to pieces with his bare hands. But for others, the terrifying power displayed by Ash is a lingering shadow of terror for them. Blackbeard, who was emitting black smoke all over his body, met Ash's gaze, and unconsciously took 2 steps back, swallowed hard, and murmured subconsciously. Ash, this guy, is a total monster. This kind of monster is simply not something us people can face. No way. My ambition has not been fulfilled, and I can't just die in this damn naval headquarters no matter what. I have to admit, Blackbeard panicked. Compared with my own life, whether I can get the shock fruit ability from Whitebeard is not so important. The shock fruit ability is gone, Blackbeard can look for other powerful devil fruit abilities. But if my life is gone, then everything will be over. If Blackbeard wanted to back down, the other people on the scene suddenly woke up. Kong had indeed died in Ash's hands, so next, it will be their turn. The only remaining right hand of Shanks is firmly holding the supreme sharp knife Griffin. While being on guard against Ash's sudden attack, he turned his head and looked at Blackbeard seriously and said in a deep voice, "Teach. At this time, you must not run. Otherwise, what awaits those of us will be Ash who will be wiped out one by one. The most important thing is, in terms of speed, are you confident that you can match Ash, the black-winged demon?" Hearing this, Blackbeard's face suddenly turned pale, but soon he seemed to think of something. Blackbeard's eyes lit up, he forced out an ugly smile, and said to Shanks, Whitebeard, and others beside him, "Thief, ha 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 ha. Shanks. Laozi has never been a fool. Who said I have to be faster than Ash? As long as I can escape faster than you guys, can I still escape successfully?" Blackbeard's words changed the faces of everyone present, and Charlotte Linland's eyes began to flicker continuously. As the Blackbeard guy said, as long as she can run faster than everyone else, the chances of surviving will become greater. But for Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu, this choice doesn't make any sense. Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu looked at each other, and they could clearly see the extremely difficult expression on each other's face. After all, whether it's Blackbeard, Shanks, Whitebeard, or Charlotte Linland, they can all run now. But the 3 of them can't do it. The location of this war is exactly their naval headquarters, Marine Ford. If they had chosen to escape, how many of these sailors would have died at the hands of Ash? I have fought for justice for most of my life, is it possible that at this last moment, I got cold feet? In just a short moment, the situation has undergone an earth-shaking change. Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu, while guarding against Ash's sudden attack, have also secretly become vigilant, trying to prevent Blackbeard and Charlotte Linland from suddenly running away. If they can, they would rather pay some price, and let these guys continue to join forces with their marine to resist Ash. Everyone sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and if someone accidentally ignited the fuse, Ash didn't even need to take action. They alone are very likely to explode in Niajiang. Seeing this situation, Shanks' complexion changed. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Blackbeard and Charlotte Linland and said in a deep voice, "Teach. Charlotte Linland. Don't you really think that after escaping from Ash this time, you can survive? Don't forget. The goal of Ash, the black-winged demon, has always been to replace the world government and become the new king of the world. After he succeeds in doing this, he will definitely mobilize all the forces under his command to look for your traces." Shanks looked at Blackbeard and Charlotte Linland, whose faces became ugly because of his own words, and continued to increase firepower, outputting quickly. "Charlotte, Linland, whether it was the war in the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago, or the current war in naval headquarters, you have participated in the siege and killing of Ash. Do you think, with Ash's character and his usual way of doing things, he will let you go? No. That guy Ash, how could he just let me go?" Charlotte Linland yelled crazily in her heart, that old face even became a little ferocious and distorted. As a member of the Rocks Pirates back then, Charlotte and Linland are obviously more aware than Shanks of the extent of Ash's vengeance. Just because of what Charlotte and Linland did during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, it is absolutely impossible for Ying Xiu to let him go after waking up. Not to mention the current naval headquarters war, she has participated in it again. It is no exaggeration to say that Charlotte Linlin is even ready to die in ash. However, it is absolutely impossible for her to be willing to die like this. In order to gain a higher status, Charlotte Linlin even relied on her own strength, created a heavy family that is so huge that no one can ignore it. For decades, Charlotte Linlin has been living with children. If she just died like this, wouldn't that prove that all these decades of her time were wasted? Thinking of the picture of the Charlotte family being destroyed by ash, Charlotte Linlin clenched the machete turned into a pirate hat tightly in her hand, gritted her teeth tightly, and squeezed out a sound from between her teeth. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. No matter what the price needs to be paid, the monster Ash must be killed. This time, there is no way for Ash to fall into a deep sleep and wake up again. Seeing that Charlotte Linlin no longer wanted to run away, whether it was Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, or Shanks and Whitebeard, they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Shanks turned his gaze to Blackbeard again, seeing Blackbeard's face changing back and forth. Shanks said bluntly, "Teach. Your situation is no different from that of Charlotte Linlin. Although you participated in the Valley of the Gods War 36 years ago, but since you chose to besiege Ash with us in this war, then this black-winged demon will never let you go. So, think about it carefully. After all, you are joining forces with us to try to completely wipe out Ash. Let's abandon us and run away alone. After we are killed by Ash and he succeeds in becoming the king of the world, he will settle accounts with you slowly." After the words fell, Blackbeard's face was extremely gloomy. Blackbeard stared at Shanks in front of him with wide eyes, almost spit out a mouthful of blood, pointing at Shanks with trembling fingers, tremblingly said, "Shanks! Whitebeard! You two bastards, how dare you cheat me in this way?" Blackbeard got it, and now he got it completely. Whitebeard, the old guy, just said that he should let himself deal with Ash with them, otherwise the consequences would be terrible. In the final analysis, this old guy still wants to drag himself into the water. As long as Blackbeard besieges Ash with them, it means that Whitebeard finally died in Ash's hands and lost in this war. But with Ash, a monster like Black-Winged Demon, it is absolutely impossible for Blackbeard to survive. In this way, no matter what the outcome is, Blackbeard, the guy who dared to kill the 803 family and betray the Whitebeard pirates, will definitely pay the price with his life in the end. Seeing the frightened and angry look on Blackbeard's face, Whitebeard not only didn't panic when he was exposed, but couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Goo la 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 la! How about Teach? Even if the old man is old, he is definitely not something ABD like you can calculate. Since you dare to betray the old man's Whitebeard pirates and kill your family members, then you must pay a heavy price for it. Everyone in Blackbeard is stupid. Is this horse still the old man in his impression?" Sengoku, Garp, and Charlotte Linlin on the side didn't find anything strange about this. Whitebeard was able to survive from the era of the Rocks brothers, experienced the 3 legendary pirate eras, and successfully became known as the world's strongest man in the era of the great pirates. Does anyone really think that Whitebeard is all about strength? Such a man, Whitebeard too. Not him, Whitebeard. All stared at Blackbeard, wondering what he would choose. Sensing the gazes of these guys around him, a bead of cold sweat instantly appeared on Blackbeard's forehead. Blackbeard has no doubts at all. If he still wants to choose to run away, these guys will probably attack him before Ash. So what choice does riding a horse have? Does he have a choice? After Blackbeard took a deep breath, he grinned and squeezed out a smile that was several times uglier than crying. "Since this is the case, then don't waste time. Let's go together, see if there is a chance, and kill this black-winged demon directly." With Blackbeard making a decision, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Shanks, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin didn't hesitate any longer while launching towards Ash's position. Charged! At the same time, Ash used the bone spur on his tail to finish off Kong, the guy who kept making bad words, before throwing his body out. The black wings flapped on the back, and the ringing and spinning were launched at the same time, and they greeted the 7 top New World powerhouses. At the same time, Drago and Kizaru, who have been paying attention to the situation here, looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts at the same time. Things have developed to the point where Ying Xiu's strength in the Black Wing Mansion has surpassed their imagination. If you continue to waste time like this, Marshal Sengoku, Garp, Akainu and others who are facing Ash will soon die in Ash's hands. At that time, there is only one dead end waiting for them guys. For a moment, Kizaru emitted a bright yellow light, and the element turned into a photon form, and quickly attacked Ash's position. But Drago's eyes were fixed, and there was a strong wind behind him, and the huge force pushed Drago's body, rushing forward at a speed not inferior to that of Kizaru. Aokiji, Marco, Jose, Katakuri, Owen, and other strong players also participated in it. This war, which participated in the Siege of Ash's lineup, is even far more terrifying than the war in the Valley of the Gods. Chapter 88. Boom! Violent explosions continued, causing the entire Marine Fort to tremble non-stop. Whether it is the Marines, the Revolutionary Army, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, or the remnants of the Roger Pirates, they are all paying attention to the battlefield at the port. While advancing towards the execution platform, he secretly prayed for his marshal, captain, or leader in his heart. Hope they can win this war. Otherwise, those of them who also participated in this war might all be wiped out in the hands of Ash, the Black-Winged Demon. Before this war really broke out, even if they were killed, it would be impossible to imagine that the strength of this Black-Winged Demon has become so terrifying to the present level. Facing the siege of Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Shanks, Charlotte Linlin, and Drago. Not only did Ash not have the slightest intention of retreating, but he also rushed towards them very actively. Since entering the state of returning to the blade at the second stage, both speed and strength have been greatly improved. The movements of these guys, in Ash's eyes, are really too slow. Ugh! Dodging Aokiji's ice blade slashing towards him, Ash casually punched the Marine Admiral's body to pieces, turning it into countless ice crystals, which kept falling in the air. Before the others could react, the movement was heard, and Ash's figure suddenly disappeared into the crowd. In the next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared above Akainu's head, which shocked the Marine Admiral, but Akainu had no time to elementalize it. A terrifying force hit his chest directly, and Akainu's chest was sunken with one punch. Pfft! Akainu, who was rolling in the air, spewed out a mouthful of scorching scarlet blood, which made the Marine Admiral feel extremely painful. Akainu knew very well that with Ash's fighting style, it was impossible for him to stop his offensive no matter what. On the contrary, Ash has always loved beating a dog in the water. Since the observation haki has no effect in front of Ash, it cannot capture Ash's position at all. Then, blast all directions with magma. Great eruption. Boom! 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 The continuous fist-shaped magma blasted in all directions. Even Sengoku, Garp, and others couldn't help but dodge a little when they saw this situation, not wanting to waste their energy on Akainu. However, in the face of Akainu's great eruption, Ash not only did not intend to avoid it, but instead rushed towards it as if he hadn't seen it. Snapped! The fist-shaped magma in front of him was knocked into the air by Ash, let alone causing damage to him, and even his movements didn't stop at all. Seeing this scene, Akainu's pupils shrank slightly, and he no longer dared to pin his hopes on his lava fruit ability. While using various methods to slow down Ash's offensive, at the same time use the fastest speed in this life to run towards Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji and others. There was no need for Akainu's special reminder. Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji rushed towards Akainu very consciously. Want to join Akainu and join forces to resist Ash. But in terms of speed, compared with Ash who has entered the second stage of returning to the blade, they are far behind. The black wings on the back flapped wildly, and the huge thrust made Ash appear directly above Akainu's head in the blink of an eye. Looking at the black shadow that enveloped him, Akainu felt a chill in his heart, and in the next second, a terrifying force struck, making Akainu's whole body directly embedded on the ground. Boom! Ash stomped hard on Akainu's head, causing the Marine Admiral's head to deform slightly visible to the naked eye. Under everyone's gaze, Akainu's body was completely embedded in the ground uncontrollably, like a planted radish. Ash's offensive didn't mean to end here. The tail behind him raised high, and the sharp bone spur pointed at Akainu's exposed head and stabbed down. Sakazuki. Seeing this situation, the pupils of Sengoku, Garp, and others suddenly dilated, and their eyes were instantly filled with fear. Commander Kong has already been headshot by Ash in this way. If Akainu also died in Ash's hands now, then the strength of their side will be greatly weakened, and those waiting for them will be defeated and killed one by one. A bright yellow light shone from Kizaru's body, and his figure disappeared in place. Drago on the other side did not sit idly by. Whether it's because of the friendship he accumulated while fighting side by side while still in Marine, or his current ally status, he must not just sit and watch Akainu die at the hands of Ash. With a thought, a strong wind blew up behind Drago, and the terrifying power pushed Drago's body, and he appeared in front of Ash in an instant. Boom! The Tiankanjiun sword in Kizaru's hand, and the wind blade created by Darag with the wind fruit ability, simultaneously blocked the bone spur on Ash's tail. The violent roar resounded through the sky, and the terrifying fluctuation centered on the position of the three of them, and quickly attacked in all directions. The huge strength of Ash made the faces of Kizaru and Drago turn ferocious and red instantly. As for Akainu, who was deeply inserted into the ground, cold sweat the size of beans began to drip continuously on his forehead, and he opened his mouth wide and breathed violently like a rescued drowning man. At that moment just now, Akainu really experienced what kind of mood it is when facing death. If it weren't for Kizaru and Darag, the two former Marine Iron Triangle partners, then Akainu would probably be headshot by the bone spur on Ash's tail just like the previous Kong commander. Boom! Akainu, who was out of the danger of life, did not dare to delay for a second. His body began to turn into elements, and with his body turned into magma, he escaped from the deep pit and condensed into his original appearance. The moment Akainu just escaped from the deep pit, the bodies of Drago and Kizaru were directly blasted backwards by Ash's terrifying force. The two hit Akainu's body, and Akainu, who was still standing still, flew out together. Just when Ash wanted to chase these three people, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, Shanks, Blackbeard, Charlotte Linlin, and others finally arrived and stood in front of Ash. Ash looked around, looking at the guys surrounding him. In addition to Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, Shanks, Blackbeard, and Charlotte Linlin, the top players in the New World. Marco, Jaws, Beckman, Katakuri, Pero, and Owen and other crew members and subordinates of these guys. Seeing this situation, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly in the second stage of returning to the blade, and he looked at Sengoku, Whitebeard, and others in front of him with cold eyes. A gentle smile appeared on his face, but he said something that made them shudder. Sengoku, Whitebeard, you guys really don't have short memories. Have you already forgotten that I have been very experienced in this kind of siege scene more than 30 years ago? As soon as the words fell, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin, guys who had experience fighting Ash, all constricted their pupils immediately. Immediately, as if suddenly thinking of something, he shouted anxiously to Marco, Jaws, and others on the other side. Marco, Jaws, Beckman, Katakuri, Pero. You retreat quickly. No matter what happens, don't participate in this war. Yes. At this moment, they finally recalled the fear of being dominated by Ash, the black-winged demon, during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and the previous Impel Down War. For Ash, whose strength far exceeds all of them, this so-called siege by a large number of people will not only have no effect. What's more, they will be defeated by Ash one by one, so that those guys with weak strength will die in Ash's hands first. It's just a pity, since Ash dared to say this to them, it meant that their reminder was already too late. The black wings on Ash's back fluttered suddenly, and the ringing was activated at the same time, making his body disappear in place in an instant. Seeing this situation, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin shrank their pupils slightly, and rushed towards the nearest ally. It's a pity that their speed is really too slow for Ash, who is in the second stage of returning to the blade. The huge shadow that suddenly appeared behind him caused the pupils of Pero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, to dilate suddenly, and his eyes were instantly filled with fear. Pero never imagined that he would be the first lucky one chosen by Ash. Just when he was about to turn around to resist Ash's attack, Pero felt a sudden chill in the back of his heart, as if something had pierced his body. Pero looked down, and suddenly found a sharp claw pierced through his back heart. In this sharp claw, he still held a beating heart. "Is this, my heart?" At this moment, in Pero's eyes, it seemed that the time of the whole world was frozen, and all he could see was the still beating heart in the sharp claws below. Pero knew very well that after Ash crushed this heart, his life would come to an end completely. And he can clearly feel that the life force in his body is rapidly passing away. According to this speed, I am afraid that it will not be long before he will completely disappear from this world. Pero opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at this moment, the sharp claw that pierced his chest suddenly clenched. Boom! The dark red heart burst suddenly, and Pero's body also fell down weakly. Pata! Seeing Pero's figure falling to the ground, Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri, Cracker, Owen, and others all exclaimed. Pero! Charlotte Linlin clenched the machete transformed from a pirate hat in her hand, and her face instantly became extremely ferocious and angry. However, Ash just glanced at her lightly, and disappeared in the same place again in the next second. Katakuri! Owen! Cracker! The moment Charlotte Linlin saw Ash disappear, an extremely ominous premonition arose in her heart. Ash probably did this on purpose. What he wants to do now is to kill the important family members of the guys who participated in the Valley of Gods War one by one. Before they die, they can also deeply understand to the pain of losing a family member. Since he became the first lucky person selected by Ash, after killing Pero, Ash's next target must be Katakuri, Owen, and one of the crackers. At the same time Charlotte Linlin figured this out, a scream came suddenly, making Charlotte Linlin's face extremely hideous. Dadab! Cracker, the biscuit minister of the Charlotte family, the biscuit wrapped around his body was directly crushed by Shiu with his sharp. After revealing Cracker's true face, Ash didn't give him any chance to resist, and directly grabbed Cracker's neck and lifted him abruptly. Cracker let out a scream, kicked his legs back and forth, and clenched the arm that Ash was pinching his neck with. Do everything in your power to get out of Ash's grip. It's just a pity that even Kong, who stands at the top of the new world, is far inferior in strength to Ash, who is in the second stage of returning to the blade. Not to mention the so-called biscuit minister like Cracker. Ho ho ho! Cracker, who was tightly held by the neck, only felt a sense of suffocation. Ash's behavior made it impossible for him to inhale even a little bit of oxygen from his mouth. Keep going like this, and without Ash making any extra moves, he'll die of suffocation. Even if he was really going to die, Cracker would never want to face such a painful way to ultimate death. However, how these guys will die is not up to them to decide. Looking at Cracker being held in his hand, Ash deliberately turned his wrist, so that Charlotte Linlin could clearly see the painful appearance of her own son. Ash is very satisfied with the pain and anger on Charlotte Linlin's face. In order to express his satisfaction, Ash didn't waste any time and shook his palm hard. Crack! Accompanied by this clear sound, Cracker's non-stop struggling movement stopped suddenly, his limbs drooped weakly, and his protruding eyes showed that the biscuit minister. What kind of pain did he suffer before he died? Ash. FKU. Two sons who were very satisfied with her died in the hands of Ash one after another, and the anger had completely gone to Charlotte Linlin's mind, causing her to lose consciousness in an instant. Go sanity! No longer caring about other things, he raised the machete Napoleon in his hand, and galloped towards Ash's position. Facing the crazy Charlotte Linlin, Ash didn't intend to attack him directly. Instead, the moment Charlotte Linlin swung the machete, he directly smashed the cracker in his hand. He threw it out. Pfft! With one stab, Cracker's body split into two instantly. That neat cut, and the blood rushing out from it, dyed Charlotte Linlin's body with scarlet horror. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin's hands holding the machete even began to tremble slightly. She finally understood what kind of experience it was when Roger cut Jabba's head with his own hands during the war in the Valley of the Gods. Pain. Too painful. What? Charlotte Linlin let out a sharp growl, her eyes suddenly turned red. Regardless of the split cracker, she continued to frantically rush the machete towards Ash's position. Faced with Charlotte Linlin's crazy behavior, not only did Ash not panic at all, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and a strange smile appeared on his face. After seeing this smile, Charlotte Linlin finally came to her senses in an instant. Ash, this guy made her feel painful, but it's not over yet. Just when Charlotte and Linlin were about to say something, Ash disappeared from her sight again. The strong wind left behind caused Charlotte Linlin to turn her head suddenly, staring at Katakuri and Owen with wide eyes. Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth wide to remind the two of them, but before she managed to make a sound, she clearly saw. The two sharp claws of the Black-Wing Demon had already held Katakuri and Owen's heads without knowing it. Katakuri! Owen! Charlotte Linlin ran madly towards where her two sons were, but in the next second, a terrifying force struck, causing Katakuri and Owen's heads to be affected. The controlled crashes collided together. Boom! Chapter 89. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and Rayleigh on the execution platform have been watching the battle between Ash, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and others. After seeing Ash, who had entered the second stage of returning to the blade, he directly killed Kong, who was the commander-in-chief of the three armies, in an understatement, and the four of them fell into silence. Whether it's Ace and Sabo, the two guys who met Ash for the first time, or Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid who felt desperate in the Sabayati archipelago before. Or maybe Rayleigh, who was the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates at the beginning, and later known as Pluton, was all shocked by the powerful strength displayed by Ash. Rayleigh with a broken arm looked at Ash's figure and muttered to himself. Ash, how did he become so powerful? If he possessed such terrifying power 36 years ago, I'm afraid that the Rocks brothers won the final victory in the Valley of the Gods battle, right? Or, if there is no action to kill the Rocks brothers back then, and give Ash some time to grow. There is no need for these 36 years of sleep. Ash may have already replaced the world government and become the new king of the world. At this moment, Rayleigh was filled with despair. As a person who witnessed the siege of the Rocks brothers in the Valley of Gods War, Rayleigh knows better than others, and now participating in the siege of Ash's lineup is already more terrifying than the Valley of Gods. But even so, they don't have any resistance at all in front of Ash, the Black-Winged Demon. Even Kong, who is the commander-in-chief of the three armies and has the top strength in the New World, can only be headshot on the spot in front of Ash, let alone other people. In Rayleigh's eyes, the fate of Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin has long been doomed. The only thing waiting for them is to die in the hands of Ash one by one. The eyes of Ace and Luffy on the side were filled with worry. Ace leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard's position. Father! Marco! Jotsi! Don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, even if I can be rescued from this damn execution platform, I will definitely have no face to live on. In Ace's heart, all of this is because he pursued Blackbeard, but was captured by Blackbeard and sent to Marine. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this war to evolve into what it is now. Most importantly, the partners and family members of the Whitebeard pirates who have been with him day and night for so long have died in Marineford. I don't know how many 947 there are. If even Whitebeard, Marco, and Josie died here, then Ace would rather die at the hands of Marine or Ash. But after hearing Ace's words, Sabo on the side looked at his clenched fists, his face was full of anxiety, he shook his head and said. Ace! If the things you said really happened, you need to live even more. Otherwise, your comrades who died in this war are truly sacrificed in vain. And, don't you want to avenge them with your own hands? If you want to, living and becoming stronger is the most correct choice. Sabo really couldn't understand why this guy Ace had such an idea. If people like Whitebeard, Marco, and Josie really died at the hands of Ash, shouldn't Ace do everything possible to avenge them? This guy actually thinks he has no face to live in this world, and wants to die with them in the hands of Ash? They haven't seen each other for so many years, how come Ace's mind is not as good as Luffy's? Just when Ace was about to say something, Luffy on the side suddenly rushed forward, bringing out the sea stone shackles that bound him with a clattering sound. Luffy shouted in a tone of astonishment beyond words. Ash, this guy, how could he be so different? Ace, Sabo, Rayleigh, and Staff Officer Crane guarding the execution platform looked at the same time, and saw with their own eyes how Ash killed Charlotte Linland's sons one by one. And when they saw Ash holding the heads of Katakuri and Owen with two sharp claws, and hitting them together forcefully, everyone on the execution platform held their breath involuntarily. Boom! Accompanied by a dull voice, Katakukyo and Owen felt as if their heads were about to shatter. What makes Katakuri most unacceptable is that his observation haki has obviously been developed to the point where it can predict the enemy's movements. But in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, it is impossible to even capture his figure. Katakuri and Owen began to flow scarlet blood from their foreheads, filling their hearts with fear involuntarily. No matter what, you must not just die in Ash's hands like this. With such a thought flashing in his mind, Katakuri released the paramecia waxy fruit he possessed, wanting to bind Ash and get rid of his control by the way. As for Owen, who was held in the other sharp claw, flames emerged from his eyes, and the hot fruit ability exploded with all his strength in an instant, and frightening heat began to radiate from all over his body. What Owen couldn't accept was that in the face of his hot fruit ability, Ash didn't even let go of his hands, as if he wasn't affected in the slightest. In the next second, a terrifying power came, and Owen's head felt extremely painful, causing him to let out an extremely painful wail from the depths of his throat. What? Owen! After hearing the painful wailing sound, Charlotte Linland on the opposite side brandished the machete again, and rushed towards Ash with a ferocious and angry face. Already 2 sons died at the hands of Ash, if even Katakuri and Owen were killed by Ash. Then Charlotte Linland might really be overwhelmed with anger. After all, anyone who is qualified to join forces with Charlotte Linland and participate in the siege of Ash is all the most talented and powerful members of her Charlotte family. However, before Charlotte and Linland rushed to Ash's body to rescue Katakuri and Owen, a dull voice sounded, and Owen's head exuding strong heat shattered. Pfft! Charlotte and Linland could clearly see that Owen's head was crushed and exploded by Ash's powerful palm. Scarlet blood mixed with snow-white brains, splashing everywhere. And after losing his head, the hot fruit ability naturally loses its effect in an instant, and the body that fell to the ground gradually lost its temperature. After seeing this situation, it was too late for Katakuri to grieve. Katakuri, who was always extremely calm, was already full of panic in his heart at this moment. Pero is dead, Cracker is dead, and Owen is dead. Then it's Katakuri's turn next. Katakuri burst out with all his strength, trying to get rid of Ash's control with the help of his Nunuyo fruit ability. However, at this moment, Katakuri could clearly see a dark blue light suddenly coming from his side. He glanced out of the corner of his eye, and Katakuri was instantly stunned on the spot. After Ash crushed Owen's head, he raised his empty right hand slightly, and a thunder gun formed by Ryotsu in his body appeared directly in Ash's hand. Looking at this thunder gun, Ash is very satisfied with it. Then, let's use Katakuri, one of the 3 generals of the Charlotte family, as the first sacrificer of the Thunder Spear. Under Katakuri's gaze full of fear and panic, Ash raised the Thunder Spear in his hand, pointed it at Katakuri's chest and stabbed it loudly. Pfft! Accompanied by a dull sound, the Thunder Spear shining with dark blue light pierced directly through Katakuri's chest. Under the action of the Ryotsu wrapped around the Thunder Spear, Katakuri's heart was directly shattered into countless fragments, flying recklessly in the air. The desperate Katakuri widened his eyes and looked at Ash in front of him. He could clearly feel that the life force in his body was rapidly disappearing. Ho ho ho! Katakuri turned his head and glanced at Charlotte Linland, and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but even at the last moment of his life, he failed to say those words. Boom! Ash casually threw Katakuri's body aside, and looked at the hair standing on end, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his face covered with ferocious anger. Linland! The corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and in an extremely gentle tone, he looked at Charlotte Linland and said, "BHFC. It seems that even at the end of his life, he was worried about the safety of your mother. Speaking of which, Charlotte Linland, your sons really care about you very much." After the words fell, Charlotte Linlin suddenly burst into a terrifying and powerful aura. Boom! In an instant, the Conqueror's haki, belonging to one of the New World 4 emperors, was fully fired without Charlotte Linlin even deliberately controlling it. Whether it is the Marine soldiers, the Revolutionary Army, the Whitebeard pirates, the Red Hair pirates, the Big Mom pirates, or the remnants of the Roger pirates. After feeling the horror of this Conqueror's haki, all of them were greatly shocked unconsciously. And those members of the Big Mom pirate group, after seeing Pero, Cracker, Owen, and Katakuri died in the hands of Ash one after another. He was so angry that he wanted to attack Ash on the spot. However, without waiting for them to make a move, Longbread, the veteran of the Big Mom pirates, directly stood in front of them. Longbun's face is also extremely ferocious, but it's more of Ultimate's fear. "You guys, stop for me. No matter what happens in the future, no one is allowed to participate in the war between Ash and Linlin and Whitebeard. Are you going to let Linlin see with your own eyes that you, her children, all died at the hands of that monster Ash?" Longbread's words seemed to cast a spell of silence on these Big Mom pirates, making them all stand there in a daze, never daring to step forward again. "That's right. What the Longbread guy said is very correct. You must know that even in the Charlotte family, Pero, Cracker, Owen, and Katakuri, who died at the hands of Ash, are already the most powerful members. Even the 4 of them have no resistance at all in front of Ash. If other people are also involved in this war, it will only be easier for Ash to solve. By that time, lost so much. Charlotte and Linlin, the sons and daughters, will completely collapse. In that case, wouldn't even their mother, Charlotte Linlin, be seized by Ash to directly injure or kill them? After all, the reason why Ash killed Pero and Katakuri first was to stimulate Charlotte Linlin to lose his mind in this way. After seeing that his persuasion had worked, Longbread didn't hesitate at all, and roared at the position where Charlotte Linlin was. "Linlin! Don't forget what I told you before. No matter what, don't lose your mind. Don't." Charlotte Linlin didn't react at all, her chest was still heaving rapidly, and the hand holding the machete kept cracking, showing the anger of the New World 4 emperors. However, Ash turned his head and took a look at Longbread. Of course Ash knew Longbread, the guy who followed Charlotte Linlin when he was in the Rocks Pirates. Ash raised his left hand, and a dark green light condensed on the index finger. In the next second, the black and green Zero aimed at the location of the Longbread and flew towards it. Laugh. After seeing this familiar yet unfamiliar Zero, Longbun's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were instantly filled with fear. On the side, Smoothie, one of the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates, directly raised the long sword in his hand in front of Longbread. At the same time, the rest of the Big Mom pirates finally reacted and tried their best to help Longbread resist the Zero. However, what they didn't expect was that after entering the second stage returning blade form, Ash's enhanced speed and strength are not the only ones. Even a random shot of Zero is stronger than ever. The members of the Big Mom pirates, who were caught off guard, lost several members of the Charlotte family, and Smoothie finally blocked the Zero. Smoothie's hands holding the long sword were trembling slightly, and he gasped violently, his head was already filled with fear. Is this the Black-Winged Demon? Is this the power that Ash possesses? Smoothie looked up at Ash's position, which made her a little unacceptable for a while. That guy, Ash, actually just sent out a Zero. After doing this, he didn't even look at them. The Longbread behind her saw Smoothie's frustration and fear. After swallowing hard, the Longbread wiped off the cold sweat that flowed from her forehead because of fear, and faced Smoothie. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Don't pay too much attention to Smoothie, Ash. As early as 36 years ago, he was already a monster capable of suppressing all the powerful people in the New World. Anyone in front of Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, has only 2 choices. Either choose to surrender and dedicate your loyalty to the Black-Winged Demon forever. Either refuse to surrender and become the ghost of Ash's subordinates." With Longbread's voice falling, Charlotte Linlin, who lost all reason because of the successive deaths of her 4 most valued sons, let out a growl, raised the machete in her hand, and pointed at Yat. Xiu rushed over. At the same time, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and Shanks, who didn't even have time to rescue Pero and Katakuri just now, also participated in other middle. They all knew very well that in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, even Charlotte Linlin, whose physique and strength could be called pervert, would definitely not be able to resist for a long time. The deaths of Pero and Katakuri did not have much impact on the outcome of this battle. But if Charlotte Linlin followed suit and died at the hands of Ash, then this battle can basically be declared over, and they can completely give up resistance and wait for Ash to kill them one by one. Faced with the siege of these guys, Ash did not choose to fight with them, but glanced at Marco, Jaws, Beckman, and others who were running towards the distance. The black wings on the back flapped, and the ringing and spinning were activated at the same time, and Yang Xiu's figure disappeared from the encirclement in an instant. Sengoku, Whitebeard, Shanks, and others were startled, and turned their heads suddenly to remind Marco and Jaws. However, in the next second, Ash in the form of the black-winged demon appeared directly in front of Jaws. The thunder spear shining with deep blue light was aimed at Jaws' chest, and stabbed fiercely. Pfft! Chapter 90. Jaws. The moment Ash appeared in front of Jaws and stabbed Jaws with the thunder spear in his hand, Whitebeard, Marco, and the others widened their eyes and immediately exclaimed. They just saw with their own eyes how Ash, the black-winged demon, killed Charlotte Linlin's 4 highly valued sons one by one. As the same guy who participated in the Valley of the Gods War and besieged and killed the Rock's brothers, his days are of course very clear. The reason Ash did this is to let them feel what real pain is before they die. The current Charlotte Linlin only thinks about killing Ash and avenging Pero and Katakuri. Whitebeard couldn't even imagine, if Marco and Josie also died in Ash's hands, what kind of mood would he, the world's strongest man, feel? Even Whitebeard, Marco, Shanks, and others are so anxious, let alone Jaws who is involved. After being shrouded in the shadow of the black-winged demon, Jaws was terrified, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead in an instant. Jaws is very clear that the strength he is proud of, as well as his identity as the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, are of no use to Xiu at all. If he doesn't want to just die in Ash's hands, then all he can do now is to fully unleash his Paramecia Shiny Fruit ability. Use this pervert defense, after blocking Ash's attack, wait for the support of Papa, Sengoku, and Shanks. Thinking of this, the veins on Kiazi's forehead popped up, and he let out a loud drink. Drink it! In an instant, Kiazi's whole body directly turned into a diamond shape shining with dazzling light. Except that half of his face remained unchanged, Kiazi had already become a diamond man. It is undeniable that since possessing the ability of Shining Fruit, Ins has never improved in terms of armament haki. After all, with his Shining Fruit ability, he can even withstand the slashes of Mihawk, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman, without any injuries. But when facing Ash, the black-winged demon, Jaws still felt unsteady in his heart. Not only did he use the Shining Fruit ability, but he also released his half-baked armament haki, wrapping it around Diamond's body. Just block one move. Block one move is enough. After Dad and Shanks come to support me, I can survive. Such a thought flashed in Jaws' mind, and he actively stretched out his hands, wanting to hold the dark blue thunder gun that Ash stabbed. However, when his hands touched the thunder gun, Ins finally realized how naive his thoughts were. Dash! The defense of Jaws' proud Shining Fruit ability has no effect at all in front of the thunder gun in Ash's hand. The hands covered with diamonds and armament haki were just touched by this thunder gun. The severe pain hit, making Jaws involuntarily let out a roar from the depths of his throat. What? Jaws' roar didn't stop Ash's movements even a little bit. After piercing through the palms of both his hands, the thunder spear continued to stab at Jaws' heart with an indomitable attitude. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the 2 layers of armor released by Kiazi with all his strength, were directly attacked by the assassin. The thunder spear shining with dark blue light blasted a big hole in Jaws' chest. Under the action of the riotser wrapped around the thunder spear, Jaws' heart was instantly shattered into countless pieces. Accompanied by scarlet blood, it splattered wantonly behind Jaws. After seeing this scene, Whitebeard's eyes were tearing apart, and his eyes were filled with strong anger. Whitebeard, with his hair standing on end and the veins on his forehead protruding, raised the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki, aiming at Ash's head and chopping it down fiercely. The moment Kong Yunki slashed, an invisible force of shock fruit wrapped the blade and exploded. Crack! The sound of shattering glass resounded in the ears of everyone present, making everyone's faces extremely ugly. Everyone knew very well that Whitebeard didn't hold anything back in his angry shot this time. The power belonging to him, the strongest man in the world, and his shock fruit ability, all exploded at the same time. But even so, that monster Ash raised its claws lightly, and directly chose to confront Whitebeard's Kong Yun. Boom! A violent roar resounded through the sky, and the terrifying fluctuation centered on the position of the three of them, and swept away in all directions. The ground in the surrounding marine ford was lifted up several layers under this wave of fluctuations, and the dust covering the sky covered the figures of the three of them, making it impossible for people to see what was going on inside with the naked eye. But the ground that is constantly collapsing in the vicinity is different from the competition between Shiu and Whitebeard's power inside the dust garden. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Shanks, Blackbeard, and Charlotte Linlin just rushed in to help Whitebeard. All I saw was a huge figure flying upside down. After Whitebeard rolled several times in the air, he raised his hands and thrust Kong Yunki fiercely into the ground. Ash's huge strength caused Kong Yunki to forcibly split the ground for dozens of meters, and finally managed to survive in this way. Kin stopped his embarrassing footsteps. Laugh. Whitebeard raised his head and looked ahead, his chest heaving violently, and the unbelievable look in his eyes, all fully demonstrated how shocked Whitebeard was. How is it possible? This guy Ash is a complete monster. How could his strength be so terrifying? Whitebeard's mentality was about to collapse. You must know that although he, the strongest man in the world, is old, his physical fitness is no longer at his peak. But no matter what, compared to the era of the Rocks brothers more than 30 years ago, Whitebeard's strength has also improved a lot. But the result? When he faced Ash back then, although there was also an indelible gap, it was not like it is now. Obviously Whitebeard had already made a full-strength attack, but Ash could easily crush him, the strongest man in the world, with just a single blow. What the hell is going on with this horse? Whitebeard's words made the scene fall into silence, and everyone could understand Whitebeard's despair. Especially for guys like Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Drago, Shanks, and Blackbeard who didn't live through the Rocks era. The power of Ash, which is so terrifying that it is difficult to rise up to fight with it, has an even greater impact on them. On the contrary, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin have experienced the feeling of pressure when facing Heiji Daku more than 30 years ago. I have gradually adapted to the terrifying power displayed by Ash. What a ghost. Like Whitebeard said, Ash is not human at all. He is a total monster. At this moment, the black wings on Ash's back flapped suddenly, and the strong wind directly blew away the surrounding dust and mist, revealing the two figures of sub-healths inside. After being pierced through the chest by the thunder gun, and experiencing the aftermath of the fight between Ash and Whitebeard at close range, Josie has already completely lost the symbol of life. Ash didn't even look at Jaws, and threw him directly in front of Whitebeard. Looking at Whitebeard with a painful and hideous expression, Ash showed a gentle smile on his face. Whitebeard, I actually have a question I've been meaning to ask you. Ash's words made Whitebeard suddenly look up, his eyes fixed on Ash opposite him, the hatred and anger in his eyes seemed to have materialized. If eyes could kill, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin would have already completely dismembered this black-winged demon. Ash was very pleased with the way Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin looked. After experiencing the Valley of God's War, he fell into a deep sleep for a full 36 years. Now that he finally woke up, and successfully unlocked the second stage of returning to the blade, and possessed such a powerful power, then of course Ash must collect some interest first before killing and revenge, and have a good fight. Ash looked at Whitebeard opposite with a smile and whispered softly. Whitebeard, among your many sons, which one is the most satisfying and important to you? After the voice fell, the scene suddenly fell into an extremely strange atmosphere of silence. Everyone knows very well why this guy Ash asks such a question. All he has to do is to wipe out all the sons that Whitebeard valued and had deep affection for, one by one, where he can see them with both eyes. Let Whitebeard also clearly feel the pain in his heart when he witnesses the death of his family but is helpless. Whitebeard watched Ash grit his teeth for a while, and a voice containing boundless fire and hatred was squeezed out between the teeth. Ash! If you dare to do this, I swear, I will kill you with my own hands. Hearing this, Ash couldn't help chuckling, looked at Whitebeard and shook his head jokingly. Whitebeard, I just repeated to you what you guys did to me 36 years ago, how could your reaction be so big? So, because you have dealt with guys like Roger more times, you have also learned their double standards, right? Ash's words made Whitebeard's expression change. Of course he knows that what Ash is doing now is just a repetition of what they did to Ash 36 years ago. Is Whitebeard really entitled to anger and hatred in the face of what Ash has done? Boom! Whitebeard clenched Kong Yunki in his hand, stood up abruptly, and an incomparably powerful conqueror's haki erupted from his body, causing the surrounding ground to calm down again, causing bursts of dew again. Ask for flowers. Ash! I did what happened to the Valley of the Gods. If you want revenge, just come and find me alone. No matter how you want to kill me, I will never complain. I just hope that you can let my sons go. Our previous grievances have nothing to do with them. Whitebeard tried to look as sincere as possible so that Ash would agree to his request. In fact, as early as I heard that Ash woke up from a deep sleep, and even killed several marine executives, and cut off Marie Joyce with a single knife. Whitebeard was prepared to die at the hands of Ash. This world. What the strongest man wants to do is to save the lives of his sons as much as possible before he dies, so that they will not be implicated by his grievances with Ash. However, after hearing what Whitebeard said, Ash chuckled, looked Whitebeard up and down, and said slowly. Whitebeard, I haven't seen you for 36 years, I didn't expect you to become so naive. Now that you look like this, I don't even have the desire to communicate with you. Next, open your eyes and take a good look at how your sons died in front of you. As the voice fell, the black wings on Ash's back flapped suddenly, and the strong wind blew up. The powerful thrust drove Ash to plunder to where Marco was in the distance. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't care about anything else. He stomped hard, and the huge force made Whitebeard's body rush straight to Marco's position. 0. Meanwhile, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Drago, Shanks, Blackbeard, and Charlotte Linlin did not hesitate at all. Charlotte Linlin had almost lost her mind because of the deaths of her 4 sons, and was dazzled by anger and hatred. 0. If it wasn't for their timely support just now, Ash would have seized the opportunity to severely injure him, or even kill him directly. If this happens to Whitebeard, then he might really die in Ash's hands and become a key link in this war. After all, Charlotte and Linlin's perverted physique may allow her to successfully block several attacks from Ash. But Whitebeard already has hidden wounds all over his body, and his physical fitness is not as good as the old guy before, but he can't stand the current Ash attack in this form. All of a sudden, all the top New World experts present rushed towards Ash and Marco. However, in terms of speed, the Black-Winged Demon in the second stage returning blade form is enough to crush everyone. The shadow of the Black-Winged Demon shrouded Marco in the blink of an eye, making the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the Phoenix, startled. After witnessing with my own eyes how Pero, Katakuri, and Jaws were instantly killed by Ash, Marco no longer dared to have much confidence in his ability. His Zoan Phoenix form, even in the face of Marine Admiral's attack, can indeed prevent Marco from taking much damage. Even if you are traumatized, you can completely recover in the shortest possible time. But Ash, the Black-Winged Demon, is completely different from Marine Admiral. Marco didn't even have the idea of trying to resist Ash's attack, and immediately flapped his 2 arms that turned into wings towards his father and Shanks, waiting for the position to fly. Swish! However, to Marco's despair, it is obvious that his Phoenix is already flying very fast, but to Ash, his movements seem to be completely still. Ash glanced at Whitebeard, whose face was full of fear and anger, and without any hesitation in his movements, he raised the thunder gun in his hand and pointed it at the horse that had transformed into a phoenix below. Urko stabbed him fiercely. Pfft! Accompanied by a dull sound, the chest of the phoenix Marco was pierced directly, and the scarlet hot blood began to flow out, and his phoenix form was also automatically released. It is obvious that Marco possesses the ability to make his wounds gradually heal under the package of blue flames, but under the action of the thunder spear, his ability has been completely destroyed. Worked. The location of the heart is penetrated, let alone Marco, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to live again. However, what makes Marco unacceptable is that what Ash has to do does not end here. The huge force pushed Marco's body, and he fell in a certain direction. The thunder gun that was out of Ash's control, not only did not attenuate the speed at all, but also because of Ash's throwing, becomes even more frightening. At the end of his life, Marco looked at Ash, who was stagnant in the sky, and wondered what he was doing. However, in the next second, there was a sound of a gun point piercing flesh and blood, and a painful scream of vomiting blood, which made Marco finally react. Besides him, the Phoenix, Beckman, who is the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates, is also Ash's target. The two guys, Marco and Beckman, were like being strung together into candied haws, and fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 91. Marco. Ace on the execution platform. When he saw Marco being pierced through the chest by Ash with the thunder gun, he immediately rushed forward, his eyes widened, and his face was directly covered with horror and anger. The sea stone shackles restraining Ace made a rattling sound, firmly preventing him from moving forward. Pat-a-pat. Tears welled up from Ace's eyes, whether it was Sabo, Luffy, or Rayleigh, they could all clearly feel how painful Ace was at this moment. Jaws has been killed by Ash, and now Marco has been pierced through the chest by Ash with the thunder gun. There is no doubt that Phoenix will die too. In Ace's eyes, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates who died in Marineford died because of his fire fist Ace. If it wasn't for me, if I listened to my father and didn't go after Teach, how could this happen? Marco, Jotzi, Ozzy, everyone, how could they die in this war? It's all my fault, it's all because of me. Ace knelt down on the ground with his head in his hands in pain, and let out a wailing sound from the depths of his throat, making it hard not to empathize with him. Even Staff Officer Crane, who was in charge of guarding the execution platform, couldn't help turning his eyes to Ace for a moment, and then he clenched his fists and looked at the positions of Ash, Sengoku, and others, already full of worry in his heart. The situation is already very clear, even Kong, who is the commander-in-chief of the three armies, has no ability to resist in front of Ash in the second stage returning blade form. If she participated in the siege of Ash regardless, it would definitely become a weak point, and Aho would be the first to kill her. After all, she, the staff officer of the Crane, also participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 36 years ago, the action of besieging and killing the Rocks brothers. Sabo and Luffy looked at each other, and then opened their mouths on both sides to comfort Ace, but they suddenly realized that it was inappropriate to say anything at this time. They all knew very well that since Ash chose this way to take revenge, it is definitely not just Marco and Ziz who will be killed by Ash. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates, those who call themselves Whitebeard's sons, will all be Ash's target. Damn! Damn! Why did this happen? Why did everyone come to save me? Why did I become a burden for everyone to lose their lives? Ace kept beating the execution platform with both hands, and the tears in his eyes kept dripping down. At this moment, after Rayleigh saw Ash throw the thunder gun that penetrated Marco's body towards Beckman's position, his pupils contracted suddenly and he let out an exclamation. Beckman! Rayleigh's shout drew all eyes in Marineford to where Beckman was. Everyone could clearly see that the dark blue thunder gun directly penetrated Beckman and Marco together, and deeply pierced the ground. Pfft! Stabbed on the ground by the thunder gun, his chest was pierced, and a Marco who had lost his life symbol was pressed on his body. Beckman opened his mouth uncontrollably and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a drowning man who has just been lifted from the sea, Beckman began to gasp violently, trying to calm down. However, the severe pain coming from the chest, as well as the ability to clearly perceive the life force that was passing away rapidly, made Beckman's eyes full of unwillingness. Was the deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates, one of the dignified New World 4 Emperor's regiment, about to die at the hands of Yingxiu? It shouldn't be like this. They Red Hair Pirates are only here to stop the rampage of the times, they shouldn't end up like this. Ash didn't know about Beckman's mental activities, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. With a slight lift of his right hand, the thunder gun that tied Beckman and Marco together returned to Ash's hand with a boo. Almost at the same time, Whitebeard and Shanks ran madly towards where Marco and Beckman were. The two held up their son and the vice-captain with trembling arms, their eyes filled with grief and anger. Witnessing this happening with their own eyes, but being unable to stop Ash at all, made Whitebeard and Shanks feel more angry than ever. Ash! You really are damned! Shanks gently put Beckman, who had lost all signs of life, back to the ground, with a look of anger that had never been seen on his face. Whitebeard on the side also stood up slowly, holding the supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki firmly in his right hand, making creaking noises non-stop. Seeing their angry appearance, Ash, holding the thunder gun, slowly stretched his waist, looking completely lazy and comfortable. This is decent. I am very satisfied with your reaction, so please keep it up. As soon as the words fell, the faces of Whitebeard and Shanks instantly became extremely hideous. They roared at the same time, and rushed towards Ash's position crazily. Now that Marco, Beckman, and Jotzi are all dead at the hands of Ash, this guy will not continue to do such outrageous things, will he? Since this is the case, then unite and kill the BD Ash at all costs. Whitebeard and Shanks launched an offensive to Ash, like a signal. On the other side Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Drago, Blackbeard, and Charlotte Linlin and others also did not choose to retreat, but divided into different directions, directly surrounding Ash. After the incident just now, everyone has already understood very well that it is absolutely impossible for Ash to let them go before his revenge is completed. The most important thing is, even if they want to escape, but in terms of speed, can they compare with the black-winged demon who is under the second stage of returning to the blade? If they really run separately, the ones who die will only die faster. However, what they didn't expect was that in the face of their siege, Ash still didn't choose to fight them head-on. The black wings on the back flapped, and the sudden gust of wind pushed Ash's body, causing him to rise directly into the air. Ash in the air looked down at Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Shanks and others below, and said with a chuckle. I've told you just now, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished what I want to do. After the voice fell, the pupils of Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and Shanks constricted slightly, under their gaze. Ash raised his empty left hand slightly, and countless dark green rays of light appeared all over his body. This guy Ash's false ammo. After seeing these countless false bullets, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and Zonglut Linlin, the four guys who have been familiar with and cultivated various information more than 10 years ago, suddenly exclaimed. As if they realized something, they exclaimed directly towards the execution platform. Crane! Take Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy and leave the execution platform. Ash's target is you guys. As soon as the words fell, Staff Officer Crane, Rayleigh, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy on the execution platform were all startled, and their foreheads were instantly covered with cold sweat. However, as their shouts fell, Ash swung his left hand downwards, and the countless false bullets around his body shot towards the execution platform. Damn it! Damn it! Ash the BD! At this moment, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, Shanks, and Drago who were below were all cursing in their hearts, and shouted separately in their mouths. Little Crane! Little Crane! Ace! Sabo! Luffy! Ace! Luffy! Sabo! After hearing the exclamation of these guys, Ash was stunned for a rare moment. The goals of these guys are a bit too strange, right? Sengoku is worried about Staff Crane, Garp is worried about everyone except Rayleigh, Whitebeard is calling out for his son Ace Shanks, and the most important thing in his heart is Luffy. And as Luffy's own father, Drago, the name he called out was actually Sabo? What I have to say is that the concepts of these guys are really interesting. The three brothers, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, all broke with their own father and recognized a godfather. Each of them has an extremely profound background, and it can be said that it is a veritable second generation. However, these are meaningless. The moment the virtual ejection was launched, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, Shanks, Drago and others already knew that even if they go to support now, it is already too late. All they can do now is to do their best to kill that BD Ash as much as possible. This is the only way to stop Ash from hurting their important people. Thinking of this, Sengoku stomped hard, and his body directly hit the position of Ash in the air, and at the same time he opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Hey! Stop hesitating! We must kill Ash, whatever the cost. Otherwise, more and more people will die in Ash's hands. Now the old man finally understands why the BD Ash didn't let the Beast's pirates step into Marineford. He just doesn't want to hurt those men at this time. Ash flipped over Sengoku with a light shot, and slapped himself with a golden slap, and said jokingly. Sengoku is worthy of being Sengoku, and this kind of afterthought can also be said. Sengoku's face froze when he heard this, but at this moment, Ash seized the opportunity precisely, and the claws of the sun directly scratched Sengoku's chest madly. Dang chi! After a crisp sound like iron striking, Ash cut open Sengoku's chest in Buddha form, leaving a deep scar, from which scalding scarlet blood began to rush out crazily. Martial Sengoku! Seeing this situation, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and others shrank their pupils slightly, and immediately stood between Ash and Sengoku, preventing Ash from taking this opportunity to continue attacking Martial Sengoku. Sengoku's eyes unconsciously revealed a look of horror. At that moment just now, he really felt the breath of death. If Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru hadn't come to support him at the first time, I'm afraid he would have died at the hands of Ash like Commander Kong. Garp glanced at Sengoku and said in a deep voice. How about Sengoku? Is there anything wrong? Sengoku shook his head, took a deep breath and said. It's okay. Don't worry about me, the most important thing now is to kill Ash. While talking, Sengoku glanced at the location of the execution platform out of the corner of his eye, and he could clearly see that it was under Ash's offensive of false ammunition just now. The execution platform has collapsed, countless sailors, members of the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and members of the Big Mom pirates died in the under the bullet. The cloud of dust made it impossible for Sengoku to observe. Staff Crane, Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and Rayleigh, did anything happen to them? Even though his heart was already filled with worry and anger, what he had to do now was to entangle Ash and prevent him from continuing to kill wantonly in this way. It would be best for them, the top powerhouses of New World, to join hands and completely kill Ash, the villain. Sakazuki. Polisalino. Kyuzan. Sengoku shouted loudly, and Marine 3 Admiral, whose name was called, immediately understood. Akainu's arms turned into magma on the spot, and hot magma kept dripping on the ground, making a frightening sizzling sound. Kizaru also crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a dazzling bright yellow light began to flicker on his fingers. On the other side, Aokiji clenched the ice blade exuding white smoke in his hand, looking for an opportunity to bring Ash an ice age and freeze him in the ice sculpture. Seeing this situation, Drago on the side didn't even need Sengoku to ask, he directly raised his arms, and a gust of wind appeared directly around Ash, to block Ash's retreat route. Seeing this scene, Aokiji looked at Drago in surprise, but then remembered that Drago was also a member of the Marine Iron Triangle with Akainu and Kizaru. Even if decades have passed, the tacit understanding in the battle is not so easy to disappear. Akainu and Kizaru's eyes lit up when they saw this, and at almost the same time, they rushed towards Ash's position because of the move. Meteor Volcano. 8-foot Kyanguyu. For a moment, countless fist-shaped magma and light bullets completely enveloped Ash's position, making a roar that was so intense that it made teeth shudder. Without the slightest hesitation, Aokiji raised the ice blade in his hand, aimed at Ash's position, and shouted loudly. Ice Age! In the blink of an eye, a popsicle spread directly from the ice blade in Aokiji's hand to Ash's original position, freezing the figure covered in smoke instantly on the ice. The Minister of the Carving. Seeing this scene, Sengoku, whose chest was still gushing blood, shouted directly to Whitebeard, Blackbeard, Shanks, Charlotte Linlin and others beside him. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and kill Ash with all your strength. After the words fell, Sengoku raised his huge palm shining with golden light, stepped on the moonwalk, and rushed towards Ash in the ice sculpture. 3.4 The same is true for Garp beside him. While stepping on moonwalk and rushing towards Ash, he wraps both of his fists with armament haki. The offensive of the three marine admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, did not end there, but instead of continuing to use large-scale killing moves, they each used Devil Fruit. Ability. Akainu raised his fists that had turned into magma, Kizaru wiped his hands, and the Amakongan sword made with the ability of Sparkling Fruit reappeared in his hand. Aokiji also held Ice D. Ash goes. Drago waved his hand, and the wind blade appeared in Drago's hand again. With the help of the thrust of the strong wind, Drago rushed to the ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Whitebeard, Shanks, Blackbeard, and Charlotte Linlin also did not let go of this good opportunity, and used their ultimate moves to attack Ash with all their strength. On the blade of Whitebeard's supreme sharp knife Kong Yunki, a layer of shock fruits calendar has been covered. The griffin in Shanks' hand is also wrapped in armament haki. You must know that Shanks is a strong man who has won the title of New World 4 Emperors even after his arm is broken. What? Also because of the brutal killing of 4 sons by Ash, Charlotte Linlin, who was full of anger in her heart, held the machete tightly with both hands and pointed it at the front of her face. The ice sculpture fell down fiercely. On the other side, Blackbeard, with his eyes flickering, used the black smoke released by Dark Fruit to cover the ice sculpture in front of him. While wanting to use Dark Fruit's black hole-like ability to tear Ash apart, let's see if this black-winged monster is a Zoan phantom beast. If you can get Ash's ability, it will be much stronger than Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Accompanied by the attacks of these new world's top powerhouses, violent roars resounded through the sky, and the sky was filled with flames, dyeing the sky in a strange and terrifying color. Boom! Chapter 92. From the collapsed execution platform, there were constant screams and wailing sounds, making the surrounding sailors, Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates, Revolutionary Army, the remnants of Roger pirates, and members of the Big Mom pirates, their faces were terrified. But everyone knows very well that the key to this war, Ace the Fire Fist, Luffy the Straw Hat, and Pluton Rayleigh, are all buried under these ruins. This also caused the nearby sailors, pirates, and members of the Revolutionary Army to dig up the ruins desperately, trying to find the buried Ace, Sabo, and Luffy and others. After they successfully dug it out, although Ace, Sabo, Luffy, Rayleigh, and Staff Officer Crane became extremely embarrassed, they did not die. After all, the moment he saw Ash release those false bullets, Staff Crane already understood that the target of this black-winged demon was the 5 of them on the execution platform. After realizing this, Staff Officer Crane immediately pulled the sea stone shackles of Ace and Luffy and jumped down. This also allowed the 5 of them to survive successfully. Seeing the Marine, pirates, and members of the Revolutionary Army who fell into a confrontation after the 5 of them were dug out, Staff Officer Crane pondered for a moment, and then directly issued an order. Unlock all the shackles on the 4 of them. Hearing this, all the sailors at the scene changed their faces. But, Staff Officer Crane, Marshal Sengoku hasn't issued such an order, are they going to be released now? Staff Crane, if they are released now, what are the sailors who died in this war before? The sailors who died before, did they die in vain? www. For a while, all the sailors couldn't understand why Staff Officer Crane issued such an order. You must know that even until now, their Marineford scene has been broadcast live all over the world. If at this time, Marine releases Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, Pluton Rayleigh, and Sabo, who is the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. So what do people all over the world think of their Marine? What are the sailors who died heroically before? Was it useless to sacrifice 17 items? After hearing the comments of these sailors, Staff Officer Crane's wrinkled face also became very ugly. However, Staff Officer Crane could also understand the problems of these sailors, and Dang Li said in a deep voice after taking a deep breath. Now is not the time to decide whether to execute Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. For the current Marine, it is necessary to unite all forces that can help Marine and deal with Ash with all their strength. If this black-winged demon cannot be wiped out, then our Marine, I'm afraid it will never be possible to exist again from now on. After the words fell, the faces of the sailors at the scene became very ugly, but they also knew that what staff officer he said was completely true. With the terrifying power displayed by Ash, if it cannot be wiped out by Vice Admiral in this war, then the ones who will be destroyed will definitely be their Marine. In any case, such a situation must never happen. After the guidance of Staff Crane, the sailors did not continue to hesitate, and gritted their teeth to release the shackles that bound Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and Rayleigh. Their behavior made the members of the Revolutionary Army, Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Roger Pirates Remnants, and Big Mom Pirates all heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, after hearing the continuous roaring sound in the distance, including Staff Crane, Ace, and Sabo who had just been unshackled, all involuntarily turned their eyes away. They clearly saw that under the union of Marine and Admiral, the black-winged demon had been frozen into an ice sculpture by Aokiji's Ice Age. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Drago, Shanks, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and Charlotte Linlin, the top powerhouses of the New World, launched a crazy offensive against the black-winged demon in the ice sculpture at the same time. After seeing this scene, the atmosphere of Staff Crane, Ace, Sabo, and others became weird again. Whether it was Marine, or the pirates and the Revolutionary Army, they all took precautions against each other. I'm afraid that after Marine discovers that Sengoku, Whitebeard, Durag, and others have killed Ash, they will become violent again immediately, and want to arrest Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. However, unlike them, Staff Officer Crane, Rayleigh, and Longbread, who had personally experienced the era of the Rocks Brothers, all turned more gloomy and serious. Staff Officer Crane looked at the figure shrouded in flames and smoke from the explosion, and muttered to himself. That black-winged demon won't be killed so easily. Almost at the same time, Rayleigh and Longbread said in a low voice with the same dignified expression. Can an attack of this level really kill Ash? That guy is a complete monster. The surrounding sailors, pirates, and members of the Revolutionary Army all looked skeptical after hearing what the three of them said. Staff Crane. No matter how powerful Ash is, he should have a limit. All the high-level members of our Marine, and those 4 emperors whose strength belongs to the top of the New World, can't solve a black-winged demon. That's right, Rayleigh. These sailors should be right? Faced with an attack of this level, even the black-winged demon will definitely not be able to survive. Longbread, although you were also a member of the Rocks Pirates back then, aren't you exaggerating? 1-1. However, to their surprise, neither Staff Crane nor Rayleigh and Longbread had any intention of answering their questions. The three of them just stared at the place covered by the explosion in the distance, and even their breathing seemed to be stagnant. Just when the surrounding Marines, pirates, and members of the Revolutionary Army wanted to continue to question, an accident happened suddenly. A terrifying force struck, causing Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Drago, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and Charlotte Linlin to fly backwards uncontrollably. The black wings that were big enough to cover the sky and the sun flapped, and the thick smoke generated by those explosions disappeared. Ash's figure emerged from the dust and smoke, and everyone could clearly see that there was not even a single scar on this black-winged demon's body. Sure enough, this guy, Ash, has a terrifying recovery ability that is enough to make the whole world salivate. Staff Officer Crane, Rayleigh, and Longbun clenched their fists at the same time, and cold sweat suddenly appeared on their foreheads, and their faces became even more ugly. Although they had already expected that this might happen, they still found it difficult to accept it when they actually saw it with their own eyes. Even the three of them who were mentally prepared had this reaction, let alone other Marines, pirates, and members of the Revolutionary Army. How can that be? How could this monster, Ash, not die? Not only did he not die, but even the slightest scar didn't appear. What's going on? Blackwing Demon, is this the horror of the Black Wing building? This monster is simply invincible. Even if all the top experts join forces, it is impossible to defeat him. For a moment, the sky over Marineford was filled with exclamations and wailing, and everyone's hearts were filled with despair. They never imagined that such a situation would happen. Even though they had seen this scene with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it was real. What a terrifying and powerful lineup Ash is facing. But why, he still looks unscathed. Their skeptical life does not have the slightest impact on Ash. Looking around, looking at the surrounding top powerhouses whose faces were already filled with fear and panic, the corners of Ash's mouth curled up slightly, and he said words that made them terrified. Next, it's your turn. As soon as the voice fell, the black wings on Ash's back flapped, and the ringing was also activated at the same time, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. Seeing this situation, the pupils of Sengoku, Garp, Drago, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and others on the scene shrank suddenly. Alarm bells were ringing in their hearts. They got up and wanted to gather in one place. In front of Ash, the black-winged demon, they were almost desperate. It was enough not to kill Ash, but to save their lives in Ash's hands. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the top of Aokiji's head, which made Aokiji's heart feel cold. His eyes trembled. He raised the ice blade in his hand that was still emitting cold air, aimed at the top of his head, and slashed fiercely. Past. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and Aokiji's ice blade made of frozen fruits ability was directly crushed by Ash's thunder spear. The ice crystals scattered all over the sky. The picture is very beautiful. Of course, if there were no sharp shouts from Sengoku and Garp, it might have become more beautiful. Kyuzan! Get out of the way! The pupils of Sengoku and Garp suddenly dilated, and their eyes were full of panic. At this moment, they finally realized for themselves what kind of mood Charlotte, Linlin, and Whitebeard felt when they watched their sons die in front of their eyes but could do nothing. After hearing the voices of Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, Mazai smiled wryly. With the terrifying speed of this black-winged demon, is there any possibility for him to dodge? The only thing he can do now is to try his best to block Ash's blow, and wait for the support of Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Akainu, and Kizaru. At this moment, Aokiji also understood very well how desperate Ins was when facing the thunder spear stabbed by Ash. Laugh. Hearing the sound of the tip of the thunder spear tearing the air, Kyuzan forced himself to calm down. With a thought, a layer of armor covered with ice appeared directly on his arms, and he grabbed the thunder spear in front of him. Pfft! The forward stabbing action of thunder spear didn't stop at all. It directly pierced the palms of Aokiji's hands, and continued to stab at the position where his heart was. Seeing this situation, Aokiji's pupils contracted slightly, and the frozen fruit ability in his body was released outward recklessly. Ice Age! Click! The solid ice spread rapidly along Aokiji's palm towards the thunder spear, and wanted to use this method to freeze Ash in the ice sculpture again and stop his attack. However, at this moment, Aokiji saw a strange smile on Ash's face, which made Aokiji startled. Without waiting for him to do something, pierced. The thunder spear in his palm turned violently, directly smashing the palms of his hands into pieces. And the solid ice that spread to the thunder spear was all shattered into pieces at the same time. Wow wow W! Accompanied by the scattering of ice crystals all over the sky, Aokiji only felt a sudden chill in his heart, as if the wind appeared directly from his chest to his back. Looking down, he suddenly saw that the thunder spear had penetrated more than half of his body, and had completely pierced through his chest where his heart was. Pfft! Aokiji spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. Even if he is Marine Admiral, possessing the top strength in New World, there is absolutely no chance of surviving when his heart is shattered into countless pieces. In this case, Aokiji's eyes flashed. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible for him to survive, so let's try. Can we create opportunities for Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp? Let them. You can successfully kill Ash. Thinking of this, Aokiji exhausted the last strength in his body, opened his mouth and shouted silently. Ice Age! The last frozen fruit power has frozen Aokiji's entire body into an ice sculpture. Even if Aokiji is dead, the ice is still following the thunder gun in his body towards Ash. The location is spreading rapidly. Seeing this scene 597, Ash couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It's a pity that this ability is no longer worthy. As the voice fell, Ash moved his wrist, and the thunder gun in his hand trembled, directly shattering the solid ice, and the ice sculpture frozen by Aokiji also shattered into countless pieces. Kyuzen. Seeing this scene, Sengoku and Garp's eyes were tearing apart instantly, as if their chests filled with flames were about to explode. Dazed by anger, Sengoku and Garp rushed towards Ash's position regardless. No matter what the price is, they must avenge Aokiji. They must not let Aokiji die in the hands of Ash for nothing. After seeing the actions of Sengoku and Garp, Whitebeard, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin, who had the same experience, also rushed to Ash's position immediately. At this time, they have no other way to go. The only thing I can do is to explode with all my strength at all costs, trying to kill this damn guy Ash completely. However, what annoyed Sengoku and Garp beyond anything was that Shiu still didn't choose to confront them this time. The black wings flapped behind him, and the sudden gust of wind pushed his body, making this black-winged demon appear directly behind Kizaru in the blink of an eye. I have already said before that if you want to participate in the Valley of God's War, besiege him and the rocks guys, and see with your own eyes how the juniors die one by one, but there is nothing you can do. Charlotte, Linlin, and Whitebeard have both had this experience successively. Then, naturally, it will be Sengoku and Garp's turn. Kizaru was reeling from the shadows to find himself the next to be hunted by Ash. Especially after seeing how Aokiji died in the hands of Ash, Kizaru is now even holding out against Ash's attack until Sengoku Washua and Vice Admiral Garp's reinforcements arrive. There is no law. Kizaru just wants to run, use the speed of his proud sparkling fruit, and escape to Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Whitebeard, and Shanks. In an instant, Kizaru's body began to shine with a dazzling bright yellow light. This Marine Admiral directly used elementalization, and wanted to escape Ash's attack range by turning into photons in this way. However, in front of Ash, the black-winged demon, even this method is simply impossible to work. Ash took a shot, and the terrifying force directly pressed Kizaru's whole body to the ground. The surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, and King Mantian covered the figures of the two of them. Kizaru, who was lying in the deep pit in embarrassment, was already filled with fear, and his elementalization was directly interrupted by Ash. Then, how could Ash, the black-winged demon, let go of such a good opportunity? Kizaru turned his head abruptly. He could clearly see that the tip of the thunder spear shining with dark blue light aimed at the back of his heart and stabbed down. Pfft!